All right, everyone. Good morning. We're starting a little earlier than usual today. Welcome to the May 21st board meeting of the Charles County Board of Education. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. And before we begin with the superintendent's update to the board, you may notice we have a very special visitor with us today. I will allow our current student board member, Ms. Treasure Perkins, to say a few words. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. To my left is our new SMOB, Sam Vert, a rising junior from North Point High School, is the SMOB elect for 2024-25 school year. This is Sam.
Yay. While we're sad to see Treasure go, Treasure's been fantastic. We are excited to welcome you. If you'd like to say a few words, this is your time. Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go.
Thank you, everybody, for the welcome introduction. I've just really been caught off guard with how welcoming this community is. As the second I walked in, I've just loved seeing all the smiles and I'm very hopeful for the next year, as I'm really just looking forward to working with all the board members and all of the liaisons. And just thank you all so much.
All right. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on, we will begin with Dr. Navarro's update to the board.
So welcome, Sam. You are a rising junior at North Point, correct? Rising senior, excuse me.
All right.
Oh, get it straight, Dr. Navarro. And just, Ms. Morley and I were just talking about the debates this year, the debates among students, and just get at a higher and higher quality level. So kudos to you, kudos to everybody who ran this year. I think our turnout this year in terms of votes was the second highest, I think, Gary. I think we were a little higher last year, but we're right up there. That a couple years ago, so we're increasing the number of students watching your debates, knowing, being informed, and I love to see young people make informed decisions. We want adults to do the same thing, right? And in our school system, almost 2,500 students made a really informed decision, so kudos and welcome. So good afternoon, Chairperson Morley, Vice Chairperson Kramer, board members and staff, and those following along today's meeting, either here or in person or online rather. As we move closer to the end of the school year, I want to share a few brief recognitions and updates. As a reminder, the last day of school for students is Monday, June 10th. While having the last day of school on a Monday is not ideal, our students must, by state law, still attend 180 calendar days of school. With the reduction of 2 unused inclement weather days in our calendar, day 180 for students just happened to fall on a Monday. So I know that we will have high attendance that day. Charles County Public Schools will have a short instructional break through the end of June as staff prepare for summer school, summer boost programs, summer camps, and much, much more. To learn more about our summer offerings, including free online tutoring through FEV, please visit our website. Before we close out the school year, we must prepare to recognize and congratulate all of our students who make up the graduating class of 2024. We have some here today. Next week, staff and board members will confer diplomas to an anticipated 2,125 graduates set to walk across the graduation stage. The ceremonies are set for May 28th through May 31st at the Regency Furniture Stadium in Waldorf. I'm excited to once again be part of the celebrations planned for the graduating class. Charles County Public Schools will live stream all graduation ceremonies on the school system website. Please follow our website and social media accounts as we highlight the accomplishments of the class of 2024. While on the topic of school system celebrations, later today on the agenda, the board and staff will honor the 2024 Charles County Public Schools Principal of the Year, Ms. Erica Williams from Benjamin Stoddert Middle School. As our Principal of the Year, Ms. Williams was also named a finalist in the Regional Washington Post Principal of the Year Awards program. Ms. Williams is most deserving of this recognition and is an exemplary school building leader. I look forward to honoring her later today. Through her energy and passion for education, Ms. Williams has supported increased achievement and personal growth among her students. Also, on today's agenda, it's time dedicated for me to share my recommendation to the board for the elementary school redistricting process that will create an attendance zone for our newest school, Margaret J. Thornton Elementary School. The school opens in August 2025, and my recommended plan moves less students overall than the two original plans brought forward by the redistricting committee. Please stay tuned for that update. Staff will also lead a presentation about the progress of the school system in launching its first dual language two-way immersion program at Arthur Middleton Elementary School. To say I look forward to this program starting is an understatement. This program is just one part of the overall efforts underway by the school system and our leadership team to provide students with opportunities to learn and master another language and become bilingual and fully biliterate. I want to expand on this work as I close out my presentation today. In sharing my thoughts, I will reference the PowerPoint, both posted on this update and also showing you on the main screen. So one of the things I wanted to note is that we will be increasing the conversations and the showing of data points around how our students are doing at every single board meeting. We've done that throughout this year, but we will make sure that every board meeting that does take place. And so because we were doing the presentation on how are we doing the engagement and preparation for the dual language program at Arthur Middleton, I thought it would be important to also bring you some data points that are tied to our strategic plan in other areas of the school system where we have also made great strides in developing pipelines for kids to become fully biliterate. So Shelley, if we can go to the next slide. So if you recall, on our CCPS strategic plan, priority number 2 under access and opportunity is the expansion of more high school courses at the middle school. And one of those courses that we expanded and started in Charles County 2 years ago was the availability of heritage and native speakers Spanish classes, because we noticed that we had a lot of students who were heritage or native speakers of Spanish, but were not yet biliterate. And we know that this is an asset, and because language is an asset, we thought, well, those students shouldn't just be taking Spanish 1. They're not at that level. They too need rigor. So we customized and developed courses, and what you see here is our progress to date. Kudos to Hansen and Summers, and I believe they did a small pilot also in Pico on year 1, which was 2 years ago, where they piloted with students. And you see that our metric in our strategic plan is not just how many students took the class, but how many of them got a C or higher, because at the end of the day, we want them to do well. This year, all schools offered some version of the HNS class 1 or 2, and some schools were ready to offer HNS 3. And let me tell you, I have taken that book home, all those books that we're using for that class, and it is literature class. It's poetry, and it is the works of art, the works of literature from many Spanish-speaking authors from multiple time periods. So it is a very rigorous course. You can see that we went for an enrollment in our pilot year of 49 students to now having 172 students in middle schools. These students are going to transition, and they're going to be ready to take AP level classes, and they're going to be ready to get the seal of biliteracy. So I was not able to tell you end of year because the end of year is not here yet, but I checked on their semester grades, and we see high rates of accomplishments at the semester point, and I know that those are going to look great at the end of the school year. Once that information is up, it'll also be updated in our strategic plan update. If we can go to the next slide. Another place where we have worked hard is to support the seal of biliteracy. While the majority of our students get the seal of biliteracy in Spanish, Autumn Hoffman in her office has been, in the World Languages Department, has been trying to figure out how to support other languages, even languages that we don't support in terms of classes. How do we get them connected and get students tutoring and supports, so that if they have a heritage language that maybe we don't offer, how do we find tutors for them to be able to do that and eventually reach the seal of biliteracy? And so it used to not be but maybe one student here or there in Charles County, and that has to change. And you see the pipeline of middle schoolers that are coming ready to take this and gain their seal of biliteracy. But we went from about 18 students 2 years ago to our highest number ever at 31 that are going to be walking across the stage. So I just wanted to remind the board that our accomplishments in terms of, not our accomplishments, our focus on really focusing on how to maximize experiences for students before they graduate. I'm really, really proud that language is seen as an asset in Charles County Public Schools, and that we're making great efforts to give pathways, multiple and different types of pathways for students to reach biliteracy. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Navarro. All right, next up, we will hear from Mr. Sean Heil, the president of the EACC.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson Moore Lee, Vice Chair Kramer, Superintendent Navarro, board members, CCPS executive staff, guests, and viewers online. I want to address the active work of the board this school year and CCPS's continued efforts to improve learning and working conditions in collaboration with EACC for the benefit of students and staff today. There have been new curricula introduced. The transition to Oracle and Canvas has also commenced. There are proposed grade change policies that may come into effect next year, and I urge everyone to consider all stakeholders as we begin to navigate through these transitions. It is crucial for the Board of Ed and CCPS to ensure that staff have sufficient time to effectively implement or adjust to these changes. The rollout process remains vital, and it's important for staff and parents to stay informed about the ongoing changes. Staff needs to be informed about when these changes will take effect and what their new and/or additional responsibilities will be. I do appreciate the recent discussions I've had with CCPS executive staff and BOE members in support of making sure that staff have the time to make grading changes if those recommended changes are approved. As you're aware, our county has the second highest number of conditional teachers in the state. This indicates that a significant portion of our educator population requires more time to comprehend and implement any changes that may be going on. Educators are being asked to adapt to numerous changes without additional time. We need to be mindful of the impact of these changes on working conditions and ensure that all educators have the necessary preparation time and tools to understand and adjust to these changes, regardless of how long they have been there. This applies to frontline staff as well as administrators. EACC is committed to collaborating with CCPS and the Board of Ed to support these ongoing transitions. Finally, stealing some of the thunder from my Ask Me colleague, I'd like to remind everyone that tickets for the Baseball Bash, a family event to celebrate the start of the school year, are now available. We hope to see everyone there for the second annual gathering.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heil. I do not see Ms. Birch. Okay. All right, next up is Ms. Karen Acton, our CFO, and Ms. Fisher Davis. We have the FY 2025 operating budget and an intercategory budget change request. Good morning, ladies. Good morning.
It looks very somber.
Because we know you're not bringing good news.
That's true. That's true. You said it. All right. We'll go through this fairly fast because you kind of have seen this multiple times now.
Yeah.
But this now is reflecting the most current information we have on, we know the county has passed their budget and the state has given us final numbers, we believe. Although these are like the third time they're final, so let's hope they're really final. Okay. All right, so we have a revenue increase of $25 million, $13.2 million from the county and $10 million from the state, and a little bit from local revenues, and $1.4 million increase on fund balance. So when we look at the pie chart, our county appropriation is 45.8 of the total, state is 52.7, and then there's small amounts in local and federal. So this chart here shows that we did lose some ground in our county budget. We now are at 41.2% of the total budget. So what do we get to fund with the money that we have been appropriated? We have our mandatory costs covered, which is the 7.3, which includes healthcare and nurses' contracts, and then also the 15 million that's our collective bargaining assumptions. We will be able to cover our 6.3 million, which is our blueprint implementation costs, which does include our concentration of poverty increases and the startup costs for the ELC and Waldorf, along with the changes to the Workforce Development Board. We have additional positions that are necessary for our operations next year of $927,000, which also includes the principal for our new elementary school and the secretary and the building service manager for half a year. In order to balance the budget, even with the reductions that we've made or the postponements that we've made, we've had to reduce by about $4.8 million our expenditures to balance it. And just as a reminder, we have one-time funding from the county of $612,000. This has not been approved yet by the state. It's a maintenance of effort exclusion, but hopefully it will get approved, which is $250,000 startup costs for the Waldorf pre-K facility and $362,000 for communications department to upgrade our production equipment. So with all of that, this pie chart shows you how the expenditures break out. 79% is compensation, 15% is our contracts, which includes buses and nurses, 4% is utilities, equipment, et cetera, and 3% is supplies and materials. And this chart, this graph here shows you how a dollar is spent in Charles County. 65 cents of every dollar is instruction, 12 cents is maintenance and operations and capital outlay, 10 cents is student transportation, 7 is school administration, 2 is student and community services, and 4 is central office. And then our final topic is our postponed initiatives. So we have about 11 million of postponed initiatives. 4.5 million for Office of School Administration and Leadership initiatives and positions, 3 million of instructional supplies and materials and positions, 1.9 million of Office of Supporting Services positions and initiatives, 1.5 million Office of Technology Supplies and Materials, and 78,000 in Human Resources. And I'll open it up for questions. Is there anything you want to add,
Can I just
Dr.
comment,
Sure.
make a comment on it? So if we can go back to the previous slide, Sherry. Thank you. So one of the things that I wanted to let the board members know is that in the budget presentation, the question is, what happens with everything that is not in the proposed funding so that we meet proposed budgets? We've been working on a couple of ways to think about this work. There will be some initiatives that we need to have happen. So for example, if you recall, there are some instructional materials that are program focused. One of them is the instructional materials, for example, for the dual language program that is starting this coming fall, the textbook materials. There's also a theater pathway that is scheduled to start in McDonough that needed instructional materials and requirements. And there is a couple of additional interventions. What we have done is we have looked to use some end-of-year funding to offset the purchasing of those materials early on. So we paused early some expenditures for this year, so that we can use some of that funding to forward fund and get the instructional materials ready to go for those programs. We've also, as Ms. Butler-Washington mentioned earlier, she asked about how often do we go out for grants and to try to offset some costs. And I will tell you that right now we're looking at all of our options so that we can make some of these programs still happen. One of them is We've asked our Director of Safety and Security, Jason Stoddert, to submit a grant to see if we are able to fund the youth engagement advocates at the middle school with those funding. I don't have a word yet on that, but that is another strategy that we're utilizing to try to ensure that these programs continue into next year. And then there are going to be some programs that frankly are going to be postponed, as Ms. Acton mentioned. Our after-school programs for secondary schools, including transportation and the addition of extracurricular activities and athletics for middle schools, will just need to be postponed, and we won't be able to roll that out. So I wanted to let you know that we are actively, that this request, this budget, this balanced budget that we bring to the board for consideration is really also knowing that in the backgrounds, we're trying to figure out how to mitigate more opportunities rather of the programs that right now we have postponed because we don't have full funding. And so we're trying to work through those pieces and won't know all the impacts until later on in the fall. And just wanted to make the board aware. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Will you finish, Ms. Acton?
Yes, any
Okay.
questions?
Okay, sure. Any questions? Just one
Hi.
comment for me. Well, okay,
Yeah,
one
I'm
second,
sorry.
while everyone is thinking. And I know many of my colleagues share the same sentiment. I am very deeply disappointed regarding the extracurriculars and the transportation for the after-school activities. Not to put you on the spot, Ms. Acton, if you don't know today, can you give us an estimate of about how much that might be?
It was 3.4
3.4
million.
Okay. So it's substantial enough that it's not necessarily possible to, as they say, move things around or
Correct.
find it in other areas. Are there possibilities of finding grants for that? Is that something that we're actively pursuing?
So I think we will try. If you recall, last time, we also went after a couple grants that allowed some of our elementary and middle school programs to have after-school activities. So we will absolutely look into those options. The biggest cost here actually was not it actually wasn't even the staffing piece, it's the transportation piece that elevates our cost.
And what about for the partners that we have, such as Stella's Girls and Beyond the Classroom, et cetera? Will they potentially be impacted? Do we know yet?
So not necessarily, this was a new program.
Okay. I mean, by
so-
the things that we have to postpone is my point, due to the loss of funding.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Perhaps I'd have to look into some of those things. I can't think right off
Okay.
the bat that some of them would have to be postponed, but I can definitely come back and give you that information.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas? and
If
then
I
Ms.
could
Samisha-
interject
Oh,
first.
sure.
So part of what we reduced in the budget was additional funding that we had, that we will have to use once the ESSER funding goes away, for extended learning opportunities. So it is very possible that the numbers that you see up there is where Stella's Girls, for instance, would be. So it's very possible that those will be cut.
Impacted. Oh, boy. All right, Mr. Lucas and then Ms. Samisha Thomas.
Thank you, Ms. Morley. Two quick things. So can you just explain, for everyone's benefit, what local revenues are?
Sure, it's interest income, it's tuition for out-of-county students that we receive.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question, on your slide that shows the reductions to balance the budget, can you expound on that? And was that, so specifically, what are those things?
Sure.
And
So, the reductions that you see here are items that, so for instance, the extended learning opportunities, that was added last year when we got additional funding from the state. It actually isn't needed until ESSER runs out, which is the next summer. So ESSER funding covers this summer of learning, but there are other things that go in there, such as we talked about Stella. So it doesn't, other than the fact that we can't use that money for other things that we wanted to use this year, it isn't something we need to operate, the extended learning opportunities. But all of these items here will have to be part of our budget ask next year from the county, and it won't be optional. We're going to need to get that before we do other things. So it kind of puts us in a little bit of a hole for the next budget cycle, but we can use it for this budget cycle.
Okay, so it was in last year's budget.
Yes.
That's why it didn't show up in this year's budget
Correct.
as, okay, so thanks, that's some clarity. But specifically, what are those, so extended learning opportunities, what are examples of that?
Summer school, tutoring,
Any
Go ahead,
after-school
Kevin.
activities,
Yeah.
so the wages that are associated with those after-school activities, so if the teacher's doing any additional activity, it's the wages associated with that. The transportation, associated with that, and then $33,000 for, supplies. So, the amount that came into this current year's budget, we are pretty much draining that entire amount.
Okay,
And FEV tutoring is out of that as well.
what's tutoring?
Tutoring, the online.
Right.
Enough to cover this summer.
We just need to speak on the mic, because
Yeah.
come up here and join me, Kevin.
Yes. Sit in the hot seat, Mr. Lowndes.
So the FEV tutoring is also in the extended learning opportunity pot of money because we allow the tutoring to take place after school during the summer. And so we do, and we bought enough hours through the ESSER funding
Right.
to last us through probably September. But then at that time, we're going to have to look either for alternative means to find other money somewhere else, but we are getting to a point now with ESSER ending at the end of September with a lot of the programs that we offered. So we did, Karen talked about the extended learning opportunities. So we offer our Saturday schools, both for the middle school and the high school, through that extended learning opportunity. We offer all the after-school tutoring. We pay our teachers to come in. We offer before school and after school at the elementary schools. And so it does cover quite a bit for us.
Okay, but again, to reiterate, if we choose to reinstate this, it's gonna have to be an ask on the 26 budget, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
And the other two items are budgets that we have received for the Time to Care Act, which keeps getting postponed as far as when it starts, so we can use it this year. The ACA payments, it's a payment that we have to provide for the Affordable Care Act because we're self-insured. And there's some room in that budget based on how the payments have been running. So those are the two items at the top.
okay, so how does some of this then, when we talked about not being able to implement the extracurricular activities, these are two separate items?
yes, and I think it's a timing situation
Right.
if you think about it, because of when they occur. Does that make sense, Mr. Lucas?
No. Well,
The extracurricular activities, the 3.4 that we had in there, that was for additional activities and transportation.
Right.
So this amount that we had asked for last year and we got approved, the 3.4 million, is to cover what ESSER is covering right now. That's what it was intended to do. So what Mr.
Right.
Lowndes has done, because he didn't have to use it yet, is there's some other opportunities that they've used that money for. But what it was intended for was to cover the summer school primarily, the summer school offerings that we have in tutoring through the ESSER funding.
okay, I'm sorry, so it wasn't exclusive to after school, okay. That clears it up.
If
So
I could
one of
ask
the
a,
things that might happen, just
Yeah.
to let the public know, is that next summer we'll probably have to pay, they'll probably have to pay some sort of fee for summer school at the high school and middle school
was one of
level.
my
That
questions.
ties a bow on it, right,
That was my
that
question.
ties the bow, thank you.
Can you explain to us just generally what this might look like for the average student? When you talk about middle school, high school level activities, what could this potentially impact? Do we know yet?
I'm sorry.
No, I was saying for the average middle high school student, what could this potentially impact? Do we have an idea? Like, for example, will students still be able to participate in sports and Model UN and all the other things that they typically
So all
do?
of that is, yes, that's already in the budget, and we're not looking to eliminate any of that, but like I said earlier, the summer school. So we were able to
That's the main
expand
thing.
summer school and offer both transportation and the summer school opportunities for free.
Okay.
So next summer, we'll probably have to look at charging some of our families for our programs.
Okay, so right now we're looking
And we
at.
probably will not be able to offer them, I'll work with Mr. Hine, but we probably won't be offering as much transportation as we are right now with all of our summer school programs.
So right now, that's the biggest proposed impact, is possibly charging for summer school and then eliminating or reducing transportation. But on a day-to-day basis, most clubs and activities, because I know you mentioned also wages being part of that. So as of right now, most clubs and activities will continue on. We just may not provide transportation after school. Is that correct?
The current clubs and
Currently,
activities,
yes.
So they were in the budget
Previously,
already.
okay.
So
I just want
they'll
to clarify.
continue to be funded.
Thank you. Ms. Samisha Thomas, and I want to see if our students have any afterwards. Okay, Ms. Samisha Thomas, then we'll come to our students.
Thank you so much. As I go through and look at some of the itemized things, the things that give me a little angst, and I guess I'm just trying to figure out how are we going to mitigate the risk of like the 504 things that are being taken out? Is that, I mean, some of those are legal, right? We have to do some of
So the
those
504, correct, are legal. So what we have seen over the last couple of years is the cost for our students receiving 504 accommodations has risen. So really, this ask was to actually bring it to a point that we're seeing we're currently using. Because right now, we're finding money in other places, because you're 100% correct. If it's written down as a 504, legally, we have to provide that to the student.
Okay.
So we're starting to see many more students come in with 504s, outlined on the 504 as a one-on-one. So we have to hire an additional person for work to work with that student.
So was this amount of money, this line item I'm looking at, was that for personnel, or was that for other support accommodations for
So
those?
what we did was we looked at how much money are we spending over the last couple of years on
Average.
504s, and what is the trend, and we said, this is where we are, this is what probably the amount we're gonna need for this year to be able to provide all the accommodations. We'll still provide the accommodations and have to provide the accommodations, we're just not gonna have a line item within the budget that
Okay.
we were trying to put in there.
Okay, that subsides my angst a little bit, because I just wanted to make sure that we don't have any challenges with legal compliance, because that brings a whole nother tail with it that we do not want to incur. My other question is, I see that we are also impacting some of the innovative advances when we talk about instruction, like the Wilson Reading Program. We also look at the AP things. So I see the African American AP textbook and the resources. Those things, do we have some kind of plan to still ensure that we're going to be moving forward with those innovative advances in education?
So we are still paying for that and making sure that we have the money to pay for those textbooks. One of the things that we were going to do next year was we were going to say any student who takes an AP class must take the AP exam, because as you know in the blueprint, if you, the school system must pay for that. One of the ways that we were, in looking at that for next year, one of the things that we had to take out of the budget was some of that money that was going to be additional money for the additional costs as we increase the number of students that we were going to ask to take the AP exam. So next year, we probably will not be asking all our students and mandating that if they take the AP class, they take the AP exam. So that is another, something that happened as a result of our budget and having to eliminate some of that money in that area.
So if they take the AP exam, we still plan to cover the cost?
Yes.
We cover the
won't- we
cost, but
won't
not every
mandate it.
We're
student
just
takes
not
it.
requiring everyone
Right.
to
Take it, okay.
since we
And
don't
then-
have additional funding. If I could,
Sure.
you've brought up a good point that I should mention, and I've mentioned it previously, but, everything that we had on that list that we cut are things that we need to have next year.
Right.
So we're going to have to make it's going to be a tough budget year, and we're going to have to make tough decisions throughout the year, whether we want X or we want Y. We didn't pad that with things that are nice to haves. There are things that Dr. Navarro feels that we need to have to move our school system forward. So it's going to be tough.
So that was really the genesis for my question is, we've been, for the sake of the public, we've been talking about being able to move our county forward educationally. We've been talking about having diversified instruction so that every learner's needs are met. And when we look at some of the things that are being cut, that means that we are kind of going back to kind of cookie cutter, one size fits all. Every kid's got to do it this way a little bit, if we don't have the ability to bring those different types of, diversified instructional, techniques into play. And so I know we have to make those tough decisions, but my question, I would really want to know, like, what are the trade-offs, right? Because if you have two different, reading programs, just for an example, two different reading programs, one has more, excuse me, teacher-based evidence, like this one is more, I guess, effective than this one, and you have to make a decision, well, we're gonna use one instead of the other, because we're having to make those decisions. As we do that, I think two things. One, I think that as a board member, I'd like to know where those are so we can communicate to the public and talk about, like, this is where we are now, but I also like to eventually have a strategic plan to say, if we're gonna continue to be in this budget, you know, deficit, or just we have to trim the fat somewhere, right? Then we're gonna have to start making trade-offs, but I would like us to very much be deliberate about those trade-offs and look at still having a commitment to the public that we're gonna continue moving our innovative learning forward so that we aren't just the status quo because this is where we are, but we've got to get to some of those more innovative instructions because I think our students need it for the future. So that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Okay, did either, I'll go to you next. Either Ms. Perkins or Mr. Verk, did you all have questions or comments?
I was just wondering, is it possible with the whole budget for summer school being cut and asking families to provide that funding, is it possible to still keep it free for students that may need that funding more? For example, those that fall under farms and requiring
Great
funding
question.
from the county instead of from the family.
So it was made available to make sure that everyone who needed to go was able to afford to go, such as the farm students, and we will continue to do that. We'll go back to what it was prior to getting the money from ESSER, where we had student families that did not qualify. They did have to pay full price, and then it was, I believe it was based on the amount of income that you had, then you could pay certain less, depending on
Like
where you
a
ended up
tiered
as a family.
scale?
Yeah, it was a scale.
Okay.
Also, I'd just like to say I support not mandating students to take AP exams because a lot of students, when they are mandated to take AP exams, will just, I've heard people say, my parents signed me up for this exam, but I'm gonna sleep through it, right? So, yeah, I believe it would be more beneficial for the county to leave opportunities for the students to do things where they can succeed, where they can grow, yet at the same time, for the students that feel that opportunities aren't for them, we maybe might want to cut back on what is mandated because a lot of students just don't want those opportunities.
But I just want to make sure everyone understands in the community that this summer it is free, summer school, so please don't think that it's going to happen this summer. We're talking about the following summer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you for your comments, Mr. Verk. Very well stated. Did you have anything, Ms. Perkins? Okay. Ms. Butler-Washington and then Ms. Smith.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about when the commissioners had us at 50%. And I think this is a great time for us to start going back to that and asking for that. Because this is not gonna go away because right now, they gave us 41.5%, but they tried to say they gave us 44 by adding in the College of Southern Maryland, who is funded by the state and the library. The library doesn't come under the public school. So therefore, we should be talking in unison right now, saying that the budget for us, the school, which is our future, it needs to at least go to 45% and working itself back up to 50, because if we keep it at the same 41, we're never gonna make the budget we need. So we need to all, talk to them and say, this is how we supposed to do this. If you intentionally want us to make sure that our children succeed in life, we're gonna have to put the money up to do it. We used to do it, so what's the problem now? So, and I wanna start going back to that and having those talks, and when we have the legislative breakfast, we bringing it up to them and we start saying it, because if we start saying it now, next year, it will be where it at. I don't wanna wait till the last minute and they say that, no one said anything to us and this is the way we're gonna do it. But if we tell them now, they will start beginning to think like that, and they will begin to do like that, because I don't want people to think that, we got 44% of the budget. We did not. We got 41.5% of the budget. So that needs to be known. So when I brought that up, they said education. I said, but College of Southern Maryland get money from the state. I don't know why they get money from the county too, but they get money strictly from the state. So, that's what I think that we all should be gaining to make sure that we get the money we need, because as Karen said, we need to have that money by next year, because we're not gonna have the support we have. And I don't wanna be in a predicament where we're talking about lessening our educational, because I'm telling you, people come to this county because of our educational system. And I wanna remain in that such way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler-Washington. And to your point, many of us here, and along with the ACC, and asked me, we all but picketed. We marched on Washington, a la La Plata. And so, right. And we spoke out very forcefully and made a lot of excellent points. And I'm here for us doing it every month if we need to, starting much earlier. Absolutely agree. Ms. Smith, and then either Mr. Hancock and Mrs. Kramer. Let's try to fight it out for who's next.
Well, hello, good morning. Thank you for the presentation. To say that I am disappointed would be an understatement. I think we've done our due diligence here in terms of crafting a budget that fully reflects what our community expects from us as an education system. I cannot speak for prior boards, but what I can say is that we have been in the community. We are of the community. Many of us have children in the school system. There's lots of skin in that game in terms of making sure that our kids, our flesh and blood children, but also all of the children that we support and serve, have the highest tier of education system that they can receive in this county. And as a taxpayer, I will absolutely say that I am wholly just disappointed in the budget that we are being held to by our commissioners. And to the point that Ms. Butler-Washington made and Ms. Moore-Lee seconded, we absolutely need to be front and center with our commissioners to figure out why are we being held to this low percentage of funding this particular year. I think it's also beholden upon us to be in the public with our parents, with our constituents, to make them aware of what their children will not receive going forward because of the budget that we are being held to. I think the quality of education that we have set for the last year, 2 years that we've been sitting here is not what's going to be coming up this fiscal year. And that's just very disappointing, especially for those families who cannot afford summer school in 2025. Who are looking for opportunities for their kids to grow, learn, expand. Those parents who need their children, who desire for their children to be a part of extracurricular activities, whether it's volleyball or after-school band or some kind of STEM club, who do need those supports to transport their kids, back home after the event is over. I mean, this budget does not reflect, again, what we have stood for, whether it's when we were running 2 years ago and where we stand today. And I'm, again, just woefully disappointed. And I'm making the pledge to do everything I can to make sure that the public knows that this budget does not reflect who they are and what they've said they want and why the budget is this way. So I'm just putting it on my colleagues to do their due diligence as well to make sure that families understand why we're being held to this. Because we'll hear about it next summer when they're like, well, where's the summer school opportunities? Like, where's the AP courses? Like, we don't have them.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And to your point, we need to repeat that early and often. Absolutely agree. So who was the winner? Okay, Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for letting me go. I appreciate it. And thank you for your presentation. I just want to make a comment, and I kind of alluded to this at our last meeting when we kind of knew what we were going to get. And my fear is in regards to the blueprint. And as I've stated, the blueprint is a wonderful thing, but it's requiring so much of the budget this year. It's going to require so much more of the budget next year. Do you foresee us ever running into a point where we don't even draft our budget any longer? It's going to be 100%. Could it be 100% or close to 100% driven by the mandates in the blueprint?
I would say that the blueprint definitely is having a huge impact on budgets. I sent a request to the commissioners and copied our board so that we could begin to work with the county folks to more closely look at the long-term implications of the blueprint, particularly because in the next coming years, we have to implement what I think is one of the more costly parts, which is the requirement of teachers teaching 60% of their time rather than 100% of their time, which by default means that the system will require additional staff. So we need to be prepared for that. I do think we're learning quite a bit about the blueprint. I requested from you all, and of course this board agreed, and also the commissioners agreed that we have a joint session at the start of next school year that gets scheduled so that staff, and we can have a public conversation around what we know are the future implications of the blueprint. So we need to do financial forecasting. I would say we need to start thinking about doing financial forecasting not year by year, but 3 and 5 years out because of the requirements of the blueprint.
Thank you, and I think that's a wonderful thing is to bring the commissioners along. As you had stated, we're still learning about the blueprint, and for the record, I have nothing against the blueprint. I just wish that it was funded separate from our budget. But I think if we could, I know that our county commissioners know of the blueprint and have an idea of it, but I don't think they realize that a lot of what the blueprint is mandating has a negative effect on our extended learning opportunities. And I think if we could show them, hey, this is what we have in our budget that we absolutely have to have. And because we have to have that, because of the budget that we've received, this is what we have to cut or this is what we have to postpone. I think bringing them along and showing them what we have to do and what we can't do, because to a degree, the blueprint kind of can be, I think Miss Samisha Thomas mentioned the word like cookie cutter education. The blueprint almost does that in some areas. Say this is how you're going to educate a child, this is what you're going to do, this is what you're going to do. But we all know every student is different and every student needs more opportunities. So not to get long-winded, but I am just concerned about this budget, of course, and future budgets with if we don't bring our county commissioners along and educate them on what we have to pay for and what the cost of what we're going to lose will be if we're not fully funded and we have to fund these certain initiatives of the blueprint, what we're going to lose. So just wanted to state that. So thank you.
So the maintenance of effort funding formula is a real problem with the blueprint because it does not address what the state expects the county to pay towards the blueprint law.
Yeah.
So we are at a disadvantage along with all of the other counties that are in a situation where, so when the state gives us our number, they say this is how much you're going to get from us and this is what you should get from your county for blueprint. But if that number is less than maintenance of effort, which means what they gave us last year, there's no additional dollars that are coming to us for that other than what we're fortunate enough. I mean, we did receive 12 million over, but it doesn't cover the blueprint. So the formula that hasn't been adjusted is a real challenge, and I know the superintendents are trying to address that. There isn't even a cost of living adjustment anymore to the maintenance of effort. So in our case where so it's based on your enrollment. If your enrollment is somewhat flat or slightly increasing, you're not getting any increase from the county. So there's some systemic issues with the funding formula.
Thank you, Ms. Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Ms. Kramer?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. A lot of my colleagues have said a lot of the things that they've matched my sentiments. I agree with them. To Ms. Smith's point, woefully disappointed is sort of an understatement for several of the items, but whenever we have to cut instructional items, that really hurts my heart because that's what we're here for, right? I mean, to provide instruction to students. And so to me, I just want, I know we've had a great relationship with our commissioners, for several years, even prior boards have had, and superintendents have had, a good working relationship with our commissioners. And I know that a lot of them have pledged to fund the blueprint and to support the initiatives that the school system is implementing as it directly relates to the blueprint. But everyone, even the public, needs to understand this is a marathon. The blueprint is not just 1 year, provide us some extra funding, 2 years, provide us extra funding. This is ongoing. And so if we couldn't find the money this year, I just encourage and urge, our commissioners and our legislators to understand, well, first of all, to pay attention this year to what we can't do, right? And to really work together with them, amongst themselves and with the Board of Education, with the school system to create a path forward, because we can't have another year next year. This year we'll be scrambling, trying to figure this out, but then if next year comes and it's the same thing, I mean, we're just gonna continue to fall behind. And that's what I don't want for Charles County Public Schools. And to Ms. Smith's point, again, as far as we've come, we don't want to now, roll it back, because, it's like 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, and then are we really making progress? And right now, Charles County is leading in the state in terms of blueprint implementation and the things that we've been able to accomplish. And, it's for many reasons, but, we have a great staff, we have a great blueprint implementation coordinator specifically, we have a great superintendent, we have a board who has created a budget. You, Ms. Acton, have created this budget to display our priorities. And a lot of the other LEAs in the county don't have those assets, of staffing and a board who really prioritizes, education and innovations and things of that nature. And so I just don't want us to lose our footing of where we are currently. And so if we have to pause for a moment, that's one thing, but I don't want us to go backward. And so those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Final point, Ms. Thomas.
Yeah, so my experience with doing some strategic budgeting in the past, particularly from the federal government lens, is that, we're doing, in the federal government, we're asking for money 2 years out, right? So you do a 2-year budget. It's like you ask every year, but the planning is 2 years. Mm-hmm. And because we know, to Mr. Hancock's point, that we're going to have, the way the blueprint works is my understanding that initially we get some funding, but it will eventually lessen and lessen because we will have to give more contributions over the years as the blueprint goes and the out years. Is there any opportunity for us to start it being a bit more strategic? So we're going to work on, the year out funding, but just to give some projections, because I do, to all of my colleagues' point, we need to be really closely aligned with the commissioners, but we also need to get ahead of it, and I don't think 12 months is enough ahead, right? So we could do some projections for things we know we need or things we know we're planning, and do a little bit more strategic planning for the budget so that we can get the commissioners on board. So we have a cycle, they have a cycle, they've got to go and figure out what they're going to do, and so do we. How can we kind of get a bit more proactive around this cycle so that we can say, in 2027, we're going to be asking for a little bit more than we're asking for now. I just feel like we have to help people understand that this is, to Ms. Creamer's point, this is a marathon, right? It's not a sprint, and it's not a short, we're not running the 100-yard dash, right? We're not doing that. We every year are going to continuously ask for money. So with that upwards trajectory, we need to make sure they consider. I want them to have it in the forefront as they start making their plans for if they, everybody's going to probably hate me, if they have to raise taxes or whatever they need to do, right? We need them to be practicing that outreach, planning, projections, so that we can have the money that we need to be able to support our community.
I just want to make a couple of quick points to close out. For the benefit of the public, seeing that our total revenue budget is approximately $506 million, it is of course a substantial increase even from a couple years ago. However, we also have to consider that we are the 9th largest school system in the state, and we're the 4th quickest, fastest growing population in the state. So our numbers are exploding, and so our budget has to reflect that. And so to say that it's $506 million sounds like a lot of money. However, only approximately 10% of our budget is actually discretionary. A lot of the money has to be allocated for salary, for benefits, for contractor services, et cetera. I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm going to repeat it until everyone understands that we don't truly have $506 million to play with. It's considerably less than that. I also am very concerned about student behavior, candidly, as we look to reduce some of the after-school activities or the transportation, because that to me is one of the biggest incentives for students, is that they're going to get to stay after, they're going to have transportation, et cetera, et cetera. Concerned, candidly, is this going to be unduly burdensome on students and teachers and staff? I mean, these are all things that we have to consider. Is this going to impact our mental health supports in any way? A lot of the progress, to Ms. Kramer's point, that we've made over these past few years, I'm very, very concerned is going to be undone. It bears repeating again that we can't be going backwards in terms of the funding that we're receiving from the county commissioners. Our need for the quality education and the funding is increasing, and that needs to be reiterated at every opportunity that we get. I believe those were all of my points, so Thank you very much, Mr. Lowndes. Ms. Acton, I know you have the intercategory.
Yep, and just a reminder that we'll be asking for your approval of the budget at the June meeting.
Yes.
All right. So the questions that were asked about how are we going to fund some of the instructional requests that have to happen, such as the dual language books, the African American AP class. This intercategory budget transfer will accommodate some of that. So what you're seeing here, why are we making these? By statute, we have to make sure that all expenditures are categorized into one of the 14 categories and that we don't go over budget on those categories. So when we need to reallocate resources to cover other expenditures, we have to do these intercategory budget changes. And these changes are required to be approved by you, and then I have to present them to the commissioners because it's a budget change. So the transfers that we have before you, the summary is we have a decrease of $10.9 million basically in salaries, which will fund $1.6 million for additional costs for the ERP implementation, and contracted services related to teacher placements, $910,000 for additional funding for CTE supplies, $857,000 additional funding for healthcare increases, $375,000 for additional funding for delinquent student meal accounts, and that's a reminder that every year we have to fund whatever is the negative balances there. We're anticipating it to be $375,000 this year. $50,000 for additional funding for hourly wages, $5.8 additional funding for capital projects for the ELC Waldorf Pre-K facility, paving projects and relocatables for St. Charles High School, $1.3 million in additional funding for fleet purchases and wages for transportation. The total increase for transportation, I have a note there, is 1.7, but there's additional funding of $402,000 coming from student health services. So there's a decrease of $608,000 in student health services, which will fund $41.9 for a proper budget placement of concentration of poverty supply funds. So those are basically moving within the same school, but they're moving categories. $402,000 for additional funding for the fleet purchases, which I mentioned, and wages, and $164,000 a reallocation of CCR funds to supplies and materials. And then the final category change is $69,494 decrease in special education, which is for proper budget placement for Kerwin Pre-K supplies and materials. And then the chart just says exactly what I said. Are there any questions on the intercategory?
Ms. Butler-Washington.
Yes, can you elaborate on the special education decrease?
Sherry, you want to join me? I have to call in friends.
So the $69,000 is part of Kerwin Pre-K. So we have two sides of Kerwin Pre-K, regular ed and special ed. So there's $69,000 that we budgeted in the Kerwin Pre-K on the special ed side that we don't need. We need it on the regular ed side. So it's still staying within Kerwin Pre-K. It's just moving out of special ed into regular ed.
And Kerwin is the old name for Blueprint.
Yes.
She's old school.
It started as Kerwin.
Kerwin Commission, yeah.
Yes, you're right. Sorry about that.
You finished, Ms. Butler? Okay, any other questions, Ms. Tanisha Thomas?
So, Ms. Acton, I just want to be clear with these intercategory changes. We talked a little bit about the challenges with making these changes within the new system in Oracle. Do you have to do configuration in order to make sure that these are changing, or is this just how you're changing them, you're moving the money around? This has nothing to do with you being able to count back to the blueprint numbers.
So we did purchase a budget application that allows us to make these changes and track them. Oracle would allow us to make them, but there wasn't a good audit trail of the changes, so we purchased a budget app that allows us to do it, although we continue to have a few challenges with it. But
Okay. Okay, so, because I know that was a big thing, and you had gone back to some of the other LEAs and talked, holistically about how you're going to be able to track the blueprint funding. So
Yes.
you do have some other technology that's going to allow us to be able to do
This
this.
isn't really addressing the tracking of the blueprint funding. So like when we budget next year, we are going to have to budget by category, like Sherry was talking about, pre-K, there's TSI funding, all of those categories. And it will be by the demographics of each school, and then we have to report it that way. So this year, we did start allocating, not allocating necessarily, well, maybe allocating the expenses
yes.
to the schools so that we could track it. But next year, we have to fully report. Go ahead, Sherry.
Yeah, so, so what, in terms of next year, in respect to Oracle, we are, in addition to tracking the expenditures and budgeting the expenditures by program area, we already have a program in terms of our chart of accounts right now. Moving forward, we're gonna have a segment that will track the blueprint by these specific areas. So, comp ed, pre-K, multi-language learners. We're gonna have a segment that will track that better for us so that when we pull out reporting, we can just say, okay, give me all the spending that's associated with multi-language learners. So that's our goal for budgeting that's in place for the FY25 budget.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure, as we talk about being able to go back to the commissioners and go back to the public and talk about where we're either spending money or either we have to make adjustments, having that granular level of reporting will really be able to help us not only just pinpoint where we're spending money or if we have to cut things, but also be able to be transparent to the public and also help the commissioners have a very full picture of what we need them to support in the future. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Lucas?
Thank you. So the salaries and wages, is that lapsed salaries and unfilled positions, and how much from each? Do you know? Like,
I'm sorry?
how many unfilled positions and how much is from lapsed salaries?
That is, I don't have a number on the number of positions, but that it represents lapsed salaries, and it's mainly teachers, instructional assistants, a few resource teachers.
But would you say it's mostly lapsed salaries?
Oh,
Or-
Yes, it's all lapsed salaries.
It's all lapsed.
Yes.
Sorry.
And so just so we're talking the same language, when I say lapsed salaries, you hired people and they don't cost as much as their predecessors, or are you saying there are a number of unfilled positions? To me, those are two different things.
They're both. It is, yes, I'm coming in and I don't make as much as my predecessor versus there is a position that was never filled.
So can we get a number of how many unfilled positions there were?
Yep.
If you could forward that to us,
Yep.
that would be good. I appreciate it. And also, on this year's budget, we budgeted to 98% of staffing.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Could I have a follow-up on the unfilled positions? Do you want to know what's unfilled at the time that we're doing this? Because there could have been unfilled throughout the year and then they were filled. You just want to know right now? when we-
Sure, whatever reflects
That
the
number.
10.8 million, yeah.
Can I just piggyback off of what Mr. Lucas is saying? Can we have an average? I think it's better if we have an average, because if you average, then that's what your average dollar amount is for HR salaries, right? You have an average vacancy rate. Is that, Ms. Majors, is that?
So can I just chime in on that? So let me look into that, because remember, when you have an unfilled position, it could be filled by a long-term substitute, or it could be, so there will be costs associated to the, if the average salary is 70,000 for, just say, salary for the position, you may not have filled the position all year long, but you have paid,
Someone.
30,000, someone because of the substitute. So let me run that number and get you the information, because I think there's two types of information. How many unfilled positions on average do we run this year and compared to previous years? And then the question is, how much of that of that full budget cost are we utilizing for makeup personnel, and then how much of that is left over? So is it a 40-60 split or a 30-70 split of that, all those numbers? So we'll work together to get you the information.
Yeah, so Dr. Navarro, to your point, I guess they are two separate numbers, right? We would just want to see the average vacancy rate, and you're still spending money, right? You have temporary staff that are replacing that staff,
Right.
and they're not going to be taking the full capacity of salary because there's also the benefits component, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So I guess they are two different numbers. So I think the average vacancy rate is helpful, but the salary piece is not the same. They're not mutually exclusive.
I'll get you both the information and see if that meets your questions.
All right. Any final questions before we have to move on? We are a little bit behind. All right. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Lowndes, our dual language program update.
Hello, Ms. Hawkins.
Oh, Ms. Hawkins, welcome.
Or afternoon, I think now.
Yep, afternoon.
You're official.
Oh, thank you.
Now you can't leave.
Here's your sign.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Morley, Vice Chairperson Kramer, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Navarro. We are excited to be here today to give you an update on our dual language program. As Dr. Navarro talked a little bit about earlier today, the biliterate, in trying to make sure that more of our students are leaving with an understanding of two different languages and being able to both learn in two different languages. We are excited to start our dual language program next year with our pre-K program and our kindergarten at Arthur Middleton. And I'm very excited today to have Principal Kramer with me to give you an update. The last time I was here, I was...
You said Principal Kramer.
Oh, yeah, not Kramer. Hawkins.
We're both Nicole's, so when I heard you say Nicole, I was like, huh?
Hawkins, sorry about that.
Oh,
Principal
yes,
Hawkins.
that's why.
Looking at Kramer's sign and I'm...
It's all good.
So Principal Hawkins has done a great job this year of putting in a ton of hours getting prepared for next year. And I personally want to thank her and her staff for going above and beyond to prepare for next school year. They've held additional meetings, both for committees to look at what needs to be done and make sure that we're moving in the right direction. And they've been working with Autumn Hoffman on doing that. But they've also been having frequent community meetings to make sure that everyone in the community has an update on what's going on and what's going to happen next year at Arthur Middleton. So I'm excited to hear from the principal here today about all the things that she and her staff are doing to make sure that we're prepared for next year. So today's presentation, we're going to talk about the updates that have been happening at the school, with the parents, with the communities. You're going to hear about an overview about where we are in the instructional program for next year. And you're also going to see a schedule that's going to happen and take place to make sure that our students do learn 50% of the time in English and 50% of the time in Spanish. So today, once again, these are all the things that we're here today to hear about our updates. The last time we came was February of last year, and we've had quite a bit of work done from that time to this point, and we're excited to hear where we are. Nicole?
So of course, these are stakeholders that were involved, and thank you all for having me here. I'm also very excited. Yes, lots of hours for sure, but for a great program, especially for our community and for the school. So we had community members, parents, students, staff, administration, anybody that we can get to buy into this and come have that same passion join us for some of these amazing events that we did. We have several community engagement activities. We have a steering committee. That steering committee included parents, the staff from Central. I know Mr. Lowndes had come to a couple. We met monthly or bi-monthly with them. We did parent workshops. A couple of them are the vision night that we did. We did a day in the life of a dual language student so that they could see that. Our Spanish club participated in that, and they kind of highlighted and taught some lessons in 2 different languages to families. We did how I can support my dual language child at home. We had staff do some presentations in both languages for parents, and also hear their feedback and support of what we can do to better serve them and help them with some of their concerns they may have as that approaches. And then we have a community kickoff that we're scheduling. We were thinking August, but I think we're going to tie it into more of our open house as well. So part of our steering committee and having our parents' feedback was to create a new vision and mission statement for our school to focus around that dual language program. And we utilized a lot of the language from the pillars. So if you will see in the vision statement, I've just underlined what is the common theme: the academic achievement, the biliteracy, and the social cultural competency. That's what comes up a lot. Something that was also very important to everybody was the global citizens component, just making sure that we're embracing all of those languages that we have in the school, not just from the 2 communities. And you see that transfers over to the mission statement as well. And another really important piece that they felt was to empower with a variety of cultures for diverse purposes. So again, bringing in more than just the 2 languages. Some things that our staff have gone through just this year, and that will continue. We do our 3rd staff meeting of each month is for us to present information to the staff solely focused around anything dual language. So we've done make and takes with them. We've done just general PDs. We've talked about the pillars. Anything that we can kind of bring them in and get their buy-in a little more is what we've been doing. We have a book study that happens the 4th week of every month, and we are diving into all of that research behind the dual language program. The Foundations of Dual Language is something that we did last year and we'll be doing again this year, along with the mandatory training that we will have on those days in the summer for our staff. Curriculum writing has also occurred throughout the year. It will continue in the summer. Pre-K, K, and First have been working and tying in those pieces, and of course with the support of central office staff, but some of our teachers that I currently have in the school are working to develop this along with our resource team. It's the same information. We are almost done with pre-K and K. We worked with a consultant to help us, and so they kind of staggered out. In 1st grade, we're starting on already because that's a year that will be added the following year. So we're going to continue that work.
Next year.
Yes. So next year we will continue with 1st, and then we will start getting a jump start on that 2nd grade component with the same process and making sure that we then tie in 3rd grade and what that will look like. So we're just going to continue to build with that curriculum.
I just want to remind the board that this will increase by 1 grade every year. So we're starting out in pre-K and kindergarten, then the following year will be 1st grade, and then 2nd grade, and so forth.
We also did some school visits. I got to see a lot of schools, Montgomery County, Arlington, Anne Arundel, and Baltimore City schools, and learn and make some great connections with staff and principals that are there, just sharing all of their wealth of knowledge from it, the do's and don'ts, and meeting with all of their panels and staff that kind of supports the school. So it was definitely amazing to see the students in action. One of my favorite, I just left Rolling Terrace Elementary School, and I walked into a 4th grade classroom, and they were reading a novel in a different language. And it was just, of all languages speaking, they were all reading the same thing out loud to each other and just engaging with each other, and I thought that was amazing to see.
I will be here in a couple.
What you see in front of you is our language acquisition plan that we worked with our consultant on. So you have pre-K, K, and First. It kind of gives you the breakdown of what a day in the life of that student will look for that grade level. As you can see, the majority of the language arts occurs in the Spanish languages for the pre-K and K based off the research that's provided. However, we have components in the English language component, and we have a bridging that happens for both languages. And then this continues 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and it looks a little different amongst each grade level, just based off how their schedules are and based off the research and what you're tying in at what point in their academic career.
So I know you've heard from the community about, who gets to go there and how do I want my son or daughter to go. I don't live in this area. Please, can I send my son or daughter there? So just to let you know, when we open up, it will be a zoned elementary school. So it is for all the students that currently reside within the Arthur Middleton zone. As we know, we're also looking at kind of rezoning Arthur Middleton as well as some of the other areas to open up the new school. And so there is potential in the future, depending on the enrollment at Arthur Middleton after the rezoning, if there is room to look at possibly allowing students to come in, maybe through a lottery or something, throughout the rest of the county. That would be something that we are looking at. We have talked about it with the board. And so right now it's a potential district-wide with no transportation, but that we won't know enough of the information until after we know all of the situation with the zoning and with the populations of the schools around there. So I just want to let people understand that. And in the future, after we get up through grade 3 with dual language program, all the studies are showing that if you don't come in either in second grade or prior to second grade, you're kind of left behind in a dual language school, and it's difficult to catch you up. So we are going to have 2 sister schools, Brown Elementary School and Mudd Elementary School, where those students would, depending on where they live within the Arthur Middleton zone, would attend if they came in the later grades. So to make sure that they're not put at a disadvantage when everyone else had the opportunity to learn both in English and in Spanish in the earlier grades. Once again, 50% of the day will be taught in Spanish, 50% of the day is taught in English, and all content is taught in either language over the course of their K-5 school year. And that's the goal. We're very excited. Cole, do you have any other?
No, I don't think so.
All right, thank you very
So
much.
do you have any questions for us?
Yes, any questions up here? Okay, Ms. Brenda Thomas?
So my question is, when they leave, like maybe rezone to a school that's not doing the dual language, what happens then?
As far as, I'm sorry.
Like, you already have a certain area where they're doing the dual language, and like they go to another school outside of that.
Right, so we have those 2 schools that are designated, both Mudd. And so we are, here it is right here. So we have Brown and Mudd.
Yeah, if they
Yeah,
move.
if they move from the Middleton zone
If
to
they're
a
a-
school that's
Oh,
not,
if they start in the school and they want to stay in there?
right.
So we are still working out some of these specific details.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's, in the early grades, it's a little bit more complicated because they have brothers and sisters that might not be in the dual language program, but you have the younger one that is. And then parents are going to be asking maybe for both sets of students to be able to stay, so they only have to drive to one school. And so all of these, when we're trying to decide the answers, are much more complicated when you get a group of people around a table and decide what is the ripple effect of doing that. And so that decision still has to be made.
Okay, thank you.
This was a very exciting presentation, thank you. It definitely brought my spirits up a little bit from our budget conversation, I will say. When we talk about sort of innovating in education, we talk about transforming and strengthening education, specifically in this county, this is what we're talking about. When we're talking about offering opportunities to students and families, this is what we're talking about. We already know in terms of brain science, like what language development does for young children. And so you mentioned the ripple effect. I'm curious what the ripple effect will be as these parents, families, students move beyond, elementary school, move beyond the zoned middle schools into high school and begin to demand more services, begin to demand more opportunities, begin to demand more things that can help to strengthen them and prepare them for beyond Charles County, beyond high school. Because right now we're not headed in that trajectory. Looking at the 25 budget, just tying it back to where I was a few minutes ago. So I'm just very excited for this opportunity. And again, as these students continue to progress and their families, they're going to demand more. And we have to be prepared to offer them more, not just in terms of curriculum, but also in terms of services and supports that will help to, again, expand their horizons. This is a wonderful opportunity, and I'm so excited for the families that will get a chance to participate in it. Saddened for myself because I don't have elementary kids anymore. But very excited for the families that will have an opportunity to participate in this wonderful program. But also to know, I'm also very impressed by the school visits that you did, just in terms of benchmarking other systems, benchmarking other schools of this type, and just learning from their kind of being a few steps ahead, but learning from their journey that could inform your own journey. Love all of the community outreach that you've done just to help parents and families understand sort of what they'll be experiencing, what their kids will be experiencing, what to expect, and how to ensure that partnership between school and home is as strong as possible, especially when the kids get into the program and they're learning in English and Spanish. So very excited, cannot wait to visit and see kind of all of this unfold. I will bring my 2 or 3 words of Spanish into the classroom and I will pretend to be fluent. Thank you.
I do want to say Nicole's done a really good job of hiring too. She's set with teachers for next year. She's on board. She really started thinking about this 2 years out and bringing them in at a higher grade, and then with the understanding that they would be teaching either in the pre-K or kindergarten. So I just want to thank Nicole for that as well.
Fantastic.
Well done, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tanisha Thomas.
Thanks so much. This is really exciting. I probably have 10 words of Spanish. I know food in Spanish. I just know the food. So a couple of things I wanted to know, and you don't have to answer this question right now, but professional development for the staff that you're bringing in. I'd really like to make sure that we incorporate professional development for the staff, right? So they can stay on the cutting edge of as new things emerge. And I saw some of it, but I'm hoping to see more because we know that our students can have robust and enriched learning if our professionals are prepared with getting the best of the best knowledge to then bring it back to the classroom. The other thing, as you talked about working with a consultant and also you talked about, benchmarking and best practices to Ms. Smith's point, I'd like to see us be able to really take copious notes or keep record of this so that when we think about how to expand in other schools later, that we can really take advantage of what we have, some kind of knowledge base, knowledge library, something, because all of this great work that you've done, I'd really like us to, one day you could just be directing all the schools so we could have little mini pilots everywhere to, start these so that we don't have to worry about, how many students are really upset that they didn't get to go to this program. Perhaps we would be able to start this program in other places. So this is, really great work. And I would love for us to have that strategic vision of how to be able to expand this in the future. And to Ms. Smith's point, back to the budget. So then we'll have to, we can be prepared. In 3 years, we want to do 2 more schools, and we have all of this good knowledge. We can use it, for other schools. And also that trajectory for when these children get out of elementary school, where are they going to go in middle school, and can they keep that immersion up? Where they go in high school, and can they keep that immersion up? So it's not kind of like a one shining moment in elementary school, but where do you go from there? So thank you.
Absolutely. Ms. Kramer and then Ms. Butler Washington.
Thank you so much for this. I share the excitement of my colleagues and the disappointment that Ms. Smith shared because I don't have anyone that's that little anymore. And I wish I did just for this reason, but excited for the opportunity that this is going to open up for our families. And this is the opportunity for Charles County to be a leader in Southern Maryland, right? Because we're going to be I think the first and our sister counties, right? Calvert and St. Mary's don't have any. So, and so I know our other, our neighbor to the north has several schools, but in different languages and all that. But for Southern Maryland, this is groundbreaking, and I just want, again, us to continue on that trajectory, right? And I love the detail that you put in this presentation down to the schedule, what it's going to look like. For students and how much time is going to be spent, learning in a dual language, in another language. And I think that's really important for families to understand and for the public to see. And also, again, for our other stakeholders that are making decisions, particularly financial decisions, that understand the value in this and everything you're putting into it, the professional development and all of the research that you've done and the benchmarking and the school visits and just all the work that it takes to get to this, that we don't want to just let it fall flat there, right? We want to continue, and I know I'm speaking into existence, this is going to be hugely successful. And everybody's going to want it, because most of us already do. So at the higher, the secondary grades as well. And so I just applaud you for all the work that you've done. I think this is great for not just the families that are going to experience it, but for Charles County and for the future of Charles County. And so just excited, and I'm going to be visiting too, and I can't wait to see all the littles, learning their other language. So thank you.
Ms. Butler Washington.
Yes, I'm excited also, so I'm going to think outside of the box when we're going to be having this in all of the elementary schools. And then, when they get to when they get to middle school, they can be able to continue to take it. And then they can go into high school and continue to flourish in that. Because as we know, when you have kids that are dual language, they think outside the box and they move more aggressive. So I'm thinking that if all of us would have had this opportunity, where would we land? So by being there, you know, even when we go to, I'm even thinking further, when we go and we can be able to have French and Italian in high school, and our kids go outside onto the world and be able to display that, that's huge for us. So I love what we're doing, and I know we have to start from somewhere, but I'm looking for it to be bigger because it will be able to impact all of Maryland. And so, and Charles County will be included with it. So I'm excited for the whole thing. So thank you. And I also will be coming to visit. Because the little scholars, when they start talking to me, I don't know no end. So they will be teaching me. Thank you.
Ms. Morley, can I
Yes,
just?
sure.
I also just want to highlight, so our, one of our staff members could not be here today, and that's Autumn Hoffman. She is our extraordinaire. When I came here and said, we don't have a two-way dual language immersion school. And she goes, no, but we can make it happen. And I think it's been the collaboration with Principal Hawkins, and the ability to think through all the logistics that it takes to bring these programs on. So I just want to publicly thank her and her team for the incredible amount of work that they've done. And I'm even in shock of all the work, because I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot of work. And so just kudos to everybody, and just again excited to see this additional opportunity for families here in Charles County.
This is a dream come true for Autumn, for Ms. Hoffman. So
And I just have to end with this. Regrettably, my two customers are going to miss this opportunity, as I have a second grader and a fourth grader. I was at one point fluent in Spanish, and so this has reignited my love of languages. I'm currently at CSM to regain it, because candidly, when I had it, I didn't understand what I had. And now to see how much our county is growing, this thrills me. As Ms. Smith said, this almost makes up for our previous discussion. No offense, Ms. Acton. But I reflected back on when this was just an idea, when Dr. Navarro first came on and she had joined an NAACP meeting. And I asked the question about expansion of languages to the elementary level. And she was enthusiastic. And I was like, yes, not only do we have a polyglot, but we have someone that understands that we have to think globally. So kudos to Dr. Navarro, to your staff, to everyone who's put in the work for this, because students, literally for generations to come, are going to benefit from this. I echo what my colleagues said about looking to the future and how we can expand this, how we can keep this going. This, of course, will impact recruitment, Ms. Majors, of trying to get more bilingual teachers. No pressure, just saying. But I mean, this is huge, and as Ms. Kramer said, once again, it's in Southern Maryland, Charles County is leading the way. You know, there are much larger school districts that are able to offer more, but you have to start somewhere. So I'm absolutely thrilled to see this. So thank you both so very much. I believe, also this to me speaks to our values. And one of our values, of course, is inclusion. And this is going to make that so much more possible for many students. And just finally, I'm just imagining, 5, 6, however many years from now, our biliteracy numbers just going through the roof. So thank you so very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hines. I mean, we're back on track. I was gonna propose, colleagues, let me know if you all need a break, if we want to take a brief bio break. I know, yeah, we're not going until 3, I can tell you now. We're gonna take a break at some point. Adults need breaks like that. Yes. Welcome, Mr. Hines, Mr. Tompkins.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Excited to be here to talk some updates regarding transportation office since the start of the school year. And as mentioned, I am joined by Jason Tompkins, who is our Director of Transportation.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Hello. So I'm definitely excited to share some updates within transportation. As you see, we have 35 general ed vehicles, 16 special ed, and 4 of that 16 have been vans. We've been using alternative transportation to transport students.
So if you remember back a while, Jason was here a few months ago, and we had you all look at our van policy, which was adopted and then forwarded to the state. So we have implemented that practice, and in special occasions where we think we can save some money with some unique circumstances, we are using those vans on a daily basis. So we are excited to put that into motion.
And so one of the asks for the vans was that we had cameras within the vans. And so we reached out to Bus Patrol, and Bus Patrol was beta testing the mini cameras so we can add those to the vans. So that will probably come, I want to say, sometime next year. So we're definitely moving towards the right direction. So if you see this, you see 2013 to 2014 to present time. So we are now 17%. Even though that 17% seems like a small number, we now represent the largest provider of transportation within Charles County, making the next person under us 47 operational route system.
And I would also like to add, fingers crossed, we're hoping to add to that fleet. So we applied back in February for the Clean School Bus Act, which is facilitated through the EPA. And we know that they are reviewing our application because they've had a couple of occasions over the last month where they've sent us an email with some questions about some information that was supplied in the application. So we anticipate hopefully hearing something within the next month from the EPA, whether we have been successfully awarded. So we applied for 6 school buses, 2 of which would be under our CCPS fleet, and 2 with one of our private school contractors, and then another 2 with another private school contractor. So we're just, again, waiting to see that. We had applied for that in a previous year, and we were placed on the wait list, and were not successfully awarded. But also, and I'll let Mr. Tompkins talk about this, and we can't say too much, we can't talk about the actual vendor, but in the event that we are not awarded electric buses through the grant, Jason has had some preliminary talks with the vendor, so I'll let him share a little bit about that, but not the actual vendor.
Yeah. So we had a conversation with the vendor to provide electric school buses for Charles County. This will be an initiative with that vendor to operate in Maryland. So I will have more of that in the upcoming school year, but we were chosen to have that vendor. So we're definitely moving in the right direction, slowly but surely.
So we are currently working with our procurement office on that process.
All right, so where's the bus app? I know the rollout last year had some kinks in it with our bus system. So we listened to the parents, we got the suggestions, so we just had them come out and update 40 vehicles. That was 40 AVLs that were not reading in the system. So if we do the numbers on that, if there's 40 students on a bus, we do 3 tiers, that's 4,800 students that we did not account for with the app. So with that implementation of that, and also they supplied us with a couple of GPS units, so we can have that piece to help strengthen the where's the bus app. So currently, you can see right here, I'll go to the last one. May 1st, 2024, we had 7,322 students attached to the app, with 6,160 parents being able to log into the app.
And out of our 27,000 students, approximately 23,000 of them ride buses on any given day. So we have a number of students who either live in walk zones or are car riders. Right. The next bit of information is an update for next school year, and these are school start times for school year 24-25. So Charles County Public Schools is changing start and end times for 4 schools that will take effect for the start of the school year 24-25. CCPS also established operating times for the Early Child Learning Center and Waldorf, which was talked about during the budget meeting, which is expected to open this August. Times for William Diggs, T.C. Martin, J.P. Ryan, and Theodore Davis Middle School are adjusted for 24-25, and all, again, time changes will take effect this August. CPS is making these changes to accommodate and maximize transportation route efficiency, address traffic overlap in the area of the J.P. Ryan campus, and the movement of T.C. Martin students from the transition school in Waldorf back to the newly renovated campus. And you can see all the school start times, and the ones that are highlighted in the brownish font, again, as I just mentioned, are the 3 elementary school times that change. So for Diggs, The time will change from 9:20 to 3:50 to 9:30 to 4. And this change addresses the tight windows between the schools on that campus. So if you are aware, Diggs, Davis, and North Point all share the same campus, and they all three have walk zones. And as we know, in our walk zones, some of those students and parents opt not to have their students walk. So we have a decent amount of car rider traffic, which complicates the arrival and dismissal of buses. So we wanted to kind of widen that window of time between those three schools. T.C. Martin time changes from 9:30 to 4 to 9:15 to 3:45. And what that does, it returns that school back to the original time prior to the renovation of the school. I will also add as a side note to that, some of you may be aware, before T.C. Martin moved from their campus to the transition school, CCPS provided transportation for students who attend St. Mary's Bryantown. So we've had discussions with, the staff at St. Mary's Bryantown, and we will again resume providing transportation service for them in the fall. Then the third elementary time change is for J.P. Ryan. It changes from 9 to 3:30 to 9:20 to 3:50. And the same concept with what we're doing at the Davis and North Point campus is we want to spread those times of window opportunities, put more time between John Hanson Middle School and J.P. Ryan when they have arrival and dismissal.
Time for the ELC?
Yes, it's in another slide.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I apologize.
It's okay. So next slide, we'll see the middle school start times. And as I mentioned, Davis Middle School changes from 8:50 to 3:20 to 8:55 to 3:30. And again, that just provides more of a window between the arrival of students at North Point and Davis. As we monitor arrival times, both in the morning and the afternoon at Davis, particularly in the afternoon, we have a number of buses who struggle to get to Davis because they're serving a prior tier of either Mattawoman or North Point. And these times have been, and they were shared with the principals in advance of this going public. And then the last slide, nothing changing at this time with high school times, but you'll notice on that second box it's provided there with the centers, with the opening of the Early Learning Center at Waldorf. We'll have the same times, so we'll mirror the times at the ELC in La Plata at the CSM campus of 9:45 to 4:15. And at this time, we would entertain any questions about any of the topics we discussed.
I do Ms. Brenda Thomas, Ms. Smith, and then Ms. Tanisha Thomas.
Thank you for the presentation. On the electric buses for the clean air, are they providing, or in the grant, did you write for the charging station also?
Yes, so for that rebate program, it also includes the charging stations as part of the infrastructure that's needed to operate those buses.
Okay, and my second question is, I saw all the changes of the school, but Margaret Jameson wasn't into that, so we don't have a time set for Margaret Jameson?
We don't have a time set for them because they'll open in 25, 26.
Okay.
So, and we anticipate maybe having some tweaks next summer at this time as we get into the summertime with some other program changes that may occur in the future. So we'll be looking at times, but we felt that the changes we made this year with those several schools probably would not change the following year. So we went ahead and made these changes because again, it was impacting the arrival of students or students being dismissed in the afternoon. So we try to avoid making at the same school changes in consecutive years when at all possible.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Chairwoman Morley. My colleague stole my first question, which I love. Thank you. My follow-up question on the electric school buses was driver and operator training. These buses will be slightly different than our typical buses. What does that training look like? And of course, will they be compensated for receiving additional training?
Sure. So any drivers who would be assigned to those buses would need to receive additional training, and we would compensate them so it would be on their normal hours of the workday. We'd very likely work with the vendor to try to have that vendor, the manufacturer of that bus, provide that training, because even for Jason and his staff, we've never operated a bus. So we'd want to work with the manufacturer or vendor. We'd also, if we were successfully awarded the grant, I'm sure that Jason and myself would want to take a visit to a school system that already has electric buses on the road. So Montgomery County is in a process of rotating out their fleet with electric buses. So we also probably involved going and visiting the operations of another school system.
Okay. And just a clarification on that question, are these replacement buses or new, like in addition to our current
So
fleet?
the EPA grant actually makes you take a bus off the road. So we had to identify 2 of our buses, and then the contractors identified, the 2 separate contractors identified 2, and they had to be model years 2011 or older.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. Just one other question before I pass to my colleagues. In relation to the change in school start times, around when do we notify parents of these changes? I mean, obviously, I know the masses are listening to this presentation currently and they're aware, but just thinking about what's that communication to parents? And being strategic in the timing of that communication. Right now, no one's thinking about school start times. So we're trying to figure out how we're going to feed our kids for the summer.
Sure. So with the information going public today, we will work with Ms. Mackey's office, and we've already been working with her to have information that can be shared with the parents. So we'll share the information now, but then also we'll share that during the summer as well as a reminder. And we'll also work with the principals at those schools, because principals typically do, through email and through various other forms of technology out there, their welcome back information. So we'll do this a number of times to make parents aware, but also to remind parents in case they forget.
Helpful, thank you.
So excited to see this EPA school bus. When we were at the conference, I went to a whole presentation about the electric school buses and the EPA grant. So I did a little digging after that. And I will share the presentation because they talked about the charging stations, they talked about the batteries. This particular school district was in Minnesota, and it was really cold. So they had a bunch of issues with their batteries, and they talked about the infrastructure, the power, the charging, the time you need before the buses start to get them ready. It's not like just getting in the bus and starting it up, but before you have to get the routes running. It was a very interesting presentation, but if you all are, I think they said the second rounds were for fall 2024, that they were going to be saying yes or no in the summer for buses. The partnership, I think, with the contractors is great, because they have buses, we have buses, and I think it will take a village approach in order to make sure we can keep the kids moving around. But my one question to you is, do we have that plan to keep going? Because I know there's another round of applications with the EPA coming out for more buses. Have we kind of thought about that vision? Again, my theme today is go back to, we got to ask commissioners for more money, right? Then what do we know? Because if I recall from that presentation, the electric school buses are like $300,000 a piece or something like that.
Right.
So, and I know the grant gives us some funding, but I'm just trying to figure out what's our return on investment as we turn in old buses, get new buses, that kind of thing.
Sure. So, the best case scenario for us to get started in this would be to, take I hate to say free money, but to get the grant or the rebate from the EPA, because as you mentioned, Ms. Thomas, the expense of the bus. So a typical full-size regular ed bus is going from around $140,000 to $150,000 right now, and that's a diesel powered. The electric buses are in the mid twos, as high as $400,000 for an electric bus. So from an operating standpoint on our end, it's going to be more money that's going to be needed in our operating budget to purchase that equipment that is much more expensive. But also, as both Ms. Thompson have talked about, we also need the infrastructure to go with it. So it's not like now when we purchase a diesel or a gas powered bus, we just go to a filling station or to our own, for our buses, our own filling station to fill that up. But with the electric buses, you need the infrastructure, the charging stations in place. So our hope is to get that through the grant, but the state of Maryland is moving it. So for this upcoming school year, for any buses that we put on the road that are not electric, we actually have to submit to the state an exemption to that, and there's a various number of reasons that are listed, to why. One of which is that at this point they are cost prohibitive for school systems. So we will be having to submit that for any buses we purchase, or in addition to our fleet right now that are not electric. So moving forward, there's some things that we have to start looking at with our budget when we make those decisions to put the EV buses on the road.
So that presentation, and I'll dig through and share it with you. They talked about developing a partnership with the electric company in their area. So like thinking about, again, another partnership with SMEPCO, they have places that we could create charging stations. So they did talk about how they did that in their community.
Sure.
Might just give you some ideation about how we could, work with SMEPCO. So I'll share that
Well,
presentation.
so for our actual submittal for the rebate, we actually had to have the okay from SMECO. So Mr. Tompkins and I met with a rep from SMECO to talk about it because we had to have the okay from them to move forward because that's going to also impact their infrastructure as well. Just besides our charging station, it has impacts on the transformers that actually supply the electric for the charging station. So we've had those meetings with SMECO, and also Jason and I have participated in a number of the EPA, from time to time, they do virtual meetings. So between the two of us, we've probably over the last year set in about 10 of those virtual opportunities. Also, the State Director of Transportation, Gabriel Rose, has held a number of opportunities. And even at the state level, they've held some virtual meetings regarding electric buses and some opportunities. So any grants that are out there, we are definitely willing to participate in those, and with the attempt of trying to secure the infrastructure and the actual equipment to operate those buses.
This is good stuff. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Any other comments or questions? Ms. Kramer?
Yeah, just real quick. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for this information. This is great. I'm glad to hear about the improvements to the Where's My Bus app, because I know that was like a point of contention, in the fall particularly. Have we worked with Ms. Mackey about communicating to parents that, because some parents I think had just given up on the app, right, because they kept having problems with it. But given the improvements that have been done, and then the additional almost 5,000 families that are going to be impacted by the additional 40 that were recalibrated or added or what have you, are we going to have some communication to families, particularly, now it's the end of the school year, but starting next school year, to say, hey, I know we had some challenges last year, but, give us another try because, we've made some improvements. So just want to make sure we do that because everyone was really excited. I think the parents were really excited. The pilot group was really excited about having the app. They have been asking, parents have been asking for that for a while. Haven't heard a lot about it recently because I think, like I said, those who are using it are just using it, and those who had troubles, they just kind of gave up. So I think this is good information because we don't want to do all of this improvement and investment into it and then families stop using it because they found it difficult or it just didn't work for them or what have you. So just want to make sure that we do that.
And to piggyback, will we be using it over the summer? Because, we will have some transportation.
Yes.
Yeah, we will. Okay, so it will continue on. So, yeah.
Continue on all year. The rollout will start this upcoming school year. For the
Okay.
communication, the email to be activated for me to get any information
Perfect.
on student app.
Nice, thank you.
And we
And
always
yes,
work with Ms. Mackey's office at the end of the summer before the start of the school year. She'll send out a notification to parents, let them know that the school bus locator has been turned on, and that's how parents find out about the bus numbers, the bus stops, and the pickup and drop times. So at that same time, we can just remind parents, or parents that are new to the school system, that we do have that app.
yeah, and I would definitely think it would just be helpful to say, improvements have been made. So just so they understand, like, it's not the same thing and they're not like, oh, I tried that before and it didn't work. You know what I mean? Because you know how people get, and if it becomes too difficult, people just stop bothering with it. You know what I mean? But I think it would be just be helpful to say that. And then, yes, absolutely super excited about the EPA grant and fingers crossed for that because definitely looking to bring Charles County into a more green space and being more conscious, environmentally conscious about, what we're doing, particularly because the school system is, like you said, the largest transportation conglomerate, I guess, in the county. So we need to be mindful of our impact. So super excited about that.
And we do post Jason's staff on a daily basis on their transportation webpage. We put bus information on there, so if there's a substitute bus running in place of the regular bus and such bus is running 15 minutes late on a daily basis, they provide that on the webpage as a backup.
Oh, thank you.
I was going to ask, what would be the primary means of communication? Is it because I do sometimes still see, I didn't know that this bus wasn't running.
So on our transportation page, well, just to give you an overview, our contractors have a check-in. Each morning they check in what bus is running, which bus is doubling, which bus is down, and they have a replacement. So all that information feeds into a Excel sheet, and then a staff inputs that information, and it goes straight to the transportation page on the CCBOE website. And then from there, that information populates the app. So if I have somebody that's not providing the information, it's not going to populate on the app. So that's the part on us that we have to monitor.
I was going to ask, so you're going to be enforcing that then?
Correct.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I'm also excited about the EPA grant. This is fantastic news. Is our eventual goal to get to 100%? Is that overly ambitious? I saw the face.
I think we'd want to, seeing what's happening, and Ms. Thomas talked about, some of the difficulties that some of the Midwestern states experiences with the colder winters. It's still, in terms of school buses, a relatively new technology. Obviously, passenger vehicles have been on the road much longer.
Yeah.
But even with some of the, the improvements, the amount of time that bus can be on a road is still somewhat limited. So you have to be selective where you place those routes. Okay. So some of our outlying areas where a Mount Hope that might have a 50-minute route, and then the other tier that bus is paired with, it's small, but it also has a 45-minute route, and then the Lackey route might be 35 minutes. So in some of those areas, at this time, we would, even if we had the bus, we would not have those buses in operation there, because we would not have enough time between the morning and the afternoon to get a full charge on those buses. So at this point, as the technology develops, and you think of a Montgomery County that is much more advanced in terms of number of buses on the road. Montgomery County, it's highly, it's densely populated, so the routes are very short. The buses are not on the road, but even with that, they've not, to my knowledge, with the special education buses, because they have longer routes, have purchased any or have any in operation special education routes. So it's, in my understanding, right now, it's just the route buses. But eventually, if the technology provides us the opportunity and also the funding to have 100% routes that are fully operational without experiencing any, or major issues, then we will look at exploring and going in that route.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ms. Thomas?
One other question. So you taking two to one contractor and two to the, would the charging station also go to where the contractor's main location for the
Correct.
buses?
So that was, yes, so they had to provide to us, so we could put that in the grant, the location where they would place the charging infrastructure on their lots.
Okay, thank you.
And the same thing, we worked with SMECO to get an approximate cost for that.
Thank you. Mr. Hancock, did you still have
Oh, no, I was just going to, Mr. Heim actually kind of touched on what I was going to say. I actually had a meeting yesterday, totally off topic, with the Secretary of Agriculture and actually a representative from SMECO talking about the state mandate of electric vehicles trying to be imposed by 2035, and the gentleman from SMECO flat out said our grid can't handle that. And so, I mean, all these things sound really good, but if we have a grid that can't handle it, and we have very rural routes that you don't want to put a bus on the road and have it break down in the middle of winter because it runs out of electricity. So it sounds good, and I think one day the technology will be there, but it's probably not tomorrow.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any final comments or questions? Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. Heim, I know you have the Educational Facilities Master Plan. If we can push through that, and then we'll take a break.
Okay.
Because then we have you back again,
All right. Just wait for one moment. Mr. Lowndes is going to bring up the presentation for me as we switch from the current presentation. I'll add some information, though. I have some filler time. You're going to see a picture of TC Martin Elementary School there. As I mentioned, with our school time changes, TC Martin will be moving back to its campus in August for the start of the upcoming school year. So our renovated facility, the state rate capacity, is going to increase from 450 students to 650 students. That renovation is adding 29,000 square feet to the 54,000 feet we were already in existence, and that 54,000 feet went through an extensive renovation. The school is switching over, so talking about green, a more greener school, to geothermal, so we're moving away from the fuels there, and that construction is coming at a cost of $41 million. I would also like to add, since that school construction and this document that I'm going to be talking about, the Educational Facilities Master Plan. The EFMP is a document that is required to support our annual CIP, the Capital Improvements Program. I know I've shared this with the board, but I've not had an opportunity to share it with the public. So we've received our 100% allocations from the IAC, the Interagency on School Construction in Maryland. We had requested $34.5 million in school construction. We were allocated $11.9 million for FY25. Out of that 11.9, 1.6 of it comes from the EGRC, the Enrollment Growth and Relocatable Classroom Fund, because we have more than 250 relocatable classrooms in Charles County. So not always a good thing to have that many relocatable classrooms, but it does provide additional funding for our CIP project. And that breakdown of the 11.9, 3.5 million from the state goes towards TC Martin's renovation, 1.8 for Margaret J. Thornton Elementary School, the new school under construction, 5.4 for a project that's going to be starting this summer at Smallwood for upgrading and replacing their HVAC system, and 1.1, which we're excited about, to do a kindergarten addition at J.C. Park. So not only will be a kindergarten addition, but we'll also include additional classrooms for pre-K to help our expanding pre-K for the blueprint. So that, obviously those projects, that's not the cost of those overall projects, but that is the state share for that fiscal year for those projects. So moving on to the Educational Facilities Master Plan. As I mentioned, this is one of the required documents that each LEA must submit to the state in support of their CIP request. The state requires that the EFMP include a section of goals, standards, and guidelines, and identifies 8 policy areas to be addressed, which includes grade organization pattern, student staffing ratios, transportation policies, attendance zones and redistricting policies / school closing policies, gifted education services, special education services, career and tech education, and educational support policies. Additional required document for the EFMP. We have to have a letter from the Maryland Department of Planning verifying that the state and LEAs agree on the projected enrollments in which the plan is predicated. And that has already been done. Each April, every LEA has to submit their enrollment projections for the next 10 school years. And if those enrollment projections are not within 5% of MDEs, and the school system has to provide justification to why our numbers differ from the states by greater than 5%. Our numbers are within the 5% enrollment projections from the state, so we didn't have to provide any additional justification. Third, there has to be a letter or resolution from the LEA certifying that it accepts the plan as a working document. And then lastly, a non-discrimination statement signed by the LEA, the superintendent, and the president of the school board, or in our case, the chair of our school board. Some additional information about the EFMP, additional required documents. Within the actual document, which is posted on board docs, which I'm obviously not included in this actual presentation because the document is over 100 pages. But some other information that you'll find within the actual document is the facilities inventory for both current and future schools. And what that does, it lists each school's construction date, when it was completed, when it opened, the dates for any additions or renovations that occurred at that school, the square footage for each facility, the SRC for each facility, and the acreage of the property surrounding that school. It also requires a community analysis, which we provide historical background on the county, demographic information, birth data, projected population, growth management and land use, which we get information from planning and growth management from the county, tax information, and adequate public facilities information. It also includes our student enrollment projections. Again, that's for the next 10 school years. And it includes a facilities needs. So this is where we talk about our projects and what we're trying to accomplish with those projects. So you'll get an actual description for each project that is being projected, along with systemic renovations, and then maps for each facility. And I'm going to conclude with opportunity for questions. And what you see pictured here is Margaret J. Thornton Elementary School, which is our 23rd elementary school, which is currently under construction. So this picture was taken last week. And again, the school will open in 24-25 at a cost of $45 million. It's going to be a 91,000 square foot facility with a state-rated capacity of 778 students. And this will also be a geothermal school. So the heating and cooling will run on based off the geothermal system.
Mr. Heim, you said it would open in 24, 25.
I'm sorry, 25, 26.
Okay. I'd say that would be in a couple months.
Let me repeat that, 25, 26.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Questions? Ms. Brenda Thomas.
I'm looking at the Margaret Jameson Thornton. This is second level also for the kids?
Yeah, so it's a two-story facility. So some of it will be, the main office area is 1 story, but the classroom areas will be 2 stories. So kind of a similar construction footprint of Billingsley Elementary School.
Okay, thank you.
Just to piggyback on Ms. Brenda Thomas's question about the construction of the school, I know Billingsley also has open space and outside space and different spaces for kids to learn, in more creative ways. Will our new elementary school also offer the same opportunities?
I'm not aware of it having an outdoor classroom. I know that Billingsley has the 2 areas with seating as an outdoor classroom. I'd have to check on that and get back to you.
Just
on
curious.
that.
Okay, thank you.
I have 2 quick things. You mentioned, Mr. Heim, about the CCPS student enrollment projections. Are you able to share what we are looking like in 5 to 10 years? Do you have an idea?
I didn't bring those numbers with me today. They are actually, if you go into the actual document, the EFMP, there's a section in there, so you'll see the next 10 years projected there. But it does project growth for at various levels, elementary, middle, and high school.
Okay, thank you. I'll check that out.
It's in board docs. It's the other document.
Okay.
Page 21.
Wait, thank you. Thank you. All right, because I skimmed it. Okay. And the also, for the benefit of the public, as we get this question, I know I do a fair amount, there's, when schools are at or exceeding capacity, can you briefly explain what the process is, like how much you have to exceed state-rated capacity in order to have a new building, and for how long? Because it's not like let's say 25, 26 you exceed it, and then for some reason enrollment drops. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Sure. So we look at, obviously, our enrollment information on a yearly basis. We also work with the folks at Planning and Growth Management who also provide information on developments and the number of school seats that are probably going to be allocated in any given year. So using our current enrollment information, looking at what we see on the board in terms of new development, then we try to make those projections in those schools where we are seeing growth. In terms of the state and their formula for when we submit for a new school based upon addressing enrollment issues, they want to see that the schools surrounding, so the schools that would actually feed into that new school, that they are over their state-rated capacity. So there's no specific number, but they want you to be at over 100% of your state-rated capacity. Now, something to keep in mind I mentioned with working with Planning and Growth Management at the county level, when they allocate seats for neighborhoods, they don't use 100% state rate capacity, they use 110% state rate capacity. So they will actually provide seat allocations, permitting for houses beyond the 100%. So if Davis is at 900 students, their SRC, they'll actually do that at 110%. So it would be at, close to over 1,000 students that they would go ahead and still continue to issue school seats in that area. And then once the state provides funding for us to start construction on the school, they want to see when that school opens that it right from the get-go that's at 50% or higher for its state-rated capacity. And then within the next several years, they want to make sure that it's at 75% state-rated capacity. So later on, as we get into our redistricting presentation, you'll see some information regarding Margaret Jameson Thornton and what we tasked those 2 committees in terms of an opening target for enrollment. Because one of the things we don't want to do is we don't want to fill a new school that we, in this case, $41 million. We don't want to fill that school to capacity as soon as that school opens, knowing that, a year or 2 later, we're going to have to put relocatable classrooms on that campus, or we'll have to get into a moratorium and start sending kids away from that school to another school, which neither one of those are typically popular. So we've done a better job, I think, as a school system since North Point opened. We didn't do a good job when North Point opened, but since then, I think we've done a better job at not filling those schools to capacity. And an example would be St. Charles High School, which opened in 2014. It was mentioned earlier during the intercategory budget transfer request that we are going to be doing a project there to put relocatables on that campus, but that's 10 years, after that school opened. We'd like not be doing it at all, but again, it is 10 years after, so we factored that in, that we knew there was going to be growth in the St. Charles neighborhood surrounding that school. And, the same thing with Billingsley. Billingsley opened in 2019, and, knock on plastic here, we are under the state rated capacity. We've not had to add relocatables there, and we're, at the start of 24, the building will be 5 years old already.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Heim. That was very detailed. All right, well, we are actually early. Look at us. All right, everyone, we can break until 1:30. Kyle, please take us off the air. All right, thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Mr. Heim, thank you, sir. We will now continue on with the superintendent's elementary redistricting recommendation.
Good afternoon, everyone, again.
Good afternoon.
So I'm here this afternoon to talk about the redistricting plan and the superintendent's proposal for our 2025-2026 elementary school redistricting to coincide with the opening of Margaret J. Thornton Elementary School. So on this first slide, the title page, you see an artist rendering, and on the second slide, you'll actually see construction update from last week. So you're seeing the front of the building there with a two-story section of instructional areas, and then you'll see the office area over to the right on that picture. So again, the school will open in 2025-26 at a cost of $45.4 million. It's 91,000 square feet. They'll have a state-rated capacity of 778 students, and the actual location address for the school is 5860 St. David Drive. So it's off of St. Charles Parkway, just down from the White Plains Golf Course, amongst the Glen Eagles neighborhoods. So the superintendent's charge, we had two committees, and those committees first met during the month of November, and they were tasked for coming up with a new zone, creating a new zone for our latest elementary school, and they had to follow the guidelines, the policies, board policies 1900, 1910, and 1930 to establish procedures for our redistricting proposal. Some general guidelines, just very quickly. All neighborhoods are eligible for redistricting except for those currently designated as non-transport walking zones. So we don't move students in walking zones. Whenever possible, neighborhoods should not be divided between schools. There are exceptions when neighborhoods are actually not within one distinct neighborhood. So, we've mentioned in the past a couple of neighborhoods. You have the Wexford 1, Wexford 2 neighborhoods, which are off of Hamilton Road in Waldorf near Western Parkway. And we've also referenced the Dorchester Mews, and Dorchester Greens, which are along Smallwood Drive and St. Patrick's Drive in Waldorf. We're also to account for current and future residential development when meeting enrollment targets. So again, we work with, and they actually come to the meetings, folks from Planning and Growth Management from county government. So they come and provide information on future developments and school seat information for future years. And we also consult with transportation staff regarding the possible effects to existing bus routes when moving students. And then lastly, when proposing changes to existing schools, we want to move students from the furthest from their current school to another school whose current attendance boundaries borders the existing school. So if you're taking away from a school, we talk about that peeling the orange, peeling those layers away. So you want to peel away those outermost layers of an existing zone to send them to a new zone. The timeline, I'm not going to go over all this because we've gone over a number of times, but again, just quickly, the committees were selected on October 10th during a board meeting, and then they met from November through January to develop two distinct plans. Those plans were presented during the March board meeting. So today we are here to hear the superintendents, and we'll talk about the next steps later on in this presentation as far as the timeline. So the most important information coming from today's presentation are the modifications that Dr. Navarro, the superintendent, is suggesting to make to Plan B, which was Group B's plan. So some of those, I'm going to highlight some of those changes. Plan B with superintendent's modifications moves 531 students from existing, these are students who are already in those schools, compared to Plan B, which proposed moving 1,044 students. So we are, with this modification, proposing to move about half the number of students as Plan Bs. The superintendent's modifications do not move any students from Berry Elementary School, so there'll be no changes to Berry Elementary School. We've had the hearings, a number of hearings since the start of this redistricting plan, and we've had a number of parents either come out personally to speak or send emails with their concerns with some of the students being moved from Berry. The third bullet, superintendent's modifications do not move any students from Diggs Elementary School. Plan B moved Block 3752 Billings Elementary School from Diggs, and that was 235 students that Group B was proposing to move. So no changes under the superintendent's plan with Diggs. And then just quickly going back to 3781, which we're not moving from Berry, that involved 126 students. The fourth bullet, superintendent's modifications move less students from Billings Elementary School. This modified plan does not move block numbers 2732, 3862, and 3859, which were located along Billingsley Road. Block number 2732 currently contains 29 students. Block 3862 is 71 students, and block 3859 is 60 students. So those students would not be moved under the proposed modification from Dr. Navarro. And the same thing, as you recall, when we had the hearings, we had a number of parents who came out and expressed their concerns with moving students from those adjoining blocks to Billingsley Elementary School and moving them to the other side of 301 to either Margaret J. Thornton Elementary School or Middleton Elementary School. And then the last thing I want to highlight with bullet number 5 is the superintendent's modifications to Plan B places less students at Margaret J. Thornton Elementary School, allowing for more growth in a zone with projected enrollment growth. And as, again, just as a reminder, with a state-rated capacity of 778 students. So Plan B, when the school opens in 25-26, proposed to have 618 students there. The superintendent's modified plan would have 542 students there, which would be over that 50% SRC that the state expects when a school opens. The next slide you see is the current elementary zones, so all 22 elementary zones in that slide. And I'm going to move rather quickly through these maps. So any of these maps where schools, there are no changes from Plan B's proposal. I will, I'll go over those rather quickly, but I will highlight the information where the superintendent proposes to make modifications to Plan B's redistricting plan. As I mentioned, Plan B moves 531 students under the proposed modification, whereas the original Plan B was proposing to move 1,044 students. This next slide, you see Margaret J. Thornton. So this is obviously a new school. This is a new zone. So you'll see the block numbers. And for any parents, if you go to your Synergy account for your child, within that you'll see the block number listed. So that's the block number for your neighborhood or your area. So you can use that block number to see if you're in that area for Margaret J. Thornton, if your child would be going there, or if you're in one of the other zones, you can see where your child is proposed to be if there's no move, or if there's a proposed move, using that block number information and correlating that to our maps. So with the opening enrollment for 25-26, Plan B proposes to have, with the modifications, 542 students, and with 3 years of growth, there would be 655 projected students in 28-29. And this just shows an enlarged view of the zone for Margaret J. Thornton Elementary School. As I mentioned, with one of the bullets in the prior slide, Berry Elementary School under Plan B was going to move block 3781 to Diggs. The superintendent's proposed modified plan keeps 3781 at Berry. So with this modification, there would be no changes to Berry Elementary School. Berry has a state-rated capacity of 724 students. The projected enrollment for when the 25-26 is 717, so that would be under state-rated capacity. There would be growth over that 3-year period, so in school year 28-29, there are 770 students projected to be there. Something to keep in mind with Berry Elementary School, Berry has relocatable classrooms, which are not accounted under that state-rated capacity, so there is additional space at Berry, 7 classrooms, so you typically have between 20 to 25 kids in a classroom. So there is additional room there for close to 150 students at Berry. And you see the modified plan for Berry. And then that modified plan, again, no changes to Berry Elementary School. The next slide, you see a map for the zone for Billingsley. As I mentioned in a prior slide, that block 3750 you see there in red, that was proposed under Plan B to go to Diggs. Under this plan, that stays at Billingsley. What still does go is on the right-hand side, you see blocks 3859, 2732, and 3862. Those under this plan were proposed to go to Middleton, and those are along Billingsley Road. They would stay at Billingsley. So we're moving less students from Billingsley under the superintendent's proposal. And you see the enrollment projections for 25-26 at 567 students, and with no growth in 28-29, the same number of students, 567, which again is under state rated capacity. So this plan keeps Billingsley, which opened in 2019, under their state rated capacity, which is a good thing. And you see the overall block for Billingsley. The next map is for Diggs Elementary School, and again, there are modifications there. The modifications are that there are no changes with Diggs Elementary School, so we're not moving any students with the superintendent's modifications and proposal for Diggs. So their state rate capacity of 725. For school year 25-26, we're looking at a projected capacity at 785, and then in school year 28-29, 797 students. So they are slightly over their state rate capacity in both of those years, but please keep in mind, Diggs has 8 relocatable classrooms there. It's actually a modular unit, which is enclosed. It has a common hallway, so the direct access in and out of that modular is at the end of the hallways. So the only way to enter into those classrooms are from the hallway, and that facility is locked just like any of our other buildings, and teachers swipe in and swipe out of that facility, and same thing for the students when they use the restrooms. So you see the blocks for Diggs, again, no changes under the superintendent's modifications for Diggs. Matula. There are changes to Matula's zone, and this is the original Plan B. So the northernmost blocks for Matula, those 4 blocks would move from Matula, and they would go to Margaret J. Thornton Elementary School. So the state rate capacity at Matula is 656. The projected enrollment for 25-26 is 494 students, and the projected enrollment in school year 28-29 is 586. Why the large jump? Just as a reminder to the board and to the public, what is currently being built in La Plata with the Pine Grove neighborhood, those students will be going to, and they go to, as those houses are being built to Matula. So you'll see considerable growth in that 3-year period of over 100 students, but still under their state rated capacity. And just in a large view of the zone for Matula. The next map we see is for T.C. Martin Elementary School. No changes with the superintendent's plan, so it's to go with the proposal for Plan B, and they do bring in 1 block from Mitchell to T.C. Martin. So the state rate capacity currently at T.C. Martin is 450, but as I mentioned with the renovation that's occurring, that will increase to 650 students. The projected enrollment for school year 25-26 is 572, and the projected enrollment for school year 28-29 of 589, which would be under their state rate capacity of 650 once the renovation is completed. And that's just an enlarged view of the T.C. Martin zone. The Middleton zone, you see changes there. So we see those red blocks. Those 3 blocks are coming from Billingsley to Middleton, and they are along Marshall Corner Road, south of Billingsley Road. The capacity at Middleton is 507. Their actual enrollment this fall was 696. With the changes to the modified plan from the superintendent, their state rated capacity in 25-26 would be 297 students, and in 28-29 would be 298. The reason why, as a reminder, why we want to have that under their state rated capacity, we had that presentation earlier from Mr. Lowndes. We are starting the dual immersion program at Middleton, so that's a program that's going to grow, so we wanted to allow growth there for that program. And the next slide, we see just an enlarged view of the Middleton zone. Mitchell Elementary School, Plan B, had that one block going from TC Martin to going from Mitchell to TC Martin, and there are no changes with the superintendent's plan for that. So Mitchell's state rate capacity is 578. In 25-26, they'll be at 550 projected, and projected in 28-29 at 555. So just a little bit of growth in the Mitchell zone and a large view of the Mitchell zone. Next, we have Ryan Elementary School, Plan B. Going with that, no modifications from the superintendent, so the state rate capacity there is 640. This, projected enrollment in 25-26 is 574, and projected enrollment in 28-29 is 631. So there is growth in that area, some things that are happening in the northern Waldorf area. And just an enlarged view of the map for Ryan. The last school that impacted under this plan is Wade Elementary School, and no modifications to Plan B's, but Plan B does move one block from Billingsley to Wade to try to address some of the growing enrollment at Billingsley. So state rate capacity at Wade 679, projected enrollment for 25-26 is at 576, and projected enrollment for school year 28-29 at 578 students. And just an enlarged view of the Wade zone. A couple charts we'll be showing next, charts that you've seen previously with the plans that were presented in March by the two redistricting committees. We have the schools that are impacted on the far left by the proposed changes with the redistricting. The middle column, you see the state rated capacities. Just want to make a couple note with the state rated capacity. Malcolm's current state rate capacity is 394. We are working with the state to have an adjusted state rate capacity because, as you recall, at the beginning of the school year, we opened the kindergarten edition at Malcolm. So we think that'll probably add probably somewhere between 75 to maybe 100 students in terms of capacity at Malcolm. Again, as I mentioned a couple minutes ago, you see a couple notes there for Middleton. We wanted Middleton to be under their state rated capacity. We targeted at least 100 students under their state rated capacity of 507 to allow growth for the dual immersion program that will be starting there this fall. And then my last note in terms of state rate capacity is JP Ryan. JP Ryan also moved into their kindergarten edition this fall. So same thing, we're working with the state, and so that 640 will be adjusted sometime here in the near future as they take into account the additional classroom space with the kindergarten edition. The third column, we see the official enrollment for September 30th. So for our purposes, for redistricting, for our purposes with when we share information with the state, we always use the September 30th enrollment numbers. And then the last three columns, you see Plan B. So just as a point of reference for comparison, the number of students who would be moved or would be at those schools with that proposal. Then in the next column, we see Plan B's proposed projected numbers with their moves. Anytime we see no movement, they would not be moving any students from those schools. And then the last column is the modified plan, which I just spent a few minutes going over. So you can compare the number of projected students for school year 25-26 for Plan A, Plan B, and then the superintendent's Plan B with suggested modifications. And then the next slide is the same information. Where the information varies is the last three columns, because that's for projected enrollment for school years 28 and 29. So same thing, you can compare Plan B versus Plan B versus Plan B modified, which is the superintendent's suggested changes to Plan B. Resources for the public. We have the redistricting webpage, and we do get emails sent to that, which we reply to the public. And just for the public's information, we are compiling that list. So tomorrow evening, we have our next public hearing, but before the board will potentially take action in June, we will compile a list of all the emails that we've received from our parents and our community, and we will share them with you so you can take that information into account as you make your decision in June. And again, you see the email account listed there, but you can also reference that elementary page where we update all of our presentations that we have done. What's next? So as I just mentioned, tomorrow evening in this exact same location here at the Jesse Starkey Administrative Building, we'll have our final public hearing. So this will be an opportunity for parents in the community to come out and voice their support, concerns, or vote, voice their opposition to the modified Plan B and the information that was presented today. And then the following step would be our June 11th board meeting. It is anticipated that the board would take action to approve that plan be effective for the start of school year 25-26. And again, we like to try to have those plans approved and out to the public a year in advance of those changes taking effect. So at this point, and that just was drone footage from back in February, an overview of Margaret Jameson Thornton. So at this point, I will turn it back to Mrs. Morley and board members for questions or comments.
All right, thank you, Mr. Heim. First hand I saw Ms. Butler Washington.
Yes, thank you. I got 3 questions. I know you say you heard from parents, but to me, looking at the numbers that we should go, it should be Berry, Diggs, Miller, Malcolm, and Martin, because they're over capacity. So those are the numbers we should start with. And Matula is under, so I don't understand why we're moving students from there, because you're moving students from Matula to go to Thornton. So if it's over, you can do the same thing. Have the students go to Martin if Matula is at capacity. So the game, now I'm gonna say the games, it's just the rearranging of who goes where and where, it doesn't make sense, because I'm looking at the numbers.
So may I just clarify one point with TC Martin? TC Martin's current state rate capacity is 450, but in August, that's going to go to 650 as the students move back into that school because of the renovation. So we've added 200 seats. So when the students are there in the fall and when the students are there in 25-26, when redistricting takes effect, there'll be capacity for 650 students, not the current capacity of 450, because we're adding 29,000 square feet to that facility.
Okay, so I take off Martin then, but it still lies the other 4 that are over, and we clearly see they're over. So it seems like we should take the students from those schools, and Matula shouldn't be touched because they are under. And understanding that there are new houses out there, but if the students are going to Matula to Thornton, they could proceed to do the same thing.
So one of the things that we tasked both Group A and Group B with Matula, again, knowing that there was going to be growth there, and keep in mind with the growth that's going to occur at Matula, the adequate public facilities document that dictates how many school seats are allocated around most parts of the county, that is not applicable to what's happening in the town of La Plata. La Plata has its own adequate public facilities policy, so they can issue school seats independent of what the county is doing. So we, not only do we work with the folks at Planning Growth Management at the county level, we also invited Janine Harrington, who's the town planner for La Plata, and she also shared information with us. So at a minimum, the town, and this is public information that that's been shared during town meetings, at a minimum, in the town of La Plata, on an annual basis, they're gonna allocate at least 100 school seats in the town of La Plata. And where those school seats are being issued currently with the Pine Grove neighborhood, those students are, designated to go to Matula. So, and that's going to happen quickly. So if you go into Pine Grove, you see houses going up there very quickly. So our Group A and Group B were tasked with knowing that there was going to be substantial growth in the Matula area.
Okay, but there's growth going all over the county.
Right, correct. But also keep in mind that we had to create a zone for Margaret Jameson Thornton Elementary School. So in order to do that, we're the zones that that are in the middle of where the school is being built. You have Matula to the south. So on the southern part, that is the closest blocks that we can draw from, and then to the north and to the west, we have the Middleton zone. So the majority of the blocks that are coming to Margaret Jameson Thornton are coming from the Middleton zone, where there is growth, Glen Eagles, Wooded Glens, and from the northern part of Matula, which includes some of the, as they get further into building out Pine Grove, will include some blocks for Pine Grove. So we're pulling to Margaret Jameson Thornton the blocks that are closest around it from the neighboring schools. But also with that, we have to move at least 50, be at state rated capacity of 50% when Margaret Jameson Thornton Elementary School opens. So we need to have at least around 400 students there. So that means we have to draw from those surrounding blocks.
No, I definitely understand that, and the surrounding blocks are those 4 blocks I was just saying. So that's what you know,
Sure.
It's in White Plains, and Berry is in Waldorf, that's right down, you know, right there. So
Sure.
I'm just asking that you got 800, you know, in Diggs, the state capacity is 725, you got 846 there. So, and we're not touching it. So it's over capacity already.
Sure.
So why shouldn't we?
I'll remind the board that both Plan A and Plan B did address Diggs and Berry. So it's under the purview of the board to also propose when we get to June to make modifications. But you know, these are the things that we task both Group A and Group B with. Creating, number one, the zone for Margaret Jameson Thornton Elementary School, but also looking at surrounding schools and potentially addressing capacity issues there. I will keep in mind, you know, inform the board and the public with the growth that's going to happen with Pine Grove. One of the fortunate things with that is that developer in the town owns or owes the school system a school site. So we do have a school site within the Pine Grove neighborhood at our disposal for a future school. Another good thing per docket 90 with all the development that's occurring in St. Charles, both in Wooded Glens and in the Piney Reach neighborhoods there, is that we still have 2 more school sites that are owed to us. So right now we're under construction with Margaret Jameson Thornton. That was one of 3 that are still owed, but they still owe us 2 school sites. And then lastly, several years ago, which the previous board approved, we have a school site up on Western Parkway. So that school site will potentially address capacity issues for those schools in that area, which include Jennifer Elementary School, Berry, and Diggs. So we do have a school site there as needed for future growth.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Ms. Brenda Thomas, Ms. Kramer, and then Mr. Lucas.
I think, Dr. Navarro, I think this one is for you. I remember the parent that came in when we were at Thomas Stone that said that they live right across from Billsey, so why move their kid? And because they would have made, I think you want to have less time on the bus. So did we change that? Did you modify that?
Yeah, and I believe that it was actually for Berry Elementary School that the parent was speaking. And with the superintendent's modifications, no students are moved from Berry and no students are moved from Diggs.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to add anything, Dr. Navarro?
Well, the only thing that I would add is that information was helpful. However, it was not the driver of my recommendation to you. My recommendation to you is based on looking at option B, because I think it makes the most sense given the way your policy is written about how you look at, you kind of peel the onion inwards out. And so therefore I looked at the community's Plan B that was brought forward as a really good option in that thinking. But it moved too many kids. And so I asked my team to go back and look at some of those indicators. I thought 1,000, in excess of 1,000 was too many just for these movements. And so what we did is strategically look at which ones did we have some opportunities to not have to move. But the community feedback was also helpful, but not the lead indicator of this recommendation to you.
Okay, thank you.
I believe Ms. Kramer was next, and then Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple of things about this. So I lean towards Plan B as well from the beginning. There's a couple of issues I have with the modified Plan B. So one, I kind of looked at this more simplistically, right? Because the community committees really did most of the work for us, which is great. Thank you to everyone who participated in that.
And if you could please just repeat that again. It's not a CCPS
Correct.
redistricting plan.
The community, yes, the community did a lot of the work on this, and I appreciate that because, doing the maps and then these charts, the comparison charts were really helpful for me to look at and sort of kind of drill down and to make a decision. So the first thing I looked at was the 6 schools that were over capacity. So to Ms. Bella Washington's point, What stands out on Modified Plan B is Berry and Diggs are two of the most overcapacity schools, particularly Diggs, and there's nothing being done to alleviate pressure from Diggs. And they are projected, according to your Education Master's Facility Plan, to be way over for the next many years. And there is growth also going on that side of the county. There's 200 home sites currently being built. Ask me how I know, because I can see it from my window. Right by McDaniel and Middleton Road, which is across the street from Berry. Where do you think those kids are going to go? They're going to go to Berry and Mattawoman. If not, they'll go to Diggs, because that's where the area is split over there, mostly. There's a few kids sprinkled in that go to Billingsley that got picked up in the Billingsley redistricting, but those two schools need relief. And Berry has been over capacity since Billingsley was built. And they got a little relief then because they were included in the Billingsley redistricting, some of the kids. But then Scotland Heights was built off of 228. And all those kids came to Berry, hence why Berry was back to being over capacity again. And so one thing I noticed, like I said, those two are not, they're not being given any relief. And that's.
Can we address that issue a little bit about our thinking there? So one thing I'll start and then I'll pass it to you, Mike. So a couple of things for the board to think about long term. There's a site that the school has for future building in that area, and I think we need to talk about that. And then I think the other piece is a reminder to the board about how the state funds us in terms of being able to open the next building. So, and then one other thing that Mike mentioned in his presentation, we do have some additional capacity besides the state-rated capacity, because we have portables or actually permanent structures right now in both of those sites that expand the capacity. So Mike, talk to the board a little bit about strategically thinking, because that area is growing. I see it all the time. The question is, how quickly can we get to a point where we have land already in the region, but how quickly do we have to meet the requirements of the state to be able to fund us to start a new school? And I think in some ways, can we handle 5 years out being at state-rated capacity or just a little above, knowing that we have these modulars in sight, so that it expedites a potential new school in that region? So can you talk about that?
Sure. So just for details for the public, Berry state rate capacity of 724 students. So the proposed modified plan for when this takes effect at Berry would have 1,717 students. So in 2 years from now, they would be under their state rate capacity. But as we matriculate 3 years down the road, and there is enrollment growth in that area, we're projecting 770 students at Berry, which would be roughly, I think, 46 students over their state-rated capacity in school year 28-29. As mentioned, we have 7 relocatable classrooms there that are in use at Berry. So if you have a classroom of typically between 20 to 25 students, you're looking at somewhere between 140 to 175 additional capacity. It's not factored into the state-rated capacity there. And then looking at Diggs, which has a state-rated capacity of 725 students, under the modified Plan B at Diggs, there would be in school year 25-26, 785 students there, so roughly 60 students over their state-rated capacity. And then in school year 28-29 at 797, which would be quickly, I think by math, 72 students over their state-rated capacity. But keep in mind with Diggs, they have that modular complex there, which contains 8 classrooms. So again, with looking at class sizes between 20 to 25, you're looking at somewhere between 160 to 200 students in addition that could be at that school. And to Dr. Navarro's point, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we have that school site up on Western Parkway. And Western Parkway over the years has fed students to Jennifer Elementary School through redistricting. It's fed students to Barnhart Elementary School and students to Berry Elementary School. So when we have that need based upon having capacity issues at Jennifer, Berry, and Diggs, that would provide the justification to us, to the state, to build that elementary school site on that school site that we are in possession of and own on Western Parkway. So we, are factoring those things into it, that there is additional capacity at both of those schools because of relocatables there, but also, with the projections, it's not that they're greatly over their state rate capacity, but yes, they are over their state rate capacity, and that is something that the state is requiring us to have schools over capacity. We're going to feed into a projected new elementary school. So we would draw students from Jennifer Berry and Diggs to that, whether that ends up being elementary 25, 24, 25, 26, whatever it ends up being. But we have, and that's good for the school system, that we have a property in that area. We also have additional funding which carries over for every year because it's not part of our operating budget. We have additional funding from the county to purchase additional school sites. So we've been working over the last year to figure out where that additional school site, where we would make that purchase. One of the key things for the board and for the public to be aware is that we can't just go out and buy a piece of property that is outside of a PFA, the priority funded areas, because the state's not going to support our construction there because you're going to have a lack of public water and sewage in those areas. So the state strongly encourages you when you purchase property to make sure that they are in PFAs.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's helpful. Definitely forgot about the school site on Western Parkway. However, that's years out. And these two schools, Diggs and Berry in particular, have been operating over capacity for a number of years, and that puts a wear and tear on a lot of things, right? Not just physically the facilities, but also the staff, right? And respectfully, relocatables is not a solution, right? I'm not looking at that as a factor because the goal is to reduce the use, not to continue to add relocatables. That's not in place of providing relief. And remember, class sizes are impacted by that. And looking at the redistricting chart that you provided, it doesn't match the numbers in the education master's facility plans, because that has Diggs projected at over 900 for the next several years. So then we're talking about almost 200 over capacity. So I don't know why the numbers don't match, but looking at that, that's very concerning for a school to be expected to continue for several years at over 200 over capacity. And I don't know, also, that 200 home sites that's being built that I mentioned earlier, I don't know that that's factored in, because I don't know how the numbers are done, but you're telling me 200 homes are going to be built, and that's not going to more than 50 or 60 kids are going to come out of that?
Be built where?
Right at McDaniel and Middletown Road,
Right.
the intersection.
200 homes are going to be built, but that doesn't mean they're going to be built in 1 or 5 years. So
No, they're already, I live there. The townhomes are already up. They're already up. They're ready to go in like the next month. The siding is going on. I live right there. So the construction rattles the walls in my house. So I'm right there. I'm seeing it. They're ready to go they're ready to go in the next couple months for sure. By the end of the year, they'll all be done. So that's certainly within the next, and what I'm saying to you is it's right across the street from Berry.
I would like to just remind, I mentioned those numbers, the enrollment growth and the developments, that is factored into the enrollment projection. So we have, again, staff from Plan and Growth Management who are there. They provide both groups, both A and B, all the developments that are in that through the 28-29 that we do our projections for the purpose of this redistricting. And then they factor in the yield factors and how many seats are going to be projected to be allocated. So keep in mind that the adequate public facilities dictates how many school seats can be allocated in an area. So when they look at, you're referencing Berry. So if you're talking about Berry, the elementary school, the middle school and the high school, there has to be capacity at all 3 levels before the county will issue additional school seats for that. So if any one of those 3 levels does not have capacity in future years, the county's not going to allocate any school seats there, and they use 110% rated capacity as compared to our 100% capacity that we use for purposes with the CIP.
Understood. And I don't know what kind of creative math that they do to come up with these numbers. But what I'm saying to you is that we have reality versus theory, because in theory that's what they're doing and those numbers will match, and only if there are seats available. But I'm telling you that from personal experience, I know these schools and they have been over capacity for a number of years. And like I said, Barry did get some relief when Billingsley was redistricted, and but then they got the kids right back because there's growth in that area as well. And so what I'm saying is that and also the fact that the Education Master's Facility Plan does not match the numbers. They're showing digs way over what you have in the redistricting chart in terms of projections. They're talking about in the 900s for the next many years. So I don't know, why that's different as well, but we need to address that.
So those are the state numbers, as I mentioned earlier when we talked about the Educational Facilities Master's Plan. And we have to be within 5%. So if our numbers are greater than 5% from their numbers, what we project, then we have to provide justification. So for the next 10 years, what they presented, we are within a 5% agreement on that.
Okay.
And I would encourage, we have not had that meeting set up, but last school year, you as a board would have participated in the joint school allocation meeting with the county commissioners, which was also members from planning and growth management there. So if there are concerns with those, with the numbers that they present, when we do that joint allocation meeting, that would be an opportunity for the board members to speak directly to the commissioners and to the members of planning and growth management.
Well, yeah, definitely, because there's a discrepancy clearly, and it's huge, particularly for digs. Barry, not as much, but for digs it is. And the other thing is that, I'm okay that we did have some parents speak out, mostly about Billingsley, about being moved from across the street to Billingsley, get that. But if we don't move some kids from Billingsley, then how would we provide some openings to be able to move potentially some of those kids from Diggs or Barry? So that's why I just have a lot of concerns with this modification, because as you know, it's a domino. So if I say, okay, I'm okay with the Billingsley piece, but I still want kids moved from Barry and Diggs, then I guess it's kind of like we have to incorporate that as well. And so I just, those are just some of my concerns. And I'd also like to know, I don't expect you to know this, Mr. Heim, off the top of your head, but how many students were moved ultimately in the Billingsley redistricting?
Back in 2019?
Yes.
I'd have to go back and refer.
Yeah, I
that
didn't expect
data.
you to
So
know now, but it'd be
what I can do
curious
is
to know that.
I can share that in this week's update with the board.
Yeah, that'd be
So I
great
can just-
in
the whole
comparison.
plan, I can submit that plan to you.
Yeah, because I understand, the superintendent wanting to reduce the number of students moved, but remember, we're looking at what's best for all students. And so, sometimes, everybody's not going to be happy, and I get that, but if we have two schools that are remaining highly over capacity and we have no school site that is ready to go to start even building, we really have to consider that. So those are my comments.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Anyone else? Mr. Hancock and Mr. Lucas.
Just a real quick question. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Heim. The small area that is being moved from the Mitchell zone to the TC Martin zone, I think it's in both Plan B and the amended Plan B. Is that primarily that Fisher's Grant neighborhood that's being built out?
Yeah, so I know it's difficult to see from the map, but you see the highlighted red area on the Mitchell zone, and to the right you can see Oliver Shop Road. So TC Martin is actually located along Oliver Shop Road.
Yes.
So that is down, it's a little bit to the south of where TC Martin is.
Okay.
And again, I can't speak. I don't want to speak for Group B, but one of the things that they did want to, when in doing that change, they knew that there was added capacity at TC Martin, so they wanted, but they also wanted to Mitchell. We talk about Pine Grove, and that's going to have effects on Matula, but down the line, there are other things in the Mitchell zone which would have impacts on Mitchell. So Stagecoach, that area, there's proposed development along that, and Fisher's Grant and some of those outlying areas of Mitchell. They're not large developments. They're not 200 homes, such as what Ms. Kramer was referencing. But some of those neighborhoods that are out there, are neighborhoods of proposed 30 homes or so.
Sure. Yeah. No, I wanted to clarify. I haven't heard any input from anyone in that area, but just wanted to make sure that's the area I thought it was. So, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Mr. Lucas?
Thank you, Ms. Morley. to jump on what Ms. Creamer said, it's not the educational facility master plan, it's not close to 5%. What specifically with regard to digs, the projected enrollment. And I just want to make sure I understand the nomenclature. When it says no movement for a school, is that no movement in or out, or just students leaving the school?
So if you refer to the chart there, and I'll look at modified Plan B for Malcolm. So with that, there are no students moving in or out of Malcolm. And I can go back to
Okay, so when it's no,
illustrate that point.
okay, so if it says no movement, it's no movement in or out.
Correct.
I just want to make sure. It's kind of hard to go to look without having it side by side. And I asked the question because you said up front in your bullet points that there'd be no bury or digs movement. And so I expected to see a no movement in that category. But I think there's no kids moving from those schools, but kids still coming into those schools.
So the reason why you don't see no movement there, because we want to be able to illustrate the point. So while we use the last two columns for bury and digs for your question. So Plan B proposed to move students from Berry Elementary School. So their Plan B had a projected enrollment in 2025-26 of 591. The superintendent is suggesting not moving that block that Plan B did. So just to be able to illustrate the number of students who are projected to be there, with nobody moving either in or out of Berry, there'd be 717 students there. So I could have put no movement, but then you would not see the number of students who are projected to be there. Is that
okay? Yeah, no,
the same thing.
So that's
for
fine.
digs.
And this the digs one is kind of like go to the 5-year, go to the next one. So if you're saying that there's no movement in or out of digs, but yet the enrollment is going to be, 46 and 49 kids less in 5 years.
I'll go to the chart for digs. So what that also shows, so when we do enrollment projections, we take the kids from pre-K, then the next year we move them up to first grade. I'm sorry, we take the kids from kindergarten, and the same thing from kindergarten to first grade, second and third. So you take the actual number of kids for next year's enrollment projections who are in first grade for 23-24, we move them into second grade for next year, and then we apply the yield factors and projected enrollment growth to that. So in some of these cases, when you actually look at the class numbers from K through 5, you'll see, fifth grade might have 125 students in fifth grade between 5 classes, but the third grade has a small class of, say, only 95 students.
Right.
So as they matriculate through that, when you have higher numbers of students in your upper grades and you have lower numbers in your lower grades, as you matriculate them through there with minimal growth or no growth, eventually the school, if you see those numbers continue as new kids come into K and pre-K, that if those numbers of lower numbers continue, that you're going to see a natural drop in some of the schools with their enrollment.
Sure.
Based on
Okay.
class sizes.
No, I understand exactly what you said. It just seems weird in that area where, as other board members have said, there's growth around those schools. I just intuitively it doesn't make sense. But no, I understand. I mean, you gotta use the data that you have. My other question, I think this is for the superintendent. It seems that on a big level that you're anticipating growth in the Metula area because of the development of Pine Grove, which is happening, and development in St. Charles, particularly. There's I don't know where it stands, but they wanted to change some of that development to make it I'll say more dense, a lot more rental properties, and so there would be a lot of more concentrated people in that area that would feed in to the new elementary school.
Yeah, and so when we, in working with county government, when we generate the yield factors, you see different numbers of students that are generated in a single-family home compared to a townhome, compared to an apartment complex. You also see different higher levels of yield factors based upon elementary, middle, and high school. So we typically see when families are moving into Charles County that they're typically younger families with younger children at the elementary level. So our yield factors at the elementary level are higher than the middle and high school. So we typically have the lowest yield factors at the high school level. But the same thing in going into calculating that, the type of home also influences the yield factor. Single family versus townhome versus apartments.
Sure. So I guess this is more for the superintendent and the comments from the public notwithstanding. It just looks at a big level. You're trying to make room at Metula and Jameson for the growth that seems to be imminent there. That's happening already, but it's going to be even more prevalent than any place else in the county. Was that
So
kind
I
of
think
a mindset?
So I think that's one of them. I know that we have some number issues, and I agree 100% that the state numbers do show digs at 900. And frankly, I'm not a fan of the state numbers, even though Mike talks about being within the error of 5%. It's way higher than 5%. I like the local numbers because they are seeing more localized what the actual houses are looking like in terms of inhabitants. But the other thing that I will say, and the board has to make a decision with a couple of really good options, is that there is a sense of urgency for us to also be able to demonstrate around the Diggs and Berry area, because there is construction happening there as well, that we can more quickly mobilize and get state funding to begin potentially an elementary school really soon. What happened 3 years ago when I got here is that conversation had already happened regarding Pine Grove. And so we already had a set space of land, and they already had the projections of all the growth there. We've got to show a certain level of overcapacity in order for the state to release funding quicker. And it doesn't feel good for families to be squished together for a while or feeling that way. Unfortunately, the way our state system works is that funding, like I said, it's got to come down. And unfortunately, all those schools in that region are going to feel tight for a little bit, but that also somewhat unfortunately expedites maybe the potential of us being able to have that be the next elementary school, maybe after Pine Grove. So that was just the logic thinking of it.
No, I understand.
And I would just like to add
I understand.
for that St. Charles area, per docket 90, which is going to impact Margaret Jameson Thornton Elementary School, is that per docket 90, independent of available capacity that's out there, per docket 90 for St. Charles and the developer Lennar, they're going to be issued 300 school seats for those neighborhoods in Wooded Glen, which are part of Glen Eagles, which is along St. Charles Parkway, so both sides of the road there to where the school's being built. So in that area, and then as they move over to the next area of development of St. Charles, which is the Piney Reach, which is on Piney Church Road, again, it's guaranteed that every year they get 300 school seats, whether that be single-family homes, townhomes, or apartments. So that is where your growth is going to occur the fastest rate, because that's where the most available school seats are available. And then secondary, with Metula, again, the town is independent from the APF and what the county does. So within the town, they issue their own school seats, and they've said it publicly, at a minimum every year, and in some years, if you look at, as they project over the next 5 years, it's as many as 250 school seats for the town of La Plata, which again, there's no restrictions from the county with that. So those two areas, and this is my opinion, but based upon our experience, those two areas are going to grow the fastest. Yes, there's going to be other areas that are going to grow, but there aren't the same number of school seats that are available there based upon the criteria that has to be applied through the adequate public facilities document. So,
right.
yes, there will be growth at Diggs and Berry, but it's not going to be at the rate that you'll see at Matola and Margaret Jameson Thornton.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Just a quick point. I can appreciate that the superintendent's modified recommendation, of course, is going to put less strain on Thornton and Middleton, and I understand the rationale. My concern is this equitable for the students, as it's already been said, at Berry and Diggs? That's candidly what I'm struggling with right now, because, and I hear what you're saying, Mr. Heim, that there's formulas, there's creative math, there's all these things, but, you know, as a parent and a student, you know, at one of those existing schools, candidly, a relocatable is not it for me. You still know you're in a relocatable, respectfully. It's not a classroom. So I appreciate that you all are, you know, trying to make this work, but yeah, I'm not candidly feeling that.
So one other thing I'd like to add to that, there is a board policy that, you know, you don't move students at the elementary level twice within a certain number of years. So that's something else that we considered in the event that we do build that school up on Western Parkway, whether it be elementary 24 or 25 or 26, wherever it ends up being, that, you know, we've also factored that in, is that we don't want to move kids from Berry to whatever to address the capacity issues at Berry, but then we're doing a redistricting because we built an elementary school there in the next few years, and then at that point our hands are tied. We wouldn't be able to move those students. So that is something else that we took into consideration.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I mean, just looking at Thornton, we started that process, well, of course it preceded us, but we approved it in '23, and they won't be there for, what, almost 3 years? You know what I mean? So it's not like even if we started today, that's not necessarily going to impact many of the students that are in elementary. Like, for example, my son in 2nd grade, you know, in theory, he'd be in middle school before another elementary school was built. So I appreciate that point, but, you know, I'm just thinking more long-term, not just equitable, but to minimize the disruption and having to move those students. That's, you know, my particular concerns right now.
I would just, you know,
Yeah.
we have had that happen in the county in the past. So if you think back to the early 2000s when we were building schools at a quicker pace because growth was occurring there, we were limited during the times when Diggs opened, and then within that 3 to 4 year period right after that, we had nil. So there were some kids that we could not move because they had been moved previously. So, you know, not knowing when the next school will be built yet, that's something that we just have to keep in mind.
And also what that funding is going to look like. That's the other big picture. You know what I mean? What we're facing this year, if this continues, what are we looking like, you know, next year and subsequent years? So, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Heim. Oh, did you want to add? No, Ms. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed some hands. Okay. Yes.
And that's my fault. I didn't have my hand up before you concluded
Oh,
the
okay.
conversation. But just wanted to inquire, in sort of the factors that go into our decisions in terms of which schools will be impacted, definitely understand kind of looking at it from peeling the onion from the inside out. I get that. Do we ever factor in the schools that are having discipline challenges? Just noting that perhaps it would make sense to decrease the number of students in that particular building by including them in either Plan B, the modification of Plan B. I'm just curious if that was considered.
So your policy does not consider other factors than the factors that have been discussed. Your superintendent looks at a couple of different things, like distribution of students with disabilities, economically impacted students. So I look at other impacts of all the options that are brought forward to make sure that we don't disproportionately completely change a community's demographics as a result of redistricting. But your policy does not address those issues.
And I appreciate the framing of our policy, and definitely hear the wink wink there. And that's something that will go on our sort of short list to consider once that policy comes up for review. So thank you.
Right between the lines, I see. Did you have something, Ms. Brenda Smith? No? Okay. Brenda Thomas. I don't know why I keep wanting to call you Smith. All right. Did you?
One
Sure.
last time remind the last opportunity for the community and for the public to come out and speak about the plan
Tomorrow.
that was presented today is tomorrow evening.
Right here.
Here at the Jesse
6
Starkey
p.m.
Building. It will be live streamed. So for those who cannot attend in person, there is also an opportunity to provide comments or questions. And also, again, a reminder to the public and to the board, any comments that we've received through the redistricting webpage and the emails that we received, comments, questions, we will generate that and we will share all those with you before the June board meeting, so you have that information to consider as well.
Thank you, Mr. Heim. I'm sure you've enjoyed our time together. Much appreciated.
Not one of my favorite subjects.
Thank you, Mr. Heim.
Thank you. I know.
I didn't mean to beat up on you, sorry.
It's to be expected, so.
Yes.
This is my, I don't know, 4th or 5th time through it, so.
Yeah,
All right,
Miss
thank you all.
Kramer was a little triggered. Yeah. All right, Dr. Gill. We have to ask the questions. Hello. As you can see, we're a little powered up, ladies, so I don't know where this might go.
Want to talk about the calendar?
Another spicy topic.
Right? Nice topic. So, good afternoon. Dr. Gill and I are here to provide an update to you all on the 2025-2026 calendar.
So just as a reminder, next year's calendar has already been approved, so we're not talking about next school year. We're in the 25-26 school year, and so we wanted to start with our charge.
All right.
So the last time that we were here, we provided you with the calendar committee's 2 approved models that the superintendent has reviewed, the senior leadership has reviewed, and we have named them for our purposes here today, the typical start model and the early start model. So the typical start model starts on a Monday at the end of August, and the early start model started in the middle of the week before, in August. In both of those models, there is a 2-week-long winter break. There is a week-long and a day spring break. And so you charged us to conduct a survey, and we have done that. Shelley's office has done that, of community members, staff, students, parents, and asked them some questions about their preferences. So we wanted to tell you a little bit about what we found.
So the survey, we collected data for about 3 weeks. We opened it late April. It closed about 2 weeks ago. We utilized the Qualtrics platform, which is the system-wide survey tool used by Charles County Public Schools. We shared it multiple ways: social media, email, school websites, shared the information with local media. I saw lots of community members further share it on social media, which is a nice plus. Part of that survey was the creation of a dedicated web page for the calendar. So the communications team built a page on the website with user-friendly models that were the summary pages were posted to that website, as well as the 12-month calendar view. We did have the calendar translated into Spanish as well. So both of those formats were on the page. The survey was also linked on the page, so any communication that we did, not only did we share that page on our website, but we shared the survey link as well. We had a total of 1,895 survey responses. There's a breakdown listed on the slide. Majority, which is typical for calendar surveys, was 56% were parents, 16% teachers. I was happy to see that 16% for students. We had a breakdown because there were a couple of questions on this survey that were specific to certificated employees who are working in the classroom or teachers. So we did ask for staff to further delineate or designate if they were a support staff member, certificated staff member, non-teacher, meaning maybe an administrator not in a classroom, and then 1% from the community. So the survey says, which calendar model did our respondents prefer? You can see an overwhelming percentage, 68, preferred the typical start date model to the 32% for the early start date model. And if you recall, that early start date model had us coming to school on a Wednesday.
The second question, we queried about winter break. Both of the models have a 2-week winter break. Schools are closed during winter break. Do you prefer the 2-week winter break? Think it should be shorter? Prefer a 1-week break? And then some of the, we did leave space for, share with us
2
why
weeks.
you don't prefer any of the choices.
Just don't reopen.
So we've got 80% like that 2-week winter break. In the comments section, I did see one respondent say
That's
it's
it.
really not 2 weeks, it's more 10 days, because it's 10 calendar days, right? 10% think winter break should be shorter. We did have some folks who prefer a 1-week break at 7%. Some of the other comments, we do have some folks in the community who would like us to be closed for 3 weeks for winter break.
And then we'll go until August.
And go- exactly, correct.
All year round.
All year round, yeah.
Oh, that language is coming too.
Ah.
We did receive some
Yeah.
support for year-round school. There are some community members who would like us to add some closure time during that Thanksgiving break in November.
Okay.
There was some support for a longer break in February. There was some language from a couple of respondents about the working families who, when we close and their kids can't come to school, there's a childcare element that is a factor. And then during our winter break, we still have a lot of athletic events and activities, so some staff are still working and some students are still coming into the facilities. This is just a breakdown and chart. You can see that 1532 up top for supporting that 2-week winter break, and the data shifts downward in this chart. So it's always nice to see a visual. Question 3 is, was looking for information about spring break in 2026. Both models have a week-long spring break. Schools are closed during spring break. We have 90% of our respondents want that week-long spring break, with 148 folks preferring a shorter break. Other comments for differences in opinions were expanding that spring break to 2 weeks. So there's some who think we should continue to expand those breaks.
Say, so that's 5 weeks already, right? And then we're out. I wonder who's saying that.
Yeah. There was some feedback on the survey about
Year-round
not
school
having our spring break aligned to either the week before Easter or the week after Easter. So we felt that was important to bring here in our summary statements. Some respondents said that a lot of states only do the Good Friday, Easter Monday for break. Shorten it, we could end earlier in June. And the same with winter break, we still have activities and events in school, so you do still have staff working, students coming in the facilities. Another visual representation, you can see that 1703 support the week-long. And there was a note on there to keep that last student day as noted. We know if we expand the break, shorten the breaks, it would affect that last day of school. Question number 4. This was reflective on some information that a couple of our calendar committee members wanted us to gauge, some of our EACC staff members, looking at what would the calendar look like if, rather than having an early dismissal where students get out 2 hours early for teacher planning, what would the calendar model look like? What's the community feedback on building that time into the start of the school day? So this question asks just that. And you can see 62% did not prefer that we switch that model and had students coming in 2 hours later than normal, with 38% supporting that. Do you want to start here?
Sure. So both of our calendars have an October date for students not coming to school, but staff working. And it asks parents, do they use the parent-teacher conference day in October? And overwhelmingly, our parents said, yes, I do use the parent-teacher conference day. And the people that said they did not use it, we asked them why, and you can see those answers here. Well, my children are older, I don't need conferences with older children, that's just for elementary students.
That's absolutely not true.
Some people, and we heard this in our committee, that October is too early for a parent conference. They want it in November, around the report card time. So we see that comment here. I see it in Synergy, so I don't need a conference. I only go if I need to, or if I have concerns. And then some people said, working parents, I work that day, so, if the conferences could be outside of the workday, that would be helpful. So we just asked, gave opportunities for other suggestions. Here are some of the comments. Wow, you really copied and pasted. Here are some of the comments that we heard from our calendar respondents. Why change it every year? Just keep it consistent. Move that parent-teacher conference day to November at the end of the first quarter. We want to start after Labor Day. We want fewer early dismissals. We want more time off for religious holidays, year-round school. We want a longer Thanksgiving break. We want asynchronous instruction, virtual instruction. We want quarterly times for parent-teacher conferences, have that winter break in February, not around the spring, and we want to start earlier in August to end by Memorial Day.
Oh, wow.
So that's not all from the same person, of course. That's from different people.
And so that top bullet point, why change the calendar, keeping consistent, that was a common theme. And I saw that on multiple social media outlets as well, and I thought that was important to include.
Yeah.
So question number 7, this question was only prompted if a respondent selected that they were a classroom teacher, because we were trying to gauge with the current school year 23-24 calendar. We returned back from spring break on a Tuesday, and that was, I think, the last day of the third quarter. So we were trying to gauge, if I'm a teacher, how did that impact me? Did it? And what was that impact with grading, entering assignments, and whatnot? So that was the question that we asked. We didn't have you had about 300 responses here. 239 teachers said no, that did not affect them, with 68 indicating that yes, it did. This question here, question number 8, again, this was just for individuals who selected that they were a teacher responded. As a teacher, I support the early start date calendar model. We were trying to say to teachers, do you support coming back 3 days earlier and on a Wednesday? 210 said no, 97 said yes. Question number 9, the typical calendar model has an extra day for teachers built in May. It was identified for May 8th. It is not in the early start model. So this question was for someone who said that they like the early start model. Would they like to see this closure for students and teachers added in this particular model on May 8th? As we know, if we add a closure date for students and teachers, you have to extend the end of the school year by 1 day for students, 1 contracted work day for teachers. We had 45 indicate that no, they would not like to see this closure added, and 35 said yes. Question number 10, this is really for semester-based courses. This was an optional question for all respondents. You see that I do not believe that we have over 1,500 semester-based course teachers. But this gauged preference for, do you have a preference where you want that semester break to land? So 859 respondents said in between the semester change, which is typically where it is in the calendar. 752 said I have no opinion. 149 said after the semester change. 97 said before the semester change. We know that it could not fall before the semester change because there is contracted report card preparation time built into that semester break day for teachers. So again, this is our review process. In April, Dr. Gill and I came to you and presented the 2 models, said that we would be doing a community survey. The survey has been completed. Today we brought to you the results. The idea is to have a decision on the calendar at the June board meeting. Any questions, comments?
Questions or comments? All right, I saw Ms. Kramer first and then Ms. Smith. Oh, sorry. One second. Let me start actually with Mr. Burke.
I just want to say on the asynchronous learning comment, I asked about that. I uploaded an Instagram story about that during the SMOG campaign. I asked students, what would you think about an asynchronous day? Because a lot of people were coming to me and like, Sam, please bring back asynchronous Wednesday. So I was like, whoa. Originally, I didn't really think that would be a common ask, right? Originally, I thought it was just going to be a few people because I thought it was like a bit unrealistic. But a lot of people really appreciated the time that they got that was built into school to catch up on work. And overwhelming work is just really common, especially among middle and high schoolers. And a lot of people, I so I talked to all of my Instagram followers on the SMOB account and asked for suggestions, and people said things like, have like early dismissal schedule on some days, and then have this time so students can catch up on work and stay at school while still getting advice from teachers where they don't teach, or something like a lot of schools had 1 hour lunches, right? And then over time, especially since COVID, schools have removed the 1 hour lunches because that 1 year where lunches were free just brought a lot of lunch people who ate lunch at school into the lunch lines, and then people, it got too crowded, and then the 1 hour lunch ended. So people still really, really want activity periods. That is common among every high school. That students want free time to catch up on work. And then originally I was like, you don't really want to catch up on work. You just want to, spend time with your friends. But no, people want this for clubs. People want this to actually catch up on work and, missing assignments, make up work. And I would say that asynchronous day idea is worth a lot of thought, whether it be virtual or whether it be built into schools, that I think the county should focus on that, or give it some thought, in my opinion.
I've been beating that drum for months. Thank you for that. We are connected. Thank you, sir. Okay, I think Ms. Kramer, Ms. Smith, okay.
Yeah.
Y'all can fight it out. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Burke, for that. And yes, Chairwoman Morley, she's been the champion for that. And that was one of the points that I was going to make was on question 6, where you have the other suggestions. A lot of those things we have addressed previously that just unfortunately are not possible. And so I just wanted to kind of reiterate some of those things like for the community, because obviously if they're saying it, maybe they missed it before when we talked about it. So unfortunately, asynchronous was one of those things. It's not our rule, it's MSDE, so it's their rule that, what does it say now, Dr. Navarro? You have to use all of your
Weather
days first. So you can't build it in. They won't allow us to. So if that changes, then we could certainly revisit that. But right now, the state is saying this is not an option for local school systems to do. So definitely wanted to address that, because I know that a lot of parents do support that, and students as well, as Mr. Burke mentioned. Also about giving students off for religious holidays, and we've talked about this before too. And I think the confusion is because on the calendar it says Easter. Christmas, Easter, Thanksgiving, but as Mr. Schwartz has so eloquently explained before, that it is we're not permitted to close just for religious holidays, but that it has to impact a certain number of, I guess, staff and students. Mr. Schwartz.
It was the attendance.
Teachers and students. And so because of those being widespread holidays that are celebrated by, I guess, a vast majority of the community, that's why we do close for those days, and why we typically are not able to close for any other religious holidays. I just think it's important to reiterate to the community, because it's not just like we're hearing you but we don't want to listen to you. Certain things we're not permitted to do by state law or MSD standards or whatever the case may be. It was interesting to see less early dismissals. I guess maybe that must be from parents.
I think there's a misconception where people think that if we eliminate early dismissals from the calendar, if we make Friday a full day rather than 2 hour early dismissal, that we're building that time back into the calendar, and maybe we can not have kids come back on a Monday, but we know that an early dismissal day is still counted towards the 180 day.
Still a day is a day is a day, right?
Yeah.
And
right.
Got it. Okay. I was just confused by that, and I was like, yeah, this must be parents, because I know the teachers have asked for more break days or early planning time to have early dismissal days or even late start days. And then my last point is just that, two things that I sort of agree with this comment about keeping the calendar consistent. Why can't we just have a base calendar? And yes, if there's an election year or something like that we may need to alter it, then we can come back with, suggestions about how to, alter the calendar for those days. But I kind of agree, like, starting from scratch every year just doesn't really seem like a logical way, to reinvent the wheel every year, when we do have most of the the standards that we need to align with and the criteria that we need to, to include. Thank you. So that was a very good suggestion. I feel like, I don't know, I'm curious to hear what my colleagues think about that. And then the moving the parent-teacher conference day to November, I thought was actually a good suggestion. I don't know logistically why it was selected to be in October. I know that's typically a federal holiday, and so that's, I guess the thought process was it's easier for parents, but as, was mentioned, a lot of parents are not off on that day, so it doesn't really encompass, all parents, and so I thought it was actually, a logical suggestion to move it to November because October is kind of early in the year, and so November just made a little bit more sense to me as well, so thank you for the work that you did.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
So I'll be brief. Yes, thank you for the work. Appreciate the layout. I think the information was very palatable and easy to digest, so appreciate the way in which you all segmented the survey results. Appreciate hearing from teachers. I don't know that we've ever done that. I think typically the calendar is something that's done to our teachers, but not with our teachers. So really appreciate digging into, like, how does this affect your grading? How does this affect the timeline that you need to do your work? Of course, we always hear from parents, and of course, that's our starting place, but don't know that we've ever surveyed teachers in this way, so definitely want to say kudos for that. Loved hearing from, I think it was 306 of our students. Yes, let's increase that every year. Definitely want to hear more from students and appreciate hearing about your Instagram stories. I was smiling because I don't know that I've ever done an Instagram story for the board, but I may have to step it up. So definitely appreciate hearing that strategy. Something not necessarily for calendar year 25-26, but more so for 26-27. For my colleagues, just want to put it out there. Definitely hearing about the parent-teacher conferences, perhaps starting too early, perhaps parents can't get off of work. Back in the 1900s, when I went to school, we had parent-teacher night. I don't know what that does for our budget because I know we have to pay our educators to stay later. But having perhaps a parent-teacher day at the beginning of the calendar year, parent-teacher night toward the end of the school calendar year. But sort of two opportunities for parents to have an opportunity to speak to their kid's teacher. Also recognizing that it's not always about like what's going wrong, but also what's going right and what can I continue to do as a partner in education. So sometimes parents need those conversations. It's not just, Johnny's not following instructions. It's Johnny's exceeding. Here's how you keep him on that path. Also wanted to note that in terms of spring break, would love to see some opportunities for our students to have immersion opportunities for spring break. I know different counties and different states have opportunities where they send their children who are in AP Spanish, AP French, our kids who are really into these immersion language programs, into places where they're able to speak the language for an extended period of time. And perhaps that's the way that they can use their spring break. I know that we're in sort of austere fiscal times right now, but hopefully when we're talking about calendar year 26-27, we'll have some more funding to offer our students these types of spring break opportunities. Also wanting to note that perhaps during that spring break, that's an opportunity for maybe a senior trip for our seniors.
A senior trip.
Senior trip. Yes, so I know currently most of the high schools go to Kings Dominion, but that's right there in Virginia. That's right across the bridge. That's not far enough for our students. They've worked really hard, and we should be able to offer them a more expansive opportunity that perhaps begins planning at the beginning of their senior year, so parents can figure out what that cost is. But something where, again, something just more creative for our kids. They work hard, and they deserve better. So not for this particular calendar we're talking about, but for 26-27, I just asked my colleagues to put a pin in that, and we can come to those suggestions when it's time.
Thank you. Ms. Butler Washington?
I'm gonna ask Dr. Navarro this question. I know that it keeps coming up with the asynchronous day, but could the board create a policy for a mental health day for the students? Meaning that they can take up to 5 days without excuse, it's excuse absent, and they could be able to, do pretty much the same thing as the asynchronous day would do their homework or just take a break or get their minds back together so they can come back and be productive. Is that a possibility?
So the state already grants a mental health day as an approved absence. I think it's called, what number? Is it M? No, it's not M. But there is a mental health day. So if you can send a note to school and say, my kid took a mental health day today, and it
done it.
will be put in as a mental health.
Yeah.
How many of them?
Is
I
it-
gotta go back and check, but I think it's, I gotta go back and check. I'm not 100% certain, so I will have to put it back and look into that. But not a lot of our families are aware of that, but we did put out information last year to inform families that there is a mental health coding in our absences.
Yeah, and we definitely use them.
Your question around creating a policy, I wouldn't see a need for the board to create a policy unless what you wanted to do was create a virtual day, like 5 times a year in the calendar. And the problem with that is the current state, the new state definition of having to use inclement days. So we would have to look into that, because when the state put out saying no more virtual days unless you use up all your inclement weather days, it might interfere.
And to your knowledge, you don't have exceptions for that.
The school districts can always submit a request for a waiver from the state. There is a form that no matter what the state policy is at that one point in time, they can always request for a waiver. But I'm not sure if they would do it. You know, the administration has changed leadership, and so we will have to
talking about
hear.
that.
Yep,
Yeah,
we
where
will
they're
have to
thinking.
hear what future is, because I know a couple of my colleagues in other school systems integrated in their calendars their virtual days within their calendar years. They sprinkled a couple of them on. So I don't think that conversation is over with just because the requirement has changed at the state level. I think there are some counties that are interested in continuing that conversation, so I'll keep you posted.
The reason I asked, because I did a little research. It's a lot of schools have created policies around that for their students. Even when the state have said that with the inclement weather, they still put in a policy that says for their district that the students can do this for a mental day, and they give specifics around it. So it doesn't interfere with the weather or anything. It's just saying that this is what we allow our students to do in, concerning our school. So I saw a lot of the policies put in, and it sounds pretty much what we're asking for, but the policy dictates that we can do it. We just don't call it that. We just call it a mental health day. So it's a lot of, it's on the website. It's a lot of schools have done it.
Yeah. Yeah, do you know which schools?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, or just send it
I
at
will
your
tell- I'll
convenience.
send it to
Thank
you.
you.
Yes.
Mr. Verk, yes.
I did want to talk about mental health days, and it's a topic I hear about a lot, but there is a limit to its effectiveness, because it's amazing that we're recognizing the impacts of mental health on our students. However, if it is up to the students, right, to take mental health days when they want to, when it's important for them to, that doesn't change the fact that school has still gone on for that day. That's 4 to 8 classes that I've missed. And if I'm overwhelmed with work, I take a mental health day, then I have to catch up on all of this other work that I have missed because of the day off from school that I took to take care of what I need to take care of. And which is why, back to the asynchronous thing, I know we're talking about it a lot, but since policies have evolved since 2020, 2021, and it's possible for asynchronous, the idea of it to evolve as well, because even though the state may say that we cannot have an asynchronous or virtual day, we can still keep the idea of giving students time off class, right? Because if there is a limit to we can't have virtual days without using up our inclement weather days, perhaps we'll still be able to preserve the idea of activity periods, of mandating schools to give students this room to breathe, this free time to do their activities. And yeah,
And may I just add one thing to it that I think it's important? So as we had a conversation about budgets, we put in our budget the extracurricular opportunities for middle schools because we don't have any after school. And at the high schools, we wanted to put in transportation so that because a lot of the 1-hour lunches have gone away, students could actually have an equitable access to stay after for all these activities. And I think it's something that I also have to think about a lot more around what does the day look like? And what are the opportunities maybe sprinkled through? And it's a great conversation. So I know we'll take some notes and think about this as it relates to the calendar, but more around the learning experience. How do we sprinkle through opportunities for students to be involved more equitably if we are not going to receive funding to extend their day to access these opportunities more equitably? So.
Thank you. Did you want to add something?
I just want to say thank you for I'm really happy to hear your feedback and just be heard at this level. I'm just really excited for it. Just wanted to say that.
And I have to echo a lot of that, because even with my 2 elementary school students, I'm constantly, besides the 4 chicken nuggets, which I've beat that drum as well, but they feel like they don't have enough time to just be kids. You know what I mean? Just to let some of that silliness out, that, I'm partial to the littles, but to run around at recess, to just have a break, to not always be on. It's very difficult for children at any age, especially for the younger children. And candidly, I've heard from many of the teachers that they also want that time. They need that planning time. If we don't do it as a late start, when can they kind of catch their breath? And, and particularly for the special education teachers who struggle more than most because of the additional demands. And also wanted to add that if we, whatever we call it, mental health or, whatever we want to phrase it as, we just have to acknowledge, in my opinion, that post-COVID, things have permanently changed. And education does not look like it did even a few years ago. And people are still carrying a lot of that. We have students that need to catch up. So perhaps this could be a happy medium if we're not able to offer transportation. Because I know when my daughter, she was at North Point for a year, that 1-hour lunch was everything. You know what I mean? Because they need that time to just kind of decompress and regroup. And even if they want to maybe hang with their friends, I think that's okay. You don't always need to be on constantly. So I'm really appreciating this conversation. But I think, yes, I thank you, Miss. As I said, Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas, and then Miss Thomas.
My question got addressed.
Okay. You had something, Ms. Thomas?
I was going to say the same thing. My question got answered. I was just wanted to round circle to, and Dr. Navarro pointed that out. Maybe we can just figure out how to glean the day, right? So if we find a way to take what's happening in the day and turn it into something that could be more, because, to Dr. Navarro's point, from a budget perspective, now let's figure out how we can shift what happens in the day so that kids can still have some opportunities for enrichment that is not always just instruction in front of the teachers. And the teachers can find ways to connect with students that may not always be instruction, but something else, because there's some synergies that happen through learning in different ways, whether it be collaboration or ideation or whatever. So I think that's a great idea for us to explore. But back to the calendar. Thank you, Ms. Mackey, for the granulated view within the survey, right? Because we have surveys that we send out there, but I'm always interested in if a teacher said it versus a student who's giving feedback versus a parent, because everybody is looking through a different lens, and those perspectives really matter. So thank you for that.
Ms. Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, a final point. I just wanted to say, Mr. Verk, I really liked the feedback that you gave, and the suggestion about using a 2-hour early dismissal schedule, but allowing students to stay. I like that suggestion, Dr. Navarro. I don't know logistically if we could do that, or just throwing that out there. But I did like that suggestion, because it's a way that, to Ms. Thomas's point, we can use what we already have. And we already plan 2-hour early dismissal days as it is. And so transportation would stay the same, right? It would be on the same schedule, but students would release from class, early, and then maybe have that hour at the end of those days to be able to meet with clubs or, get extra help from teachers if they needed to. And it wouldn't impact every teacher, right? So, the teachers obviously couldn't have like PD on that day or whatever. But just throwing that out there, I thought that was definitely a unique suggestion, an innovative suggestion. So definitely would support looking at that a little further to kind of work within, the parameters that we have. So I thought that was great.
Any final points? Okay, just a couple of quick things. I think that kind of reimagining the schedule would also address our current SMOB's concerns about the bell schedules. As we heard a lot from her about having enough time, you know, between classes, and that gets back to having a break and an opportunity to kind of catch your breath. Also, we heard, and I know we necessarily are not in a position to do this, I respect that, but at NSBA, there was a jurisdiction that every week factored in teacher planning time. And I believe they did it in form of early dismissal every week. And I was like, what did that look like? Of course, they're much smaller than us, but the fact that they heard from the teachers, they understood that it was a need, and then it also met the need of the students as well. So something to consider. Obviously, we can't necessarily do it that way, but I will say that I appreciate all of the work. Shout out to the communications team and to the calendar committee. This is not easy work. Personally leaning towards the typical start and agree with the consistent schedule. I think that will eliminate a lot of these well, I don't want to do away with the committee because we appreciate your work, but the expectancy for the parents and the teachers and everyone, they'll kind of already know, generally speaking, what it'll look like. So hopefully that will help. But thank you very much, ladies. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Yes. And Mr. Schwartz, if you could please come up, as we have to go back into executive session. So while we have a break, it is a working lunch.
We need a motion for the board to meet in executive session as permitted by the Maryland Open Meetings Act, Section 3-305 and 3-103 of the General Provisions article to discuss personnel matters concerning the superintendent's recommendations on certificated positions and matters related to specific employees, negotiations concerning concerning negotiations with the EACC and AFSCME, legal advice concerning personnel negotiations, and administrative function matters concerning board operations and an operations update from the superintendent.
I move to go into special meeting.
Second.
Okay, moved by Ms. Butler-Washington, seconded by Ms. Brenda Thomas. All in favor? Thank you. All right, we are in executive session and we'll resume at 4:30. Please take us off the air. All right, we are back. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. This is absolutely our favorite portion of the afternoon, where we get to acknowledge some very special people. All right. So first up, we would like to welcome the newest member of our staff. Ms. Danita Wilson is now serving as the Executive Assistant for the Board of Education. Welcome, Ms. Wilson. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't slide away, Ms. Prescott. I see you. And we could not have made it. Many people do not know that for give or take about 6 months, Ms. Deandra Prescott, who is technically the superintendent's executive assistant, has been also helping the board. So she's been doing 2 jobs with little complaining. I'm just kidding. No, she's been fantastic. She really has. She has been so gracious and put up with all of the different personalities and requests. So I know, Ms. Prescott, you did not want this. I apologize sincerely, but we had to thank you. We had to thank you. So we have a little something, but before we do that, allow my board members an opportunity, whatever they'd like to share. Start Ms. Butler-Washington.
As you know, I'm your favorite. And she is the best. I'm always
Really is.
late on stuff. She put a smile on her face, and she always make it happen for me. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ms. Kramer.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to thank you, Ms. Prescott. She truly has been amazing. I mean, you would not have known that she was doing 2 jobs because she does it seamlessly. There is 10 of us board members with 10 different personalities, and she handled it very well. She always sends me reminders, as I often need at times. And I just appreciate all of the extra detail that you've gone through, and the personal aspect of the way that you have helped the board has really been, it's truly appreciated. So thank you.
Mr. Hancock.
No, thank you, Ms. Prescott. And yes, you have been pulling double duty for a couple months now, and you always make it seem like it's effortless, and you always just have an even-keeled demeanor about you. And I know I speak for everyone. I think we thank you for everything you've done, and also would like to welcome Ms. Wilson along. I've had the pleasure of knowing Ms. Wilson for a long time, and she has a wonderful family and a wonderful person, and we just blessed to have both of you. So thank you both.
Thank you, you, Mr. Hancock. Mr. Lucas.
Yeah, ditto, Ms. Prescott, thanks, and welcome, Ms. Wilson. Whenever you walk into the office, it's just a very warm and inviting place because of the first people you meet, and those are the type of people you want there. So thank you both.
Thank you.
So certainly want to say welcome to Ms. Wilson. I also know her well. I know that you're going to be amazing at the job.
1 second, sir. I'm sorry. He was saying he can't hear. The mics are on.
I can speak up. How about that? Is that better? Okay, great. Definitely wanted to welcome Ms. Wilson. I know you're going to do an amazing job. I have known you for a little bit as well. So welcome to the position. Ms. Prescott, fantastic, hands down. You leave big shoes to fill. I think oftentimes people see us sitting up here and they think we are the board, when in fact we collective are the board. And definitely appreciate all the supports that you have brought to the job and just made it easy and seamless for all of us. So much appreciated to you, and welcome, Ms. Wilson.
And along with Ms. Wilson, I want to say we've known each other for a while, so congratulations for getting the job and being here to help us. Ms. Prescott, I couldn't do without you. You've been there for me, and I really appreciate it, even though I'm going to lose you now.
She'll still be there.
Yeah, but I mean, I really appreciate everything you have done.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so looking forward to working with you, Ms. Wilson. But Ms. Prescott, thank you so very much. As I tell you all the time, you're such a gem. You really do come in clutch and help no matter what, even far away. So I really do appreciate your help, your diligence, and also your patience. As I am one of the newer board members, you've been quite patient in helping me kind of figure out the navigation of it all. So thank you very much.
And I will just close it out. Welcome again to Ms. Wilson, who's already been invaluable to us. Yes. Ms. Prescott, I thank you for resisting our attempts to steal you away from the superintendent. But we just wanted you to know that we truly, truly appreciate you. We believe in literally giving people their flowers while they can still smell them. So if we haven't embarrassed you enough, if you could please come to the front of the room and we'll take a picture with you and give you a few tokens. It's okay. It's all right. Thank you. You're going to be in witness protection. All right. Thank you all so very much. So now we will continue on. Next up is Caribbean American Heritage Month. All right, Ms. Royster.
Good afternoon. Whoop, test.
Afternoon.
We're on. Good afternoon. Chairperson Moore-Lee, Vice Chair Kramer, board members Dr. Navarro, and our school community. I am so grateful and very excited to introduce you to some Blue Jays from Barnhart Elementary School, where I used to work. So very thrilled to have their families here today to accept the board resolution for Caribbean American Heritage Month. So I would like to pause at this moment to ask the board, will it be presented at this time, or would you like to have the students to come forth first?
Oh, sure. Usually we have them just stand in the front, and then we'll read the resolution.
So each student, we have a treat for you, has shared either a proud or fun fact about their community.
Yes.
At this time, would Kaylin Hightower come forward? and to the stage.
Welcome.
Kaylin Hightower is a 4th grade student at C. Paul Barnhart Elementary School. Her family comes from St. Vincent, and she says, I love that it's always warm there because it's close to the equator.
Nice.
I also think it's interesting because there's a volcano there. So welcome, Kaylin. At this time, Zanev Francis, if you would please come forward.
Yeah, Brazil.
Representing.
It's our neighbor.
And Zanev, her family comes from St. Lucia. And she says, a fun fact that I love is that St. Lucia was the first country to be named after a woman.
Nice. I love that. That is a good fun fact.
And of course, last but not least, I would like to introduce you to Christina Gale. Representing, also a 4th grader from C. Paul Barnhart, and her family comes from Jamaica. And she says the national dish of Jamaica is ackee and saltfish, and it is often eaten on special occasions. It is important to me because it reminds me of my time growing up in Jamaica. So I give you our students, and family members are here too.
Thank you. So thank you so much. I'll be reading the resolution. So the resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, Caribbean American Heritage Month, June 1st through June 30th, 2024. Whereas Caribbean American Heritage Month was established on June 5th, 2006 by President George Bush to promote the rich culture and heritage of the Caribbean American people and their contributions to the United States of America. And whereas, since the founding of the United States, Americans of the Caribbean heritage, such as Alexander Hamilton, Secretary of State Colin Powell, Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, and Vice President Kamala Harris have made significant and profound contributions to our country. And whereas the theme for 2024 is celebrating Caribbean contributions to American history, culture, and life. And whereas Caribbean Americans have made invaluable contributions to American history and culture in areas such as law, politics, sports, medicine, music, theater, among others. And whereas about 13 million and about 4% of the total United States population have Caribbean ancestry, and whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes the values, the contributions of Caribbean Americans, including our students, staff, and their families, through the sharing of a rich culture that enhances the experiences for all students. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County encourages staff, students, parents, and the community to honor the history, contributions, and culture of Caribbean Americans in their alignment with our core values and equity and inclusivity. And whereas all educators will engage students in activities and projects that will broaden their perspectives of the contributions of our Caribbean American community. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County endorses the recognition of June 1st through June 30th, 2024 as Caribbean American Heritage Month, and it be further resolved that a copy of this resolution will be made part of the record of the May 21st, 2024 board meeting by the order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 21st day of May, 2024. Dr. Navarro, Superintendent, and Yanel Morley, Esquire, Chairperson. Go back, you take it with you. Yes, we were just saying that. Any of us, gladly go. So we will leave it done. There you go, ladies.
Thank you,
All right,
ladies.
thank you so much. Good job. Thank you so much, ladies. I am also proud Caribbean American. I was born in Guyana, South America. No one really knows why we're Caribbean, but we just go with it. Next up is Jewish American Heritage Month.
It's a full house, so I'm going to ask if Mr. Marv Cohen is with us today.
All right.
Mr. Marv Cohen, if you please come forward. And Mr. Rich Gilpin, if you're here today, we just
All
spoke on the
right.
phone. Great. Gentlemen, if you'll please step
Yes.
forward. Yes.
All right, welcome. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. I appreciate you telling us.
So I've had the pleasure of introducing these two individuals from our Jewish community here in Charles County, and they will be accepting the Jewish American Heritage Month resolution on behalf of the school board at this time. Thank you very much, gentlemen. If you would like to take a moment to introduce yourself and your connection to the community, and that'll be great. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Mark Cohen. I'm the president of our synagogue in Walmart.
Oh, nice.
I've lived in Charles County 55 years.
Wow.
Nice.
It is dramatically changed.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate this award. Thank you very much. And, when I first got here, there was probably 3 Jews in Charles County. Yeah. Very, very few. We don't have very many now. We only have 35. And yeah, so we're still pretty small. We really do appreciate it. It's an honor. And we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. First of all, I thank you all as well, and I really see this as extremely important coming out of the Board of Education, because I'm also a member of the Charles County Interfaith Commission. So one of the things that we're striving for is to get everybody to know each other. And what better way to get to know each other than learn about each other, because generally people have misconceptions because of ignorance. So every time we build a bridge to know each other and be better, it just carries a long way. And you know, like many other groups, now it's a little bit of a tough time, but a lot of help from friends. And every time somebody reaches out and says, "Hi, how are you doing?" It's immensely helpful. So the community is really good in all of this, and so thank you very much for doing this, and really appreciate it.
Thank you. Now I will read the resolution. Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, Jewish American Heritage Month, May 1 through May 31st, 2024. Whereas the 23 adults and children who would form the first Jewish community in the United States immigrated from Brazil in 1654. And today, over 7.6 million Jewish Americans make up more than 2.4% of the population in the United States. Whereas, on April 2nd, 2006, President George W. Bush proclaimed that May would be Jewish American Heritage Month, representing the crowning moment as a result of numerous efforts of Jewish leaders in Florida and members of Congress who had urged the president to recognize more than 350 years of Jewish contributions to American culture. And whereas, throughout our history as a nation, Jewish Americans have made countless contributions in areas to include music, theater, acting, children's toys, medicine, activism, politics, and all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. And whereas the Board of Education recognizes that in the face of adversity, the empathy, compassion, relentless spirit, and determination of Jewish Americans have both strengthened and inspired American society. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County seeks to encourage staff, students, parents, and the community to actively honor the history and contributions of Jewish Americans in alignment with our core values of equity and inclusivity. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes and values the contributions of our Jewish American students, staff, and their families through the sharing of a rich culture that enhances the experiences for all students. And therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County endorses the recognition of May 1st through May 31st, 2024 as Jewish American Heritage Month. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the May 21st, 2024 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 21st day of May, 2024. Signed, Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent, and Yanel Morley, Esquire, Chairperson.
Good. You're my size.
Exactly. Should I come in the middle? You want me to come in the middle? Thank you so much for being here.
My grandson's Lucas, so
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Next up is Mental Health Awareness Month. Who do we have accepting? Oh, okay, I see him. Thank you. All right.
Used to teach at Summers. There's like 2 in the county.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Evening.
So I want to introduce to you the people that are on the front lines of working with our students, our families, and our community in supporting the mental health of everyone here in Charles County. So with us today is Miss Jackie Chavez, our supervising school counselor, if you can come up. Miss Pam Jenkins, people personnel worker at Milton Summers Middle School and one of our mental health first aid trainers. Ms. Nina D. She's one of our school counselors at Piccowaxen Elementary School, one of our mental health first aid trainers. I'm going to let the other team come over. Ms. Tamika Parker. She's one of our school psychologists at the Robert D. Steedham Educational Center. Dr. Sierra Brewer. She's a school psychologist at Smallwood Middle School. Ms. Joella Brooks, she's the Director of Behavioral Health Services for the Charles County Department of Health. And last but certainly not least is we have a graduating senior and the head of the Our Minds Matter program at North Point High School, Miss Alana Mayers.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Blanchard. I will read the resolution. Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, Mental Health Awareness Month, May 1st through 31st, 2024. Whereas Mental Health Awareness Month was established in 1949 to increase awareness of the importance of mental health and wellness in Americans' lives and to celebrate recovery from mental illness. And whereas Mental Health Awareness Month has been instrumental in addressing the challenges faced by millions of Americans living with mental health conditions. And whereas increased awareness about the vital role mental health plays in our overall health and well-being is critical to the health of both students and staff. And whereas more than 1 in 5 adults in the United States lives with a mental illness. And whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports that more than 20% of youth have a diagnosed mental health disorder in the United States. And whereas suicide is the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 14 and the third leading cause of death among those aged 15 to 24 in the United States. And whereas 46% of people who die by suicide had a diagnosed mental health condition. And whereas at least 4 million people in the United States provide care to an adult with an emotional or mental health issue. And whereas the average age of early signs of mental illness is 14, when most students are entering high school. And whereas an estimated 60% of students with emotional, behavioral, and mental health disorders do not graduate from high school, according to the U.S. Department of Education. And whereas researchers from the University of Montreal found that students with untreated mental illness are more likely to be chronically absent, more disruptive in class, have lower academic achievement, and ultimately drop out. And whereas the University of Maryland Center for School Mental Health, CSMH, has found that educating staff, students, and parents in the signs and symptoms of mental illness is key to both early intervention and dismantling the stigma surrounding mental health. And whereas schools that implement comprehensive mental health systems see improved academic performance, fewer special education placements, decreased disciplinary actions, and higher graduation rates. And whereas spreading awareness of the importance of mental health can help people realize the many ways in which mental illness impacts them and those around them. and can provide the opportunity to learn about available services. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes the importance and significance of mental health. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County is seeking to raise awareness and reduce the stigma surrounding mental health issues and treatment. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County seeks to educate staff, students, parents, and the community on the benefits and importance of mental health. And therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County endorses the recognition of May 1st through the 31st, 2024 as Mental Health Awareness Month. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the May 21st, 2024 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 21st day of May, 2024, Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent, Yanel Morley, Esquire, Chairperson. Can we please give them another round of applause? Especially post-COVID, the work that they do is essential. All right. So moving on, I believe next up is the Washington Post Principal of the Year Award. Ooh.
All right, well, good afternoon, Board Chair Morley,
Good afternoon.
Vice Chair Kramer, board members, Dr. Navarro, staff, and our special guests. I am Marvin Jones, the Chief of Schools, and tonight it is my privilege and honor to introduce the Washington Post 2024 Principal of the Year finalist for Charles County Public Schools, Ms. Erica Williams, Principal of Benjamin Stoddert Middle School. Yes. Yeah, go ahead, I mean, can we get through this first? Listen. All right, Ms. Williams began her career as an elementary school teacher in Prince George's County in 2002, and after 8 years ventured down to Charles County and has never looked back. In 2010, Ms. Williams was named Instructional Resource Teacher at General Smallwood Middle School, where she served her first 2 years in the county before transferring in the same capacity to John Hanson Middle School. Ms. Williams remained in this role until she assumed an administrative assistant position in 2015 at Benjamin Stoddert Middle School. This is where she first got her taste of the school administrator work and obviously wasn't scared off because 1 year later, she was promoted to vice principal at Benjamin Stoddert Middle School. Ms. Williams served in this capacity for 2 years before transferring to Milton Summers Middle School for 1 year only before promoting back to principal of Benjamin Stoddert Middle School in 2019, right where her leadership legacy began. And while many might say that navigating the principalship through the COVID years was the most challenging time to be a principal, I might suggest that Principal Williams' toughest year as a school leader may have come a few years before COVID, 2017-18 to be exact. The Stoddert community was in the midst of a turnaround comeback from a dark place, and leading the charge as confidently and optimistically as ever was none other than Ms. Williams. Those who were here may recall during that time that as executive director, I was asked to serve in an interim principal role at Benjamin Stoddert, while Ms. Williams served as the lead vice principal. Well, having had the opportunity to work along her side day to day for the better part of a year, I can attest that while I was tapped as a figurative leader back then, it was Ms. Williams who really led the community in our healing process, rebuilding trust, strengthening structures and accountability, and all while never losing sight of the academic focus. Not an easy feat, considering all that we were trying to overcome at the time. But Ms. Williams' no-excuse leadership style would not permit her to allow staff to stay in a place of despair. Ms. Williams insisted on an all-in mindset, that it was going to take all of Stallion Nation working together to put the school back on the road to the Stoddert strong status that it is today. And so while I was the face of the community at that moment, Ms. Williams was, as I mentioned before, the glue under the glue, holding the school community together. But staying together was not enough for her. In Ms. Williams' view, we needed to do much more than hold it together. We needed to thrive, advance, and excel towards excellence. In everything Ms. Williams does, and in every school decision she makes, Ms. Williams expects excellence. I've not specifically asked her, but I suspect that this expectation and routine claim of excellence, even before it occurs, is likely a part of the reason for calling the young people of Benjamin Stoddert scholars instead of students. The connotation of the word scholar suggests that we're talking about someone who is uniquely intelligent or highly educated or both. The speaking of such into existence for her scholars and firm expectation of them being addressed as such is powerful beyond measure. The little things mean a lot. And so now, 6 years and a whole new building later, Ms. Williams' efforts with the help of her team and her mindset of staying the course and doubling down on prioritizing instruction has raised the school status to where it is today, a place that focuses on teaching, learning, achievement, and results, while continuously strengthening the culture and climate. Stop by sometime and you'll feel what I'm talking about. But know that Ms. Williams' insistence upon excellence doesn't always come easy. If it's in the best interest of her scholars, she will not hesitate to push back. And speaking of pushing back, you may have noticed that Ms. Williams, or you may notice later, that Ms. Williams talks with her hands, particularly when the topic is dear to her heart. But every now and then, these gestures are accompanied by the Berg, when she is at her most passionate moment. Yes, she is from the Steel City side of our northern neighbor, a little town called Pittsburgh. But that passion is always rooted in what's best for her scholars. As I experienced firsthand working with her many years ago at Benjamin Stoddert, I won't put our business in the street, but the Berg is real. But because of where this passion comes from, you have to respect her for it. Not only is Ms. Williams all in with her scholars and staff, but she also goes all out to ensure the school community is involved, taken care of, and on the same page. No other event demonstrates this better than the annual block party hosted at Benjamin Stoddert that includes many of our community partners. This is a collaborative effort of the school, the county health department, and the state's attorney's office, where there's lots of fun for kids and families and health and safety for all, from face painting to chess playing, to basketball shootouts, to flu shots, car seat safety checks, CPR training, Zumba, music, food, and so much more, all coordinated by Ms. Williams. The block party has been Ms. Williams' baby ever since her early administrator days and has always been a huge hit, normally on the first Saturday in October at 2040 St. Thomas Drive, Waldorf, Maryland, 20602, right beside the library. Shameless plug, but mark your calendars. But all this to say that the level of excellence that Ms. Williams regularly displays and expects from the classroom to the community to the central office remains consistent with whomever she interacts, and all for the same reasons, the benefit of children and families. It is also for these reasons that Ms. Williams is respected, well respected among her peers and colleagues, and often consulted for pointers or advice or clarification from professional development received or just helpful tips on things like scheduling. Ms. Williams brings an extraordinary amount of value, expertise, and admiration to the principalship in Charles County, and her superpowers have truly made a difference at each level she has worked and among every group of people with whom she's come into contact, and she's only getting better. So to wrap up, because I could go on about Ms. Williams and the great work she's done and how she's so faithfully served the scholars, staff, and families of Benjamin Stoddert over the years, but her body of work and receipt of this honor speaks for itself. Thank you to the nomination committee for putting forth such a compelling portfolio spotlighting Ms. Williams as the clear and obvious choice for the honor of Charles County Public Schools Washington Post Principal of the Year finalist. Congratulations, Ms. Williams, on this prestige. You can set them on the set them on this.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, take time.
Okay. Whew, man, what do you say after that? I am absolutely honored to stand before you today as a proud member of the Benjamin Stoddert School community. For the past 5 years, I've been blessed to serve alongside phenomenal staff striving to be the difference in the lives of our leaders and scholars. But before I was Erica Williams, the principal, there was Erica Smith, the dreamer. For as long as I can remember, I wanted to be a teacher, just ask my stuffed animals. While I'm sure my parents were tired of hearing me talk as if my stuffed animals were going to respond, they never once stopped me from dreaming. This journey started with 2 amazing young parents who worked hard, who believed in me, who prayed for me, and never let me forget that I could accomplish anything I put my mind to. And a big sister who tried her hardest to keep me out of trouble while proving that greatness could come from the inner city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Even in the early 90s, when I got a little sidetracked and I thought I was going to be the next female rapper, it was my amazing family that took me to the talent shows and cheered the loudest in the crowds. They have always encouraged me to follow my passion, discover my purpose, and walk confidently in it. My dreams of teaching became a reality, as Dr. Jones said, in 2002, and has led to the professional opportunities that I could have never imagined. From teaching math and science to rambunctious 6th graders, to serving as a math resource teacher, then transitioning into administration in 2015, I've had the incredible opportunity to serve many schools under many titles. The most rewarding leg of this journey, however, has occurred while serving at Benjamin Stoddert Middle School. You see, I may be the one standing at the podium right now, but moving the mission of our school does not happen without the support of 2 amazing principal mentors, Ms. Sandra Taylor and Ms. Sonia Blue, and the immeasurable dedication of my staff. Some of them are back there representing. They have stood beside me on this journey to prove that our Stoddert scholars, each and every one of them, can achieve great things. And yes, we are well aware of what people say. So today, I'd like to share with you what they may have left out. Benjamin Stoddert is the home of the largest middle school college readiness program, known as AVID, which we offer to 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. For the 2nd year in a row, our scholars have placed among the top 3 teams in the MESA competition. Last year, we earned 1st place with a team led by 8th graders who competed in the state competition. This year, we proudly placed 2nd and 3rd. Stallion Nation proudly celebrates the SMECO Outstanding Science Teacher of the Year winner, Mr. Hector Telford, as well as the CCPS Assistant Principal of the Year winner, Ms. Markel Peavy. We are also the home of the 1st place award-winning Destination Imagination team and the middle school champions boys basketball team. The accolades go on, and I promise you there's no end in sight. Thank you, parents and community members, for continuing to support our Benjamin Stoddert community, for advocating for your children, and for your dedication to their success. In conclusion, this journey has been a blessing, but I could not stand here today without thanking the man who from so early in my career has supported me, listened to all my work stories, held down the fort when I'm working late,
pushed me to dream even bigger, and absolutely loved me unconditionally. My husband, Jonathan Williams. Thank you for always being there. Every twist, every turn. Right. You have always encouraged me along the way. You are an amazing husband, father, and a friend. Thank you, members of the board, Dr. Navarro, and the entire Stallion Nation for this recognition and trusting me to lead an amazing community. Look for the scholars at Benjamin Stoddert to lead the way in the future. Thank you.
Bravo.
Can we see the husband raise his hand? Just so,
Fantastic.
Very silently.
Congratulations again, Ms. Williams. Very, very well deserved. I have to share proudly, we were also members of the Stoddert family. My oldest is now in college, and she went to Benjamin Stoddert and excelled. So thank you to the whole Stoddert family. All right. Next up, the Ruth Ann Hall Scholarship Awards. Mr. Heil. All right.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Moore Lee, Vice Chair Nicole Kramer, Superintendent Navarro, Board of Ed, and CCPS and distinguished guests. My name is Sean Heil. I'm the President of the Education Association of Charles County, and annually we present the Ruth Ann Hall Champion Student Recognition. We have a committee that makes these decisions. We have middle school teachers that apply through their students for these kinds of awards, and you're going to see the ones that won today. Not everybody that is nominated does indeed win. The Ruth Ann Hall Championship Scholar Award was established by the Education Association of Charles County as a memorial to Miss Ruth Ann Hall, a past president of the EACC. Ms. Hall was an English language arts teacher in Charles County Public Schools for over 20 years and was a passionate advocate for children and public education. She was a recipient of the Agnes Myers Washington Post Teacher of the Year Award. Ms. Hall was a dedicated educator and was respected and loved by her students. In her memory, we've established this award for middle school students since her last assignment was at Mattawoman Middle School. While serving as president of EACC, Ms. Hall became the first president to be full-time released in Charles County. Ruth Ann developed leukemia and fought a brave and long battle with the disease. She passed away in 1999. In her memory and as a tribute to her love of her students and her tireless efforts as an advocate for both teachers and students, the EACC created the Ruth Ann Hall Championship Student Recognition. Students are nominated by their teachers and selected by a committee to receive this award. The committee selects winners based on dedication to schoolwork, improvement, and positive attitudes towards learning. This award recognizes those students who have worked hard despite facing difficulties and have persevered to become champions in their own right and therefore worthy of recognition. The award closes with a quote from Martin Luther King Jr., "If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward." I'd like to introduce a member of the committee, Peter Allman, who's going to be coming up, or is up, moving ninja quiet. We also have Heather Hartman-Jansen here, who is part of the committee. Beth Ullman and Gail Kraus were all on the committee to make these challenging choices. Peter will be making the announcements. We'll be passing out some of our token gifts to everybody. And once they come up, if they could stay up here, and then we'll get the picture at the end.
My sincerest apologies for any names that I mispronounced. I tried to catch students before we came in and only caught a couple of them. Our awards are going to Alessandra Abakita. Shams Elashwell. Kennedy Ashton. Manuel Mendoza Hernandez.
Go up here, do shoot back.
Tamarja Jones. Jared Heil. Jared Heil. I apologize, I read it too fast. Madison Johnson. Haley Cozet.
There you go.
Anaya Montgomery. Jada Maria. And Travis Stewart. Thank you to all of our Ruth Ann Hall Champion Student Recognition Award recipients.
A little bit closer there, guys. Yeah, you guys.
All right, everybody look here, smile big. 1, 2. Yes, Stacey. Smile. Cheese. All right. One more. Smile. Awesome. Thank you.
The principals, and I saw several of them. Yeah, that's maybe had right.
I just don't see
There's one
Martin's
person. Yeah.
Oh, Jamie. It's Jamie.
Okay, yeah. I see several principals.
There
It's probably
she
one
is.
main person. Okay, here she comes.
I think she's coming.
Okay.
There we go. There they come. All ready for you, Ms. Collins.
All right. Yes. Hi, welcome. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Board Chair Morley, Board Vice Chair.
We ask everyone to please quiet down. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Morley, Board Vice Chair Kramer, board members, Dr. Navarro, and staff. Today, it is my honor to turn the spotlight onto several Charles County Public School students who have been identified as their principals as outstanding student models in the areas of academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Students being recognized this afternoon are Drew Bowling, 12th grader from Plata High School, Elijah Merkel, 8th grader from Piccowaxen Middle School, Jair Lada, 5th grader from Barry Elementary School, Kelsey Goff, 5th grader from Dr. Thomas L. Higdon Elementary School, and Dominanu Olagunju, from 5th grader from Eva Turner Elementary School. These outstanding students will be recognized in this order by their school principals: Douglas Dolan, Principal, La Plata High School; Walanda Thinstead, Principal, Piccowaxen Middle School; Lee Ann McLeod, Principal, Barry Elementary School; Dr. Shannon Finnegan, Principal, Dr. Thomas L. Higdon Elementary School; and Gary Lesko, Principal, Eva Turner Elementary School. Principals, would you please come in that order?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm honored to introduce 12th grader Drew Bowling as La Plata High School student winner in the area of personal responsibility. Drew has been in the NJROTC program for 4 years, rising to third in command of the unit as the cadet lieutenant. He has impeccable attendance, and his outstanding work ethic and drive have helped him to achieve a 4.2 GPA.
Nice.
Not only does he work hard in the classroom, but Drew has been employed by the Chick-fil-A in La Plata for the past 2 years and now trains new employees.
All right now.
He is an active member in the La Plata High School National Honor Society and throws shot put and discus for the varsity track and field team, along with being part of the varsity football team. Currently, Drew is going through the application process to become a Charles County Sheriff's Office, from the Charles County Sheriff's Office to become a correctional officer right
Nice.
after graduation.
Very nice.
His future plan is to become a Maryland State Trooper. Drew is always willing to help in any capacity when needed and is a friend to all. His strongest character traits are kindness, honesty, and integrity. Drew's teachers and administrators appreciate his hard work in the classroom and know that he will continue to excel in whatever he chooses to do. He is a great example of a student leader and has been a mentor to many students in the building. Thank you for your leadership, Drew. It's been a pleasure to be your principal, and I wish you all the best on your future endeavors.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is with my great honor and admiration that I stand before you to deliver this recognition to Elijah. In the realm of academic achievement, Elijah has consistently demonstrated an unwavering commitment to excellence. His dedication to learning is truly commendable. Whether it's tackling complex mathematical equations, delving into the intricacies of scientific phenomena, or mastering the nuances of literature, Elijah, his academic prowess shines brightly, both inspiring his peers and educators alike. His diligence and exceptional commitment to his learning journey has enabled him to skip a level in Spanish and showcase his leaderships in his class. His teachers describe him as being self-aware, well beyond his years, and a role model for all students. But academic achievement is just one facet of his extraordinary character. Beyond the classroom, he has earned the respect of his community, his teachers, his peers, through his exemplary community service, conduct, kindness, and integrity. In recognizing him today, we not only celebrate his individual accomplishments, but we also value the profound difference he makes in our community through his volunteer service. Elijah, I offer you my heartfelt congratulations. You are the epitome of what it means to demonstrate Picco pride, respect, responsibility, dedication, and excellence.
So cute. Oh.
It is with so much delight that I introduce Mr. Jair Lata, a 5th grade student at Berry Elementary School. Jair is being recognized as an outstanding student in the area of academic achievement. Jair has attended Berry for the last 2 years and has since been one of our top performers in every academic area. Wow. He has earned Principal's Honor Roll every quarter. He is identified for gifted services and earned an esteemed level 5 on both reading and math PARCC.
Nice.
His favorite subject in school is math, which is evident in his top-notch 99th percentile MCAP scores, as well as over 200% annual growth on iReady. He also played an integral role in helping our Berry 5th grade math team bring home a 3rd place recognition at the county elementary math competition.
Nice.
Jair has a quiet but strong spirit. He is humble in all of his achievements and is quick to give others recognition before himself. Jair is also a wonderful leader in personal responsibility. He always shows initiative and takes charge of his learning. He shows integrity with his classwork while also supporting the learning of others, while sharing and modeling his great ideas. In his free time, Jair enjoys playing baseball with his dad. Jair is a great example for all students.
Bless you.
His peers hold him in high regard as well, describing him as honest, hardworking, super smart, and a problem solver. Jair's commitment to learning, positive attitude, and strong work ethic make him most deserving of this Academic Achievement Award for Berry. Thank you, Jair, for being an amazing Berry Jaguar. You make us very proud.
Congratulations.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Dr. Finnegan, the principal at Dr. Higdon Elementary. And it is my great honor and pleasure to recognize Kelsey Goff. She's a remarkable 5th grade student at Dr. Higdon Elementary for her outstanding achievements in career readiness. Kelsey embodies what it means to be a true leader. She's consistently striving for excellence in every task that she undertakes. Her initiative and drive are unparalleled, setting her apart as a shining example for her peers. Kelsey's involvement in various extracurricular activities highlights her diverse talents and her interests. She's a dedicated member of our math team, DI, and MESA. And she also contributes significantly to our school as a Husky Buddy and as a Safety Patrol member. Her participation demonstrates her willingness to embrace the challenges, but also her commitment to make a very positive impact in our school. Beyond her academic accomplishments, her extracurricular activities include her being a very talented musician.
Nice.
Kelsey shares her musical gifts with us. She's a skilled clarinetist, even though she sometimes tries to hide behind the music. She showcases her talent in that area consistently. Outside of school, she still shines. She's an avid soccer player. She's on the swim team, and she's a dancer. And during this summer makes her second summer where she has become a horse helper at Camp St. Charles with Miss Kelly. She assists with horseback riding lessons, and that also demonstrates her further willingness to help others to learn and to make accomplishments. Kelsey's academic achievements are very impressive. She's a straight-A student who approaches studies with the same enthusiasm and determination that she applies to all her endeavors. As I've said before, she loves DI, MESA, and math team, and her passion for music is evident in her ability to memorize all of her lyrics and play that clarinet wonderfully. What truly sets her apart, though, is her remarkable character. She approaches every task with a smile on her face and goodwill in her heart. Her natural ability to collaborate and take on leadership roles speaks volumes about her character and the respect that she commands from her peers. She's not only a dedicated student and a talented individual, but she's a great big sister to her brother Jay, and a considerate friend of all that she thinks of. And many people think of her with greatness and fondness. Kelsey, I'm incredibly proud of you. Your hard work, your leadership, and your dedication are an inspiration to all of us. Congratulations on this well-deserved recognition, and I can't wait to see all the amazing things that you're going to do in your future. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Domininu Olagunju is a 5th grade student at Eva Turner Elementary School and is being recognized in the category of academic achievement. Domininu's teachers collectively agree that she is an impressive 5th grade student. She takes immense pride in her work and has never missed an assignment. She's an active participant in her learning and appears to be equally excited about all subjects. Domininu can be seen daily with a dictionary in her hands with the simple goal of expanding her vocabulary. Her iReady scores are the tops amongst her peers, and she has surpassed her typical growth already in math and reading by the winter iReady assessment. Domininu is an extremely well-rounded student. She's never had a problem with a single one of her peers. She likes to spend her time watching TV sitcoms and someone after my heart playing soccer. She's a chorus student who loves to sing and listen to music. Not surprising, when asked what her favorite type of music is, her answer was songs that have a lot of happiness.
Aww.
While adult life is still years away, she does seem to have a firm grasp on her career aspirations. You see, Domininu loves to write. She wants to be an author when she grows up.
Yes.
To be more specific, she is really into mysteries and thinks that she would like to write mystery stories or ghost stories.
Ooh.
As a principal of an elementary school who encourages students to set their minds to do anything that their hearts desire, I must admit that a future in the field of writing makes me smile. We are quite proud of Domininu, and we are honored that she is the Eva Turner's representative to the Board of Education for student recognition in the category of academic achievement.
Bravo.
Well, congratulations. This is absolutely phenomenal, and welcome to everyone. I will start with Drew on the end here. I'll say a few words, ask a question or two, and then you're welcome to share whatever you like. Don't forget to thank yourself, right? Drew, first of all, thank you so much for ROTC, 4 years. I know what that takes. Not me personally, I've heard, right? But third in command, that is an incredible amount of discipline. A lot of discipline, a lot of hard work. 4.2 GPA. Wow. Fantastic. And I love that not only do you work at Chick-fil-A, but you train other people in 12th grade. So I can imagine one day most of us are probably going to be working for you. So also love that you're a varsity track and field and varsity football. I believe our incoming SMOB is also varsity track and field, right? I don't believe in running if I'm not being chased, but that's fantastic. I love also that you want to be a correctional officer, done criminal law, and I very much am familiar with that field. Thank you so much for being willing to do that, and also for wanting to be a state trooper. That's fantastic. So tell me a little bit about that. Why those two particular careers?
So I would probably like to thank my father behind me. He is a detective sergeant at Maryland State Police. Just growing up with that, he looked so cool in that uniform. You got the car, the sirens. He'd always just
It is pretty cool, right?
I love talking on the radio, but I mean, just even joining ROTC, just to know what caliber you have to have. Like, I know that is my calling, to serve and protect. And I just want to get back to the people in Maryland.
That's fantastic. And to know that's your calling in 12th grade, that's remarkable. So of all the many things you do, what is the one thing that you would say is just your jam, like your purpose? What do you most enjoy doing?
I would have to say being in ROTC and just helping the freshmen. Like, that was my absolute joy this year by, he's in the back somewhere, Gunnery Sergeant Bailey, and me, like, teaching everybody drill movements.
There he is.
It's such a joy to see a freshman coming in, day one. I was telling these guys, it's okay to be nervous of coming into high school and middle school, but it'll be all right. You'll survive.
Yes.
And just watch them grow and flourish. It's an amazing thing, and it brought me so much joy to see that this year, actually. So.
Oh, thank you, Drew. Well, this is your time. What would you like to say?
I would like to thank my principal, Mr. Dolan, and of course my wonderful parents, and I'd like to give an amazing shout out to Gunnery Sergeant for giving me I would almost say, like, words of wisdom through these 4 years and helping me become the man I am today.
Fantastic. Oh, we're so proud of you. Congratulations. Fantastic. All right, next up, Elijah. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hi. The thing that stuck out to me was your unwavering commitment to excellence. That is quite a statement for someone who's only in 8th grade. That is remarkable. I was intrigued by the complex math, that my brain does not work that way. So if I need a tutor, right? Science. And I love that you're into literature. What type of literature? Like, what about that in particular appeals to you?
I mean, I like poems.
Oh. Yeah. Do you write a lot?
No, not really.
Not really. You just like reading them. I can appreciate that. Also, you skipped a level in Spanish. Yes, I love that. Look, I don't speak as well as Dr. Navarro. These are goals here. I also love that you're self-aware, which is also very difficult to have at only 8th grade, and that you're a role model. And the word integrity came up, which is something I think is just innate to people. So what is one thing that you think people don't know about you but should?
I don't really know.
You don't know? Okay. Okay. What do you want to share? I know it's okay. You say it's a little too early for all that. Okay. What do you want to share about yourself? Like, what do you enjoy doing?
Well, I enjoy building and stuff like that. Like
what do you like to build?
Oh, robots.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Yeah, putting that math and science to work. Fantastic. Well, what would you like to share? Who do you want to thank? Whatever you like to say.
I would like to thank my family for, pushing me to try my best in school, and my principal, Ms. Denstead, for giving me this award. Yeah.
Oh, very well deserved. Congratulations. Hello, Jair. How are you?
I'm good.
Oh, welcome. So you have been in Principal's Honor Roll every quarter. Wow. That's amazing. Level 5 in reading and math. I don't know, I could do level 5 now. And 99th percentile in MCAP. I mean, you are truly the top of your game. Not to mention, I believe I heard something about 200% increase in iReady scores. Wow. How did you even do that?
I don't know. I just tried my best.
What'd you say?
I just tried my best and read all the questions.
Fantastic. So you're someone that retains information very well. That's fantastic. I also love that you're quick to give other people recognition. That means you don't always have to be the star, right? You can let other people shine. That's fantastic. And your peers hold you in high regard. Wow. So what about baseball do you like? Like, is that your favorite sport in general, or do you just like playing it?
It's my favorite sport.
Oh, why? Why do you like it?
It's just a really fun sport to do, and I enjoy playing with my dad.
Oh, very nice. What do you play? What position?
I don't play yet, but when I do want to play, I want to play pitch.
Pitch? Very, very nice. Well, thank you so much, Jair. So what would you like to say? Anybody you want to thank? This is your time.
I want to thank my parents for pushing me to get this award and making me do better in school. And I want to thank my principal for all the encouragement she gave me.
Bravo. Well, thank you and congratulations. Hi, Kelsey. How are you? Hi. I'm doing well. Thank you. This is my favorite part of like the whole day. No kidding. I love that you're a great big sister and a considerate friend. Yeah.
The thing about a big sister, I don't know about that. I'm kind of I only yell when he yells, to be fair.
The truth comes out. Listen, I'm a big sister too. Look, Kevin can't have nothing. I'm a big sister too. I feel your pain. I understand. I love that you're a safety patrol. I was as well. And that you embrace challenges. That is fantastic. Never lose sight of that. And only in the 5th grade, you're already a talented musician. So did you teach yourself initially, or how did you get into the clarinet?
So when I was in kindergarten, I decided I wanted to play guitar. But then I played until COVID hit, and my mom made me quit because I had to go virtual. And then last year I started piano, but then I decided I had to quit that too because I had to learn because I was doing clarinet.
So you just felt called to do clarinet. Well, I mean, look at how many instruments you already know how to play. That's amazing. And finally, tell me a little bit about being a horse helper. I was so intrigued. How did you get into horseback riding, and why do you want to work there? Like, why do you volunteer there?
Well, my friend, she asked if I wanted to do it, and I said yes, and it ended up being really fun because I got to get some extra bonding time with some of my friends, and I got to meet some amazing people and horses.
Fantastic. Well, who would you like to thank? What would you like to say right now?
So first off, I'm going to thank my school for giving me this award, and then I'm also gonna thank my current teachers because they've pushed me, and like my math teacher when I accidentally flunked a test. My whole class flunked it.
Oh boy.
She let us retake it. She let us fix our mistakes, and then I fixed most of them.
Fantastic.
And then I'm going to thank my mom's best friend, Auntie Shannon, because she's always given me schoolwork to work on during the summer so I can stay at my A game.
Right. I love that you're thanking her for that.
I'm going to thank my friends and my teammates in soccer and stuff like that for always helping me and making sure that I believe I can do it. And then there's one more thank you to my grandpa because he kept asking me to put him in there somewhere.
Thank you. The honesty of children, boy. So you can say you honored his request, right? Thank you, Kelsey. You were hilarious. I didn't know. First, let me say you are a sharp dresser. I love that suit and the headband, all of it. Fantastic. Another person that takes pride in their work. That is such a big deal. Never misses an assignment. Wow. And I love that. This really struck me, that you keep a dictionary with you to expand your vocabulary. That is remarkable. That really, really is remarkable because it's constantly not only keeping your mind sharp, but you're just learning so many different things and the origins of words. By chance, do you do the spelling bee? If not, you should.
No, I don't.
Think about it, because you'd probably be excellent. Tell me about your love of sitcoms. What in particular? That's my thing too.
I love sitcoms because they're funny and the characters are relatable, and the plots and the stories are they're funny too.
Oh, do you have a favorite sitcom?
Yeah.
Which one?
Nikki, Ricky, Dickie, and Don.
Oh. Look, I feel like the old lady. I don't know what that is. No clue.
Aren't there like 20 now?
I'll Google it. Okay, I'll Google it later. And I love, too, your love of music, in particular songs that make you happy. And tell me about your love of, that you want to be an author and you want to write mysteries. What got you into that?
It's because I started to learn. It's because I had a love of reading ever since I was 5, and I watch a lot of shows, particularly the object shows, and they help. And I got, what was that I word? Inspired by them, which made me want to write some stories and want to be an author when I grow up.
Fantastic. Well, Dominican, who would you like to thank? This is your time.
I would like to thank my parents
Yes.
and my family and my brother because every day he always be having debates with me and arguments. and
Yes.
Yeah, but still, we make up like 5 seconds after.
Yeah, that's the sibling relationship. Yeah.
And I would like to thank my cousins and my aunts and my uncle for believing in me and loving me. I love you too, guys.
Aww, woo! You have a strong village. That's fantastic. Well, we're going to come down and say congratulations, so just stay right there. We'll be right with you.
Thank you.
My brother watched Nikki Rick.
You'll come up in a little bit and take a picture. Well, actually, yeah. There. Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Oh, there's so many of them. That makes sense.
I'm just about to. Okay, let's just put it in your bag.
I didn't think about it. I was like, I'm not banging. I think it's cute.
Oh no, I'm gonna just. I'm for real. Have the text now. Wait, this bag is open? No, it's not.
That's it.
I'm gonna show this off at school tomorrow. I'm gonna show this off at school tomorrow. I'm so really scared. Come
on, Daddy. Got it. Thanks. Wait, early, right?
Alex in the middle, so can you stay in the middle? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Got it? Perfect. Okay, smile big. 1, 2. All right, y'all got it? Wait. Sorry.
At this time, we just want to give it up one more time for our students. We invite all parents and students to come out into the lobby for additional photos. Thank you.
Right. And while they're getting settled, can we have the employee recognitions, please? I know.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Look, we'll be back for this.
For that, yeah, love that. Yes, claim it.
Trust and believe. Trust and
Absolutely. We're looking forward to it.
Call me, buddy.
All right.
Congratulations.
Thank you for coming.
You look just like your son.
Yes. That's where you go.
That's right. That's what I meant to
Couldn't
say.
deny you if you wanted to. Go ahead.
Rachel, come on down. Thank you. Oh, she's like in traffic.
Trying to make her way through.
Little traffic, yeah.
Brother's son. Might have a couple extra chairs here, huh?
Going down for me.
Oh, there we go. Hi, welcome. Oh.
Hello.
Good evening, Chairperson Morley.
Quiet down a little bit, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairperson Morley, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and family. My name is Rachel Savitas. I'm from the Office of Human Resources. Today, we will be acknowledging 5 exemplary employees: Amy Clements, an instructional specialist from Berry Elementary School, represented by Principal Leanne McLeod; Tricia Harrington, a special education teacher from Dr. Thomas L. Higdon Elementary School, represented by Principal Dr. Shannon Finnegan; Devette Price, a school counselor from Eva Turner Elementary School, represented by Principal Gary Lesko; James Swan, a building service manager from Plata High School, represented by Principal Douglas Dolan; and Matthew Walker, an in-school retention program instructional assistant from Piccowaxen Middle School, represented by Principal Yolanda Thenstead.
Flipped it.
In the work that we do, it is so refreshing to be alongside individuals that are truly the heartbeat of the school. They help synchronize our goals and promote a collective mindset and vision with the best interests of the students, staff, and school community in mind. Amy Clements is part of the fabric at Berry and does exactly that. For the past 12 years, Mrs. Clements has been at the center of all things for Berry Elementary. From instructional coaching to mentoring and modeling, the list of Mrs. Clements' contributions to our staff and school is lengthy. Amy Clements is the go-to for conducting PDs and staff development, scheduling, developing ELO plans, facilitating FEV, coaching math teams, articulation, and of course, data. Common assessments, MCAP, school improvement plans, PLT, and everything illustrative math. Her leadership encompasses so many layers of responsibility, commitment, and integrity. Mrs. Clements has spent the better part of her 21 years of service demonstrating continual learning and growth in her craft. Starting out as a second and third grade teacher, she promoted to the ranks of instructional specialist and has since also earned her ESOL certification as well as her Admin 1 certification. Despite being armed with extensive knowledge and experience, Mrs. Clements remains an equal learning partner with our staff, regardless if they are novice or veteran. She is both literally and figuratively an anchor to our staff and students and me, keeping us firmly planted in the midst of big work. In fact, I'm confident she can never claim boredom at Berry. Mrs. Clements rises to the occasion with every request she receives. She commits to extra responsibilities that far exceed her job title, all for the benefit of our students and staff. She is also one of the most articulate leaders of professional development I have worked with. The impact she has on our Berry school community is profound. She rallies for our massive school community, and for that, we are all very grateful. I truly believe that Mrs. Amy Clements has been deserving of this award long before this year. However, how lucky am I to be the principal who gets to share this opportunity to celebrate her as our exemplary employee. Congratulations, Mrs. Clements, and beyond thank you for all that you do.
Hi again, I'm Dr. Finnegan, the principal at Dr. Higdon Elementary. And it is with the utmost honor and enthusiasm that I stand before you to recognize Mrs. Trish Harrington, an extraordinary special education teacher at Dr. Higdon, and for commendation and recognition. Lisa Diker, a renowned special educator and professor of special education, stated, "Special education is not a place. It's a mindset, and it's a set of supports." Ms. Harrington embodies this philosophy that special education is a mindset and a special set of supports through her unwavering dedication, exceptional leadership qualities, and her persistent commitment to the success of her students and also her colleagues. In her role as team leader, Mrs. Harrington sets a remarkable example of outstanding leadership, guiding her colleagues with wisdom, empathy, and expertise. She tirelessly advocates for the needs of our students, and she ensures that every service and accommodation is provided with precision and care. Her ability to foster a collaborative and supportive environment among her team of teachers and instructional assistants is truly commendable. Rita Pearson, who we're all familiar with, famous educator, says that every child deserves a champion, an adult who will never give up on them, who understands the power of connection and insists that they become the best they can possibly be. Miss Harrington is indeed the champion for our students. Ms. Harrington's work ethic is unparalleled, and her passion for her profession radiates through every aspect of her work. She meticulously examines her data, and she assesses her students' progress to determine the most effective instructional strategies and accommodations, ensuring that the students receive the individualized support that they need to thrive. But her genuine care and belief in her students is very evident in every interaction. She sets rigorous standards and holds her students to high expectations, empowering them to reach their full potential. Embodying Temple Grandin, who some of us are familiar with her work with children with autism, her quote that students are different, not less, Miss Harrington fosters that inclusive and supportive environment for every student, so that those students feel valued and capable. Moreover, Ms. Harrington is involved in our school events, and she initiates and enriches our educational community. Her impact is far beyond the confines of the classroom, and her contributions are deeply appreciated by students, staff, and parents alike. In conclusion, Ms. Harrington is an exceptional special education teacher whose dedication, leadership, and unwavering commitment to student success make her truly deserving of this recognition. Thank you so much, Ms. Harrington, for everything you do for our students and for our school community.
Good evening.
Good evening.
An exemplary school counselor does a lot. They implement effective classroom lessons for every class in our school to build fundamentals of school character. They meet with individual students to counsel them through difficult times. They facilitate mediations between students who've had a disagreement. Quite simply, they connect and establish meaningful relationships with students and staff. In today's school, we are all spread too thin with a never-ending list of duties and responsibilities. However, the lone school counselor at an elementary school is asked to do a great deal. They also must have a specific skill set and a specific temperament. Empathetic, firm, assertive, calm, inviting. They must be welcoming, be aware of school and district supports, have the ability to time manage, coordinate 504 and SST, and interact with students and colleagues throughout the day. In many cases, they serve as a quasi-administrator. The list goes on, but I can certainly say that Ms. Devette Price, school counselor at Eva Turner, checks all of those above boxes. In the past 5 years, I've come to have a very solid working relationship with Ms. Price. She organizes and executes our Character Trait of the Month, is our 504 and PBIS coordinator, teaches lessons, meets with small groups, checks in and out with over a dozen students every morning and afternoon, organizes our college and career day each year, plans our quarterly award ceremonies, coordinates Thanksgiving baskets for specific Turner families, supports the Charles County Sheriff's mentoring program after school every Tuesday, where she works 2.5 hours, and a laundry list of other duties that may be assigned. Ms. Price is a constant advocate for our students. In fact, not a day goes by that she doesn't come into my office and ask for money. I have it down. I know exactly when she comes into my office. Mr. Lesko, hi. I already know what's coming. I need some money. Sometimes the answer is yes, sometimes it's no, but I always know that the request will be in the best interest of our kiddos. She may focus on replenishing Wednesday morning Tiger Cart that she uses as PBIS incentives. She planned an incentive event such as an ice cream social for well-deserving students, or quite simply just purchase materials that students need for the classroom. Her colleagues respond incredibly well to her qualities as a counselor, as a school leader, but most of all as a person. Ms. Price consistently adheres to Charles County Public Schools policies and expectations. I'm certain that Eva Turner is a better place as a result of her presence, and our students benefit as a result of her unmeasurable impact. It's with a great deal of respect that we select Ms. Devette Price as represent Eva Turner for employee recognition at the May board meeting.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
I'm honored to introduce Mr. James Earl Swan for the La Plata High School Exemplary Employee Award. Anyone who has been associated with La Plata High School over the last 22 years he has served as building service manager understands that Mr. Swan is one of the reasons our building is a great place to teach and learn. Mr. Swan puts his team in place to do a great job each day. His team achieves high marks on the building inspections each year. I first met Mr. Swan when I was principal at Navarro Middle School, and he was working part-time with community services. He was always supporting students and was always the most popular guy in the room. So when I got to La Plata High School a few years later, I knew I had a great person and a hard worker. During the last 2 years, The building has undergone extensive renovations for our HVAC system. Mr. Swan has worked with administration to coordinate the schedule with the construction company to ensure there was less of an impact on staff and students at La Plata High School. It doesn't matter the time or day or the situation, Mr. Swan is called over the walkie-talkie. He responds as soon as possible to address any issue or lend a helping hand. Mr. Swan always goes above and beyond the call of duty. He works long hours to make sure his team and the school are supported. His positive energy and commitment to professionalism are unmatched. Outside the building, Mr. Swan has served as a coach. He has coached our varsity girls basketball team, and what is near and dear to Mr. Swan, he coaches some of our unified teams. He coaches unified tennis and track, who, by the way, just won another state championship.
Nice.
The students love working with Mr. Swan, and he is their biggest cheerleader. Some of the same students see Mr. Swan in Camp Co-op, which is held at La Plata each summer, and are so excited when he greets each of them by name. In addition to coaching, you can see Mr. Swan helping with pep rallies, play in the student versus staff basketball games, and any other event that he can support the students and the staff. He's an all-star at La Plata High School, and we appreciate all that he's done for our school community. Thank you, Mr. Swan.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
It has been said that people don't care what you know until they know how much you care. Mr. Walker is an exemplary employee due to the fact that he is reliable as well as dedicated to the growth and support of Piccowaxen students and the community. He has gone above and beyond to implement best practices that have successfully supported struggling students and sometimes struggling adults. Mr. Walker works collaboratively with all members of our team to provide accommodations and supports to ensure student success. Sometimes students need to take a time out, and he is that person who provides a holistic environment for students to talk about the things that are important to them, that matter to them. He makes a positive impact on their lives even when they're in timeout, incorporating life lessons into his work with students that foster a growth mindset. Mr. Walker has been at Picco for 5.5 years. His current position of ISI coordinator, this is his first year in that position. Prior to that, he was an instructional assistant in the SOAR program, extremely skilled at de-escalating students in crisis. So this position works very well for him. He came to me at the end of last school year and told me about his ideas on how to improve the structure of the ISI room at Picco and provided a plan of action to support students. He has created a positive, nurturing environment where students feel respected, supported, and encouraged to reflect on their behavior and make positive changes to move forward. As you know, sometimes middle school students can get stuck in the moment, but Mr. Walker consistently employs fair, compassionate practices that help them move on and experience a new day. While students are in ISI, he ensures that they receive all of their work, helps them complete that work, provides their accommodations and modifications. He also provides base lessons so that they actually learn from their mistakes and do their best not to make the same mistakes. I am honored to work with Mr. Walker, and I know that our students and staff appreciate the work that he does on a daily basis. You see, sometimes when all you experience is problem after problem after problem after problem, sometimes you get defeated in this position. But Mr. Walker finds the ray of sunshine and helps students to learn lessons. But not only that, he does it in such a way that they don't necessarily want to come back to him. But they do bring friends sometimes who might need a listening ear without criticism. Someone they can come to and not feel like they might be shamed later on. That is the type of person Mr. Walker is. I appreciate your commitment and dedication to our school community, and that is why you were chosen to be recognized as the employee for May. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so very much. Again, just to bears repeating, this is the absolute highlight of my day. Like, I cannot thank you all enough for what you do and what you mean to CCPS. Like, you keep everything that's important to us going every day, including my own 2 customers, as I jokingly say. So, Ms. Clemens, welcome. Hello. I love that your principal described you as part of the fabric. That means that they can't without you. And you've been at CCPS for 21 years? Mm-hmm. Wow. Thank you. Well, let me ask, why stay at CCPS?
Why? I think I just believe in the staff and the students that I work with every day. I have always believed that all children can learn and do, and it's just about figuring out how to get them there. And I truly love what I do.
Amen. Well, it becomes part of who you are. Yeah. You're also described as an anchor. And I love the word impact because it's absolutely what you're doing. And I agree, you're never bored. I can tell that. You're the go-to for so many things. So what do you do to unwind?
Well, I spend time with my family. There's not a lot of unwinding.
I imagine.
At this stage of life, but I do enjoy spending time with my friends and reading.
Amen. Me too. Well, this is your time. Whatever you'd like to share, if you want to thank anyone.
Of course, I wrote something because I was afraid I might leave somebody out. But I just, first of all, want to thank all the Berry staff that have come tonight because I know it's been a long work day and you guys are still here to cheer me on. Thank you to Ms. McLeod and the students and staff at Berry Elementary. It's a tremendous honor to be recognized with Jair, who was up here earlier. He was one of my math team students, and he's definitely a kiddo to keep your eye on. Amen. He's going to do great things. Yeah. I would like to thank my family for support, all the late nights of the laptop coming back out after bedtime, or my husband bringing me dinner up to work, or things like that. I'd like to thank my teacher besties, because they're truly, how we make it through this. The other elementary IRTs are truly part of my family and keep me going every day. And all the teammates that I've worked with as part of the instructional leadership team over the years. I've learned so much from all of you, and they've really helped shape me into the educator that I am today. I knew that I wanted to be a teacher from a very young age, and I come from a family of educators. Despite their efforts to talk me out of it, I'm still here. And after all these years, I still truly enjoy building relationships with students and the thrill of igniting that spark for learning. In addition, I feel that I found my calling in coaching teachers to do that same thing. And I think that that's really where the work in my later part of my career is going to be, helping teachers to really make that happen. And I'm super honored and filled with gratitude for this recognition. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for choosing CCPS, and shout out to the teacher besties. All right. Ms. Harrington, hello. Hello. I have to just literally and figuratively tip, if I had a hat, tip my hat to you. Special education really, truly is a calling. And I love Your principal said it's a mindset and a set of supports. Absolutely. In particular, unfortunately, it's gotten more challenging. And so to know that you choose to do this every day, thank you. Thank you. Because I know that that's a sacrifice for you. And in particular, you were applauded for your unwavering dedication and exceptional leadership. That really says a lot. And you're a team leader. Of course you are. So why special education?
It just happened many years ago. I was a dual certified teacher, and when I came down to the county, Lynn Schulte back then said, we need special ed teachers. And so I started there thinking that maybe I would become a general ed teacher eventually, but now that I'm a special ed teacher, I never looked back. It was, that's where I needed to be.
Oh,
So,
fantastic. Look, tell a friend.
or two, right? Yes.
I love that it said that every child deserves a champion. Absolutely, absolutely agree. And that you're an advocate and your passion for the profession shines through so brightly. Thank you again. Thank you so much. So let me just ask, and the same question I asked Ms. Clemens, you probably don't unwind either, but say, your downtime, your off time, do you have like a special hobby or a hidden talent maybe?
Do not, but I have two children that are so actively involved in different sports that I leave and go follow their passions as well.
Yeah.
And then just enjoy evenings. We're looking forward to lots of evenings on the boat.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
To kind of unwind that way during the weekends. But
that
yep,
sounds fantastic.
kids keep us busy.
Oh, I know. I always say you work around their schedule, not the other way around. So what would you like to share, Ms. Harrington?
So I just want to start off by saying I'm honored and humbled to receive this recognition. My time at Dr. Higdon Elementary has been one that I have valued so much. I truly enjoy the students and the staff that I work with each day. In my role as a special education teacher, I have the opportunity to collaborate with a lot of amazing teachers and have learned so much from them while we've helped support students with various needs over the past several years. My collaborative partners at Dr. Higdon are truly the reason why I do this job so well. I couldn't do it without them. I want to thank Dr. Finnegan and my administrative team for nominating me for this award, and I truly appreciate their support as well on a daily basis. I also would like to thank my colleagues at school who work with me and support me through thick and thin. As a teacher, we all have our good days and we all have our challenging days, and I can say that they stand by me through all of it. So thank you to them. Before I conclude, I just would like to thank my family as well. Their patience, their love, and support is unwavering. So I look forward to continuing to impact students at Dr. Higdon for years to come, and thank you.
Oh, thank you. Bravo. Hi, Ms. Price. Hello. So, you are a counselor, which is another tough job. And if I'm not mistaken, you're the only counselor at Turner?
I am the only.
Wow. So what is that experience like? I know no 2 days look the same, right?
Never. It's very busy.
Very busy, yeah. What is the highlight for you, would you say?
Just being with the kids, seeing them succeed and grow.
Yeah.
Just being there with them and supporting them.
Yeah, I'm very partial to the littles, so I understand. I was thinking, as your principal was sharing, that you are the definition of other duties as assigned. They just ran out of things that you do, from teaching and awards and mentoring and advocating. Shout out to PBIS. I have 2 elementary school students. They take that PBIS so very seriously.
We got to keep them.
We have to keep them, like by any means necessary. So why did you initially get into counseling? What about it appealed to you?
While I was in public school, I never thought that I would be working in a school. So I had to do some type of volunteer service for an undergrad class, and I chose to do that at a middle school. So in that middle school is the counseling department, and I just kind of fell in love with it. So after I completed my undergraduate degree, I went on to get my master's in school counseling.
Oh, fantastic. Well, thank you. So what would you like to share?
I didn't write anything. I just want to
Okay.
take the time to say thank you to my administrative staff, staff, the teachers, the students, of course, for supporting me and helping me become the counselor that I am today. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ms. Price. Shout out to Mr. Swan, 22 years at La Plata. I've seen you several times, sir, and I've never seen you idle. You're always in motion. You're the definition of an essential worker. Absolutely. We literally cannot open the buildings without you. I love that you're most popular. That's exciting. And that you're always supporting students. So what motivates you? Why do you work as hard as you do?
I just love being around the kids, and I've always been that way, even growing up. I've always been there to support everybody and anybody. And I'd learned from a lot of these kids that when I say good morning to them, that's the first time they've heard it that day.
Wow.
When I talk to them and say have a great day, it's the first time they've heard that. So some people don't say that to them at all, or they're raising themselves when they come to school. So I try to make sure I reach out and then try to learn everybody's name.
Wow. Thank you for that. I can only imagine how many people that you're inspiring, you know what I mean, that you may not ever know, but you're touching so many lives every day. I could definitely understand why that would be addictive. Thank you also for your positive energy. That radiates, and all the long hours. And I love also that you're a coach. Sounds like to be the building service manager is a whole job.
It is.
To be a coach is a whole job. Yes. But then you also play basketball. It's like you do a little bit of everything. So I would say of all the things that you do, is there like one favorite you must do every day? Like what must you do every day?
Get up, look in the mirror, smile, and says, today's a new day. Let's go.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Thank you. Well, what would you like to share, Mrs. Swan?
I just want to thank my wife for supporting me. She can't be here today because she's sick, not feeling well.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'd like to thank Mr. Dolan, my supervisor, and you guys for giving me the opportunity to work with the kids every day.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Walker. Hello. Last but certainly not least. So welcome and congratulations. Thank you. It really resonated with me that you're a safe space for students, and that they can feel comfortable coming to you without being shamed. Thank you so very much. What is your why? Why do you do as much as you do, work as hard?
I've always had a passion for helping young children. It's always been my passion. My why is to make someone's day better. So just improving the lives of our students is so important to me.
Oh, thank you. And you're absolutely doing that. And I also love that you're able to de-escalate students in crisis. That is a talent, sir. It is not easy to do, and to understand that there's always some reason why they're doing what they're doing. Why do you think you're so successful with doing that?
So I've worked with students in crisis with behavioral issues for many years. I feel like I just really I'm blanking. Can you come back on the question?
It's okay.
I'm out there.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine.
This is out of my wheelhouse.
I understand. It's probably, candidly, just all the skills and knowledge and experience you have. You probably don't even realize it. It's instinctive, probably, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked with students with behavioral needs for a long time, and it means so much to me. It's just I enjoy working with them. I enjoy de-escalating. I enjoy being a person they can look to and trust. So
fantastic. Well, anything else you'd like to share, Mr. Walker?
As noted, this was my first year working in in-school retention, and this was actually the first year in a long time where I felt at the beginning of the year I was a little nervous. Okay, it was new for me, very nervous, and there has not been one day where I have not felt supported with either a leader in front of me or a team behind me, and that speaks to the nature of the administrative team at Piccowaxen. They've supported me the whole way, and it's been a great year. I feel like I've truly been a part of making a difference for the kids. So
You absolutely have. Well, thank you so very much, and thank you all. I'm going to come down and shake your hands, and we have some gifts for you.
So well deserved.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. You look scary.
Listen, no. It's just the attention, not the recognition is not the
It's been stressing me out all day.
Thank you.
I'm gonna be like.
A nice color lipstick. Thank you. Colors that I like. The purple. Yeah. Red don't look good. I have to do it. It don't look good. It don't look good on me. Something about it. Go to them, I can ask somebody, like, give me a blue, red, or... But I like that purple. I always think those. The makeup things I do. don't wear no other colors. Oh,
Sorry,
I'm scared to go outside.
Yeah, I'm also like. On track.
Some point we were early.
I know, and we were ahead at one point. Yeah.
10 colors.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's we don't matter.
Yeah, it's gonna. Okay. Everyone, we have to resume the meeting. Okay. May I have your attention, please? We have to resume the meeting. Exactly. We ask if you're exiting, can you please lower your volume a little bit? Yes. Thank you. All right. We gotta get out of here. Okay, we'll give them another 15 seconds. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Schwartz.
I'll read the rules for public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief, to the point, and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. When appropriate, CCPS staff may address the speaker's concerns directly. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations: personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. We have 10 speakers, all in person. Our first speaker is Wanda Proctor.
Good afternoon, or good evening, or good evening.
Good evening.
As a Piscataway child, I would like to request for change of, and then school, elementary school change.
It's okay, go ahead. Did you want to add anything else, Ms. Proctor?
Excuse me?
Would you like to add anything else?
Yeah.
It's okay, it's okay. Well, why would you like to change it? Could you share a little bit?
For our ancestors and stuff. Anything you want to add? I'm nervous.
No, okay, it's okay.
Thank you, Ms. Proctor.
You sure? Okay. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Carl Grebe.
He got away after 4 or 5 years. Thank you. Good evening. I'm probably going to go over, and I'm just going to stand here and talk. My name's Carl Grebe. I have a senior that is leaving North Point High School at the end of this year. This is from my wife, who is also a teacher here at Berry. As a veteran educator, nearly 25 years in CCPS, I've always been proud of being a teacher and have continued to support Charles County Public Schools, as so many of my colleagues are wonderful, caring, knowledgeable people, and regardless of circumstances, they manage to stay upbeat, encouraging students and coworkers to keep working hard regardless of the challenges that always arrive. It is with a heavy heart that I'm sharing my thoughts this evening by the way of my husband. Our son is graduating from North Point on May 31st, and while we are incredibly proud of him, we are saddened and angry that despite his hard work in the Cisco branch of the CTE program, he will not be obtaining the certification in either CCST networking or Cisco Certified Support or Cisco Certified Network Associate Certificate. That were incentives when making the choice for our son to apply. We were impressed then that he would have the opportunity to become licensed and or certified, giving him an edge in the competitive field we believe the height. In the last 4 years, he has had 3 different Cisco teachers. Apart from his freshman year, he had not had a qualified teacher for that specialized program for which he had to apply. His current teacher started last year, his junior year, without experience or knowledge of the program. She had to take freshman level coursework while teaching juniors. Due to circumstances of not having a qualified coursework while teaching juniors, due to the circumstances of not having a qualified instructor, parents repeatedly had to press CCBOE to get a tutor to come in and assist. Specifically, Miss Pearson and Miss Brandt was the one that I called continually with no responses or little follow-up. We've had emails ignored or discounted as well as unreturned phone calls. Last year when selecting courses, our son realized he was missing a required course and informed the counselor, who insisted that he was incorrect. 2 additional counselors later, it was determined that yes, it was a required course for the completion of the CTE program. Not only that, but when his schedule was changed to accommodate that class, he was taken out of another required course. Guess who caught that error? Our son. Not his teachers, not his counselors, him. Because of their error, he was denied the opportunity to take an elective that he had hoped for. In March, his class was expected to take the CCNA exam to complete the CTE requirements. The night before the expected exam, the students were informed that they would have to postpone the exam due to the complications registering all the students. We were quite confused. Students were informed in February that they would be taking the exam on March 7th. It didn't make sense the night before the exam. The registrations were still not complete. The students who had studied, prepared, and were anxious already had to endure the stress to wait indefinitely since there wasn't a makeup date given. They had to wait another month. Due to how many seniors passed the test, absolutely 0, an entire senior class failed. The highest score was a 60%.
I apologize, your 3 minutes are up.
All right.
Can you finish your sentence?
Not really. I mean, you guys really owe my kid some continued education to finish this class. You wasted 4 years in that program with no qualified education. If any of those kids want to go on to college and take that, I believe Charles County BOE owes them some kind of restitution to continue in that, because they got none of that from that program at North Point.
Mr. Greavy, please feel free to send your comments to us in writing.
I was here
appreciate
last year and did this, so I
Okay.
mean, I'm back again.
All right. I apologize,
talking
sir.
now.
We have to move on to another speaker. Yeah. Thank you for your time, sir.
Our next speaker is Will Lewis.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
I want to speak tonight on 2 points. First, I want to address the board's vote last meeting to not adopt the resolution that would have recognized June as Pride Month here in CCPS. One of the most impactful moments for me this school year took place when Governor Wes Moore addressed MSEA's Fall Representative Assembly. In his address, Governor Moore spoke passionately about the importance of being seen, and he promised his administration would work to ensure all Marylanders feel seen, respected, and valued. It felt fantastic as an educator to be seen in that address by Governor Moore. We do a great job throughout the school year of making sure all aspects of our student body feel seen, respected, and valued for the unique diversity they bring to our schools, except for our LGBTQIA+ students. For some LGBTQIA+ students, school might be the only place where they can be seen for exactly who they are. School is their refuge. School is their safe place. Our LGBTQIA students deserve to be seen and to be recognized by this board. I urge you to reconsider your vote, because all CCPS students deserve to be seen, respected, and valued as equal members of our school family. Finally, I want to address the proposed changes to our grading policy. At the secondary level, I've heard a lot of support for most of the changes. As a system, we sometimes struggle with consistency across individual schools, and a move towards that consistency is a much needed area to address. The one area of concern I did hear from colleagues is around how the 50% rule will be implemented. The idea that a student will get a 50% for a good faith effort has raised many questions. What does a good faith effort really mean? Does getting nearly 50% of the questions right on an assignment equal a good faith effort? Does simply turning something in, no matter the quality, meet the standard? I've heard this concern from many of my secondary colleagues. Many of us already implement the 50% rule in our classrooms, but we bump the grade at the end of the quarter. This allows for the earned grades, whatever they may be, to remain in the grade book, to inform students and parents of their performance while still receiving a 50% grade at the end of the quarter, if appropriate. You simply have to add a final assignment at the end of the quarter, mark it as a grade adjustment to a 50%, and bump the grade. This slight tweak to the 50% rule as proposed wouldn't change the intent of the grading committee's work, but might ease some concerns of secondary colleagues. Whatever decision is made, we must focus on the rollout. We need to be clear to all stakeholders about the changes being made and why they will benefit students. Our best intentions are sometimes muddled by unclear or inconsistent messages to stakeholders. As I finish tonight, I just want to say a thank you to this board. As a union leader, when we meet with our colleagues from across the state, many of them spend their time battling their Board of Education, not partnering with their Board of Education. So to work with all of you as closely as we have this school year and all the CCPS staff, it means a lot, and it's why I think we are successful here at Charles County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Derek Terry.
There he is.
Okay, bear with me. I'm sorry. I literally just finished typing this. Good evening to Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the board, as well as Superintendent, student rep, and constituents. According to the recent U.S. News high school public rankings, out of 30 best schools in Maryland, 11 are from Prince George's County, with 8 of the 11 placed in Maryland's top 100, and Charles County has 2. The U.S. News used the following criteria to make its rankings: math, reading, and science assessments, academic performance among underserved populations, graduation rates, and college readiness. So why am I here? Currently, Charles County has a higher graduation rate, which is 95%, than the state average, hovering around 86%, and PG County has a 74% graduation rate. It's a great accomplishment, but here's the issue. Most of the students can't read, write, or do math at grade level, and this is evident based on the recent scores, yet Charles County Public School has they have one of the strictest eligibility requirements in Maryland for those who want to participate in extracurricular activities. As a former college student athlete and junior college women's basketball coach, I understand the academic athletic challenges these students have to endure. In most cases, unless it has changed, because it's been some years, a student must maintain a 2-point grade point average, 12 credits, and within one semester. Also, if a student took 15 credits and happened to fail the class, but maintain a 2.0 GPA, the student will be eligible to participate in the sport or activity which requires eligibility. Currently, Charles County Public School determines eligibility every quarter and reports grades in 4 quarters during the school year. Basically, you have to have a, and it may be, I think it's a 2.0 or 2.25, I can't remember offhand, but you can't have any Fs. So let me put this language that people understand. If you have 6 A's or B's, but if a student receives 1 F, then like that, you're ineligible. This is not in line with college standards, and Charles County as a whole is not college ready. The overall average for Charles County graduate college readiness is 16.3%, and PG County is 15.7%. This meant 16.3% of high school seniors had the knowledge, skills, and dispositions needed to be successful in post-secondary education and/or training that led to gainful employment. This current eligibility requirement means Charles County is not meeting students where they are, but rather where some would like them to be. It is wishful and at the same point hopeful thinking to raise academic standards. However, I'm 99.9% certain that your research will show that eligibility requirements disproportionately impact students of color, special education population, and to be blunt, black males.
Sorry.
At some point in time, you have to revisit this eligibility requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Mr. Schwartz, is it possible to show the clock up here? Wait, it's not working? Okay. All right, good job. Just so, because that would help the speakers too. No, you did fine, Mr. Terry. I just want to make sure you know how much time you have.
Our next speaker is Navarro.
Not working.
Stand by 1 second. You want to use your outside voice? Let's see if we can hear you well, hopefully.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry.
It's also for the
camera. One more time. 1, 2. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you, but the camera might not pick up.
That works.
That one works? Okay.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
My name is Lamar Mutz. I'm with the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. I've been a carpenter for 24 years, going on 25 years. Our organization has a 4-year apprenticeship that each student that comes through our apprenticeship will get an array of credentials, and once they finish our apprenticeship, they'll get 24 college credits towards a construction management degree. Our organization is very heavily involved in the community. Me being a resident of Charles County, this is something that I want to start doing down here. Just in last week, May 17th, we did an event in DC called Jobs Not Guns, and on June 13th, we're going to do the same thing at our Union Hall in Upper Marlboro. But like I said, this is something that I want to start trying to bring down Charles County. As a representative for the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters, we work with a partner called Maple Wood Shop, and we're in the elementaries. We have a curriculum that's geared towards elementary students 3rd all the way up to 12th grade, that we ensure that they start to get acclimated with the tools at a young age, because we know a lot of the programs came up out of the schools throughout the years and things. So we have a partnership with Maple Wood Shop, and we are currently in schools in Prince George's County, but we want to try to start bringing that curriculum down here in Charles County, and just getting the young students exposed to that at an earlier age. I have been working diligently down here with some of the people within the school board, just to announce that at the beginning of this year, we got Career Connections implemented in North Point High School. And I want to ensure that each student that comes through there will try to get into the trades, a union trade. So I'm dedicated, especially we have the blueprint legislation going on for the state of Maryland. I want to ensure and be dedicated that I want to try to work with each and one of you all, and invite y'all down to our training center and just show y'all what we have to offer career-wise on the back end for students that come into the CTE programs around the county. But thank you for letting me come up here and share, and I would like to connect with each and one of you all in the future and show y'all what we have to offer, and maybe possibly try to get the Maple Wood Shop within Charles County. Thank you.
And that's behind you, Kevin Lowndes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kyle Swan.
Hi everyone, my name is Kyle Swan, Piscataway Kanoi Beaver Clan, son of Chief Swan, direct descendant of Lannis. Today, as we look for your inclusivity, respect, and acknowledgement of our cultural heritage, we're advocating for change within our educational institutions. The time is overdue to address the misuse of Native American names and mascots in schools, which perpetrate harmful stereotypes and disrespect our overall identities. We call for the renaming of Indian Head Elementary that carries the massacres of Piscataway through its name, recognizing that these names carry painful histories and do not accurately represent our communities nor belonging to our ancestral lands. Additionally, we urge the removal of racial mascots within the county, as they reduce not only our rich culture, but Charles County culture to caricatures, reinforcing harmful stereotypes and undermining our dignity. Furthermore, we demand, as we've seen throughout the country, the enforcement of our First Amendment rights, even if it is simply an acknowledgement, to display and celebrate our cultures, our traditions, our languages, and clothing all are integral parts of our identities, especially during our graduations. And as we deserve to be celebrated and respected, we ask not for your censorship or your discrimination. In advocating for these changes, we are working against the continuations of cultural erasure that we constantly are coming across, seeking proper acknowledgement and respect with when reference is given to us. We invite you all to join us in creating an educational environment that fosters true understanding, inclusivity, and mutual respect for all cultures in Charles County. Together, we can build a future where individuals are valued and empowered to express cultural identities without the embedded prejudice that our school systems inherently has. So with that, I say thank you, and I hope you stand with us.
Our next speaker is Chief Jesse Swan.
Good afternoon. Well, I'm going to stand in front of you. I'm just going to ask for three things. So you just heard my son give a pretty good speech to you. It's powerful, huh? So,
Yes.
You know, we asked for the name change of Indian Head Elementary School. My family, years ago, had the first Native American school in Charles County called the Swan School. So, you know, it means a lot to all the Piscataways that are here. And you'll probably hear from every one of them, hopefully, tonight. But, you know, there's no sense of having a name of like Smallwood that was a slave owner, you know, and, you know, then y'all want to change, then if the name gets changed, you know, we ask you to change to Piscataway. So there's two Piscataway groups in the state of Maryland, Piscataway Conoy Tribe and the Piscataway Indian Nation. This will represent both of them. And it'll be an honor to us, you know, to have this reestablished in the educational system. All right, the second request that I have is it'll be nice for our kids when, at time of graduation, for them to be able to wear a part of their regalia at this important time. You know, this is going on all across the world right now. And we asked Charles County would, you know, pass a law so the kids can wear a part of their regalia. It's an important time for them, and it means a lot for them to be able to wear their regalia. Sorry. And the last would be, let me see here. I'm forgetting what I'm doing right here. the last would be, dang. Let's see, we have, what was it? Oh, the history. The history. Oh, the history classes. I'm sorry. I've been in multiple meetings today, so, you know, everything's just running right together. So, you know, we'd like to change some of the curriculum that's being taught in the school right here in Charles County. You know, you have the Piscataway tribe, that is the local tribe, made first contact. You know, it's right here in Charles County. So when Native American months come up, you know, the school system is talking about a tribe that's in the Midwest and so forth. So it'll be nice to talk about the natives that are right here in the county and to be able to include the natives in y'all's conversation into the school systems. You know, this should be a must. You know, I shouldn't have to come up here and ask for this, you know, and I'm sorry I forgot it. But these were the three items that I wanted to speak to you about. I'm going to try to make your time kind of quick. I know you have a lot of people, but I thank y'all for the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rosanna Swan. Yes.
All right. Good evening. My name is Jessica Swan. I am daughter of Chief Jesse Swan, who just spoke, and my brother Kyle also gave y'all some real powerful words. I'm gonna keep it short and to the point. We are requesting that Indian Head Elementary be changed. As it's already been mentioned, you know, it has a derogative connotation to it, and as a Charles County Public School graduate, I do also recall for all 12 years of my schooling during Native American History Month, We learned about Christopher Columbus, and we learned about all of the tribes out in the Midwest. I would like further consideration for learning about the people that are here. As you can see, this is just a small amount of the people that are a part of our tribe right here in this county. The majority of us are Charles County Public School graduates. And to go to school growing up and not be taught your history in a classroom and learn other cultures' history that still falls under Indigenous and Native people is, it's discouraging to the fact that why isn't your history good enough, and it's right here. So with that being said, I would like you guys to consider that, adding that to the curriculum, and kind of making amends and making that change of Indian Head Elementary to Piscataway Elementary School. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin Gibson.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Gibson. I'm a teacher at Lackey High School. I've been in the district for 11 years. At the May 22nd meeting of the Board of Education, this board, for a variety of reasons, declined to support a resolution recognizing June as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month. I think this was a missed opportunity. That resolution read in part, whereas the Board of Education of Charles County endeavors to support and stand with the LGBTQIA+ community in various ways, including many of our schools that have created gender and sexuality alliance clubs in an effort to promote acceptance, inclusion, and a sense of community for our LGBTQIA+ students. And whereas all Charles County Public School staff members, teachers, administrators, and support professionals are trained annually and work to create an inclusive environment that serves all of our students, staff, and families with respect, compassion, and professionalism. And whereas Charles County Public Schools is committed to a safe and inclusive school environment where all students are engaged in learning and where staff and students feel accepted and valued in alignment with the core values of equity and inclusivity. I'd like you to consider a quote from Maya Angelou. People may forget what you said, but they will never forget how you made them feel. By rejecting this resolution, our LGBTQI+ students, staff, have heard a message that CCPS is not committed to a safe and inclusive school environment where they feel accepted and valued. Although these practices are outlined in other policies, this resolution had the opportunity to directly address the sense of inclusion and acceptance we endeavor to create for a group within our community who often do not feel this about their schools. Although we espouse to be a district of acceptance, inclusion, and community, not all the members of our district feel that to be a reality. Too often, members of our LGBTQIA+ community feel a sense of non-acceptance and exclusion. As a district educators, one of our roles is to provide a welcoming environment for all of our students. Creating that environment means proactively creating the space for people to be welcome, not reactively responding to those who seek to exclude. Nothing in this proposed resolution advocates for a discussion of sexuality at any level in any class. What it does is signal to our LGBTQIA+ community that we recognize and value them. While this school board has made a choice not to make a public recognition of Pride Month, I find it important to say to our friends, families, parents, co-workers, and most importantly, our students who often feel marginalized, misunderstood, and not valued, we recognize you. And you are a valuable part of our schools and our community. I would urge the board to reconsider this resolution and recognize the LGBTQIA+ community for the valuable part of our district that they are. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patrice Kelly.
Hi, hello board members. Yeah, I'm about to read to you my notes here, but I wanted to propose something in the special education realm, propose not necessarily a program, but sort of an initiative, an event. As we all know, collaboration between educators and parents is the cornerstone for student success. We all know that, right? However, it's no secret that establishing relationships between school and home that are supportive, collaborative, and trusting can sometimes be extremely challenging in the special education realm. In that spirit, I'd like to propose an idea. I propose that the school district host a Charles County special education meet and greet for the first time. The purpose of the event is for educators and parents of special needs students to carve out time to meet in an inclusive, welcoming, and informal setting outside of the mandated IEPs. A chance for the district's special education philosophy and vision to actually be communicated outside of a website and directly to parents and students. A time to meet the team providing the services, again, outside of the IEP process. A time to start building trust. The event would be open to all K-12 special education parents, special education teams, and other community stakeholders. Additionally, this would help parents not feel so alone in the journey. So I think there's value added for people to, we have all these hardworking parents around the county, and sometimes the IE process is so just convoluted, and just the way that the process and the program is sort of set up with all the mandated laws and stuff, sometimes it's very easy for it to be very contentious and almost sort of be a battle between the school and the parents. So I was really looking for some type of setting ahead of that, right? Kind of jumping ahead of that, where people can meet in a different setting instead of that Zoom call, or even if they're internal and face-to-face, just to kind of break that barrier. And the agenda would include, and of course the event could be held at a large venue like St. Charles or North Point. Those are very large venues. The agenda would include a brief introduction from either the special education director or the superintendent, and the various schools could set up booths around. And then after the intro, students and parents could be free to have the opportunity to meet and greet with their various and respective school staffs. Depending on the numbers, it could be one mass event, or it could perhaps be broken up by elementary, middle school, and high school dates. So I asked for your consideration with that proposal. I know it's very general, and there's a lot of things that would need to get smoothed out logistics-wise, but I really just want to highlight and emphasize that I think that it's important that we create something that's not just mandated, that we create something to get ahead of that mistrust, to get ahead of that misinformation, and really do something to actually build relationships instead of sort of having it where the information is out there on websites and you just kind of need to find it. So that's all, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak.
That was our last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. All right, so moving back rather to unfinished business. Is there any unfinished business? No? All right. Seeing none, new business and future agenda items. Ms. Butler-Washington?
Madam Chair, I sent the form for the policy, a form that we could perhaps use for our creation of the policies that we're going to be doing. I wanted the form that I sent. We can add, change, delete. It really doesn't matter. It's up to the board. However information they want to use in there. I just wanted something to be uniform so the public can know that we put effort into making sure that the public can understand, and the parents and the students can understand our policies that we are currently working on. And it's important because we want to make sure that plain language, that they understand it, so when they come and look at the policy, they don't have a lot interpretation, and they don't understand what's going on. So we want to be intentional about it. So I just wanted to see if the board would entertain having a form, so when we get ready to do the policies, that we could all use at once.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Schwartz, that's policy 8200 that we currently have? Okay. I believe all the board members were copied. Do we have enough interest? Can I get a thumbs up if you all would like to pursue it? Okay. Anyone else?
So
Yeah.
I think, if I could, I think having a.
You agree or you have a question first?
Both.
Okay.
So I think having a common format is a good thing. I don't know that what Ms. Butler-Washington said is the optimum thing, but I do believe having a standard form for every policy is a good thing.
My stance as well.
Okay. Yes, Ms.
So I guess I have I have the same kind of question. I appreciate Ms. Butler Washington's sentiment, which is trying to formalize something that has structure so that there's familiarity as a parent or any user of the policy would go through it. You don't have to get acclimated to what you're reading. You can just see a consistent format. So I do agree that we need a consistent format for the policies. But to Ms. Butler Washington's point, she said we can edit or do something different, whatever we can do so that it's also not lengthy. I think brevity is important, particularly from a legal perspective, because if policies are too long, there's a lot of loopholes. Attorneys will find those loopholes and then cause us to be in some kind of precarious predicament. So I just would like us to understand that as we do policy, borrowing that from some of my policy work at the federal level, right? There is definite ways that we can make that policy consistent and tight, but just try to get some brevity there.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Craig.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, agree with my colleagues. I think having like a some type of consistent format, as we've seen when we started looking at policies, sometimes there's slight differences here. I know we talked about like the language and different things. I just think for now, though, I'd like to table it because we're working on these two series, the 5,000 and the 6,000, which we have a very aggressive goal, right, to meet the review of all of those policies by December. And the content is what's really most important, I think, that we get that down, and then we can look at sort of how to best format them so that it's consistent across the board. Because I like some of the things in the document, and some of the things I don't. I think it's, to Mr. Thomas's point, a little bit too much. So definitely would like to look at that, but I don't think now is the time.
Ms. Smith.
No, agree. I don't think we're prepared today to discuss the format, but again, I appreciate the sentiment, and I do want us to figure out, like, what is that introduction to each of the policies. I think Ms. Butler Washington's point is, we sit up here, we see the policies from one vantage point, but thinking about the average parent in the community, they may not understand or know all the things that we know. So how are we sort of supporting them and scaffolding them into understanding how these policies impact their child? Or for instance, an educator who's steeped in doing the work, how these policies sort of impact them. So just having something at the beginning of every single policy that just explains a brief introduction into said policy. Appreciate the idea. I don't think we're prepared today to figure out what that looks like, but would support us working through it at a future date.
Okay, thank you. And I'm in agreement. We spoke about this. I can't remember if it was committee number 2. But yeah, it was committee number 2. That's the one for me that met first. And candidly, some of these policies may be combined, absolutely will be rewritten. And so I think it's a little bit putting the cart before the horse. We absolutely do have to have some uniformity. So I wholeheartedly support that. But I agree that I'd like to flesh out the content first and see what it ultimately will look like, and then go back and make sure there's some uniformity. And little things like some policies say Charles County Board of Education, some say Board of Education of Charles County. So it's a combination of big and little things. But we right now don't even know what policies we necessarily will be working with. So that's just so do we have at least 6 then to proceed with this? I'm in favor. Okay, so we have, okay, what Ms. Butler Washington proposed, she wants to start there and then kind of flesh it out at some point. So I'm hearing 2 different things. I'm hearing, yes, we begin with this and begin working on what this ultimately might look like, or we table it and come back to it once the policies are concluded. So I'm just trying to figure out which way we want to go.
I have a comment. So I don't know that we're going to work the policies. I don't know that we have to finalize whatever the format for each policy is going to be. I don't know that we need to do that next month. We could do that in 3 months, and then we'll still be ready once the meat of the policy is done. So I think what I'm hearing from my board members is that, yeah, we probably want to do that, but it's not pressing.
Yes, because if we're proposing to change, we essentially would be changing the policy on policies as currently proposed.
Yeah, but I do think that if we're going to do it, we should try to do it for the sets of policies that we're doing now.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
And I'm in agreement with you all. I'm just looking for something to have a format to it. And if we can work it where we can let the staff look at it, what's in there, and they send it back to us and say, is this something that you would do? Because I know you talked about, Samisha talked about, the length of it. It's some stuff, maybe they can pull some stuff out and send it to us and say, is this what you're looking for? Or whatever, but I'm not saying that we should do it, have a document today and work on it today. I know that we have a schedule that we must meet. So I'm just saying that when we get close to it, we need to know what we're gonna put in there, because we don't wanna put all this hard work in it, and then the format is not conducive of what we're trying to do. So
Okay.
just,
Right, would you be amenable then to perhaps we send it to the staff and maybe have them flesh it out?
yes.
Okay, and then we bring it back, would that work? Okay, is everyone okay with that? Yeah. Oh, did you?
I'd like Eric to step up to the microphone. I have a question. I frankly have not been in the details of this work with the board. Eric has. I just want to understand, when the board requests that it goes back to staff, what do they mean, Eric?
That's a good question. I don't know what the board is looking for from staff.
Okay,
So,
well.
just to point out, as Ms. Morley said, we have a policy on policies. And if we make any change to say the format for all policies should be in a particular format, that can be in that policy. That could be part of that policy.
Right.
So if this is the first step to amend that policy on policies, that's up to the
That
board
was
to
my
determine.
understanding.
Yes.
That, and do you think that it's premature, to your point then, at this stage? Because Ms. Butler Washington has a document that essentially, if adopted, any part of it would change the policy on policies. But I also want to be mindful, will it then be cumbersome on staff to potentially have this language in every policy?
I'm sorry.
Okay, yes.
So if I look at Ms. Butler Washington's document, it really is just structure. I mean, what she has in under the bullets is just examples, right?
Yeah,
Those are just examples. So it's really just about the structure of the document. It's not necessarily the policy on policy. It's more like the structure of how we will put each of the policies together. I'm just trying, for clarity purposes, I'm trying to really understand, is that the intent? Is just the structure of what the document looked like? Because Mr. Swartz, in our conversations, we very much talked about the things that were, the contents of those documents that kind of didn't belong in place, like why is there a mission statement in the middle of something instead of at the beginning? So are we talking about the structure, or are we talking about just the structure of how we will put each policy together, or are we having a discussion about the policy on how to create the policy? Those seem to be two divergent things for me.
No, I was thinking more so the structure and what the core of what would be. We're essentially almost creating a checklist of what would be in every policy and some kind of format. That was my understanding.
Yeah, that's
Ms. Kramer.
I think, to Dr. Navarro's point, I don't know that this is something that we go back and task staff with per se. What I would suggest is that maybe, the board can review it, and then we can make some suggestions, about like what we may like, because I don't know about tasking staff to review the document per se and to make I think it's really a board decision anyway, how we want the policies to be written or structured. So I don't really know that it's a staff. I mean, we can't delegate to staff anyway. We'd have to delegate to Dr. Navarro, and then she would delegate to staff. But I think it's, something that the board members need to review and decide and maybe discuss, on a future agenda item, what maybe we like about the document, what we don't, how we would like to move forward with the structure. That would be my suggestion.
Well, I suggested staff because they're the ones that would be potentially the most impacted by this, having to, candidly, the majority of the work. So I wanted to, it's a fact. Yeah, it's true. So I just want to make sure, I'm fine with it either way, whether, we begin, I still maintain that this is something that's better served at the end of this process. But, if there seems like there was enough interest to move forward, so do you want to then approach it from a different angle to Ms. Kramer's point and the board? Ms. Smith is like, no.
I'm doubling down on Ms. Kramer's point.
Okay.
No, I was just going to double down on her point, but
Okay,
she's
well,
made
you
it
shook your
eloquently.
head.
I'm
No.
fine.
So, no, to which part? Just clarify, please.
So yes to everything Ms. Kramer said.
Okay.
In terms of perhaps this is not something we task staff with now.
Okay.
This is something as the collective that writes the policy, we have to determine what exactly we want in the document.
Okay.
So for me, it's less about staff time and kind of staff burden and more of what do we believe as a system we need to include in the policies that we write.
Okay, well, what if what we create then in turn burdens staff? That's my concern.
So,
That's the job.
may I make a suggestion to the board? So if you recall, when you worked on your board handbook, you created a subcommittee of people that did some deep work, had some time with folks to look through that. Maybe a suggestion is, the policies are all over the place. I have seen them. You have plenty of work to do.
Yes.
And you have a very aggressive timeline of which we have tasked to see to do it. But it'll be interesting, perhaps if there's a subcommittee that wants to think about the structure of this a little bit more, and let some time go by where the subcommittees have gotten up and running and have started making some changes, and maybe pull from a couple of you, of your subgroups, examples that will help inform then a recommendation for the entire board. And I think we will support some of those structures. I mean, you'll hear some, but I do think you may want to get started, because some of you have very technical policies. Some of you have very deep policies. Some of you have short policies. I mean, and you may want to start getting a little bit into your ground, and I would suggest maybe in the early part of the fall, when you kind of come back and have had a couple meetings, now you have exemplars to talk from, because you've had to deal with several of them.
Yeah.
And then I think this structure makes sense in creating uniform ways by which people read this. I just also wanted to remind you that the equity policy, one of the things that we did in the equity policy that the board tasked staff to do was to talk about how do we also translate some of our policies or create plain language examples. So it's something to think about, and we're happy. Once you get going into these policies, maybe come back, pause, get a couple people together that the chair would say, and then work through those, what those could look like. I think Eric's giving me a I'm not sure how he's looking at me right now. I'm just trying to understand that maybe, because you guys are just getting into the weeds of the policies
Exactly,
right now.
and we don't know what we don't know yet. Ms. Butler Washington.
No, I was just gonna say, since, if it would be pleased the board, if, our committee, meaning me, Nicole, and, Jamila, we could take a stab at it. At some point, creating a sub, just take a stab at it and look at it, and then, share it with the board as we continue to work on what we're working on. Would that be permissible?
I don't have any objections.
So I want to say, I think all the committees have experienced the same thing you experienced, you all in your, I think, you and I were in a committee that we were like, holy moly, it's kind of stuff all over the place. And so to Mr. Swartz in one of our meetings, I came up with kind of an outline, and Mr. Hancock was in our meeting, that we need to, everything should be viewed with a plain language lens. The policies need to be logical. We need to make sure that they follow the superintendent's rules. So we came up with like five tenements that are the guiding principles.
Every committee.
Yes, we do have
so
it.
those tenements. So I think that a little bit helps Ms. Butler Washington about trying to at least have people thinking the same way as we do the policies, and then we could align that to what's here for the structure, because if we're thinking that way, then that could lend itself to the structure you've outlined here.
So
That works.
let's end the discussion, everyone, because this will go on all night. I appreciate your suggestion, Ms. Butler Washington, and that's what we'll go with. We'll have I think that's group one. You all can form the framework. Definitely like the suggestion by Ms. Thomas to incorporate, because I think that will begin the uniformity for each subgroup.
And
All
we
right.
did discuss that.
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz did give that to us, and we kind of, explained that to Ms. Butler Washington and Ms. Smith, that we talked about that, and Mr. Schwartz kind of went over the bullets, and I do think that's going to help with the structuring of the policies, so yeah.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Any other new business? Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Chairperson Morley. So I'm going to pass something out to everybody here. Take one, pass it down, as they used to say. So, I know that's
Right.
not as old as I am, but if you smell the paper, that was the mimeograph machine. So this is with regard to the eligibility policy, and this is not so much for discussion tonight, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone was seeing the same thing at the same time. Met with the superintendent Friday afternoon at 3:30. Thank you very much, Dr. Navarro and staff for.
I love 3:30 or 4:30 Friday meetings.
They're the best.
Especially
So
to bring staff into the meeting room.
So the gist of this is that, and we had a lot of robust discussion around eligibility and ended up, not changing anything. But I think in the discussion, certainly one of the things for me and other board members was the failing grade. And again, not for much discussion tonight. You can read the proposed changes the one strike through and the changes in red, and I think we have it on the screen, thank you. But there's three things. One, that the failing grade really needs to be about the class and not so much about what you get in a quarter, because ultimately it's the class that I think the board as a whole is concerned with. Every class, and I'll say this until someone proves me wrong, every class that a kid takes, they need to take for graduation. There might be a very rare exception, but every class they take, they need to graduate. So it's when they fail that class that it was an issue for me. And so one of the things that the current policy says is that if you get an F in any quarter, well, it is very conceivable that you could get an F in the last quarter but not fail the class. So I think that's a bit punitive, because that person is never going to take that class. They pass the class. So what the proposed change in what I just handed out is saying that it's the final grade, and that if you get an F, and you can read yourself, students must have earned a 2.0 GPA from the previous quarter with no failing F grades for quarter 1, 2, and 3, the way it is now, and with no final F grade. So you could receive an F in the fourth quarter, and if you pass the class, you would be eligible in the fall. The additional language in here addresses, and again, I requested the language here because I think this is something that the board, the majority of the board, if not everyone of the board, can agree with, that if in fact you fail the class, you can repeat it in the summer. And if you've passed that class, then again, you would regain eligibility if failing that class was the one thing that kept you from being ineligible. And then the final thing, and it's not directly in here, but if the board, and again, if the board wants to go forward and discuss this at the next meeting, this would kind of serve as the first view to the public, and if the board wants to discuss it, we can discuss it next month. We could potentially go forward, so again, it'd be in place for the next school year. But anybody currently, the current system would be honored. So in some strange case, if we approve this, if it knocks somebody out from being eligible because based on the old standard, no harm, no foul, you're still eligible. So those are the 3 points that I just wanted to make, that it's the final grade in the class, and then if you fail the class, you have an opportunity to repeat in the summer. And again, Chairperson Morley, whatever you would like to do, but this is just in front of everybody, so if the board wants to talk about it in greater detail next month, we can do that.
Okay, I just want to confirm with Mr. Schwartz that this counts as our information point, and so this is our first, so we could potentially bring it in June and then at the June work session for vote. Okay, thank you, Mr. Schwartz. All right, so same as with the other, oh, go ahead.
How do we make this publicly available? Because doesn't the public also have to view it? Like, we can see it, but I don't believe anyone else
Is it enough that
can.
we're discussing it here and displaying it here, or do we have to actually post it to board docs?
So
It'll be at board docs for the next meeting.
It's bringing information to the board.
Okay,
And act as a report item at the next meeting.
okay. We would post it, okay, for the next agenda. Thank you. Any other questions? I was gonna do something similar where we would just kind of thumbs up or down if we wanna. So just to clarify, information here, at the next meeting, it would be a report item. We would allocate some time on the agenda, dig a little deeper, and now that we have it, candidly, Mr. Lucas, I would have appreciated it, Monday, but thank you, sir.
Well,
Yeah.
If
so
I
we
if
can
I
read
if
over
I
it. Yeah.
if I could, I'm a firm believer in always doing the business of the board in front of the public, and so I'm not always comfortable sending things out to everybody before, to have the board see it before the public sees it to miss points. So, and again, this is why I just wanted to have it everybody to see it at the same time.
Well, I mean, and I appreciate that, but we also need time to just process it and digest it, review, you know what I mean? So that's my rationale. So then we could, if we have the public has questions, we're able to speak on it. But I appreciate you bringing it back up, because as you know, this was a hot button issue. Any other comments, questions? All right, oh, Ms. Kramer.
Well, I have a comment and a question. So my first question is, Dr. Navarro, so you met with Mr. Lucas on this. So this doesn't look like anything like what you presented. So is this is something that you had a hand in putting together that you would support?
I am, so this is Mr. Lucas' presentation of it. What I spent some time talking through was unpacking how to operationalize it.
Okay.
And so I think his recommendation now can be operationalizable, if that's a word.
We'll go with it.
And then one thing that I will say, if the board is going to have if it decides to have a discussion and bring it as a report item next month, the other thing is, if you recall, we came to present on the grading committee, and we did talk about the restructuring that we're doing for the summer programs. Mm-hmm. So his request here to you to relook at this does take into account an opportunity for students, if they make up the class in the summer, they're able to gain eligibility for the fall.
Mhm.
That's one of the things that is in here.
Yeah.
And this, I was gonna say, and if this, hypothetically, we proceed and it passes at the June work session, then the hope and aim is for it to be in effect in the fall.
Yeah, so we spent a lot of time on a Friday afternoon because policy that cannot be implementable is meaningless policy.
Absolutely.
So,
Do you believe this could be?
yeah, we are gonna sweat, but we're gonna make this happen. If it does, we needed to bring some option that he would bring to you that could actually happen.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Final point, Ms. Thomas.
Oh, I was just gonna say.
Oh, I'm
sorry. I was just
You
gonna
was
say
in
my
the middle of-
comment real
okay,
quick. Yeah,
okay.
sorry. That was just my question. And
Oh,
then,
right.
So my comment would just be that for me, basing eligibility off of the previous year, like to me, it's just not enough impact. And I think it's, the point is to allow students to redeem themselves like throughout the year. But if you're saying if I fail a class last year, unless I take it in summer school, I'm not eligible for the whole following year. Like that's just
No, that's not what it says.
This is so convoluted. It's hard for me.
Well,
to
this
understand.
again, this is for, we needed, if there is a chance that it can be implemented next year, we needed to introduce something tonight. Right now, under current policy, and what you have is the current policy with markups. If you fail a class in the fourth quarter, you are ineligible in the fall of the next school year. What this policy says is that that you can get an F in the fourth quarter, and as long as you didn't fail the class, then you are eligible in the fall. And right now, that is not the case. You can right now, our current policy, you can pass the class and still not be eligible, and that's just not right. If you pass the class,
You get the one F at any point.
because it's the F for the quarter. So what the words in this policy say, you can get the F in the quarter as long as you pass the class.
So the passing of the class is the benchmark. Understood.
Okay.
Correct. I know, and again, I apologize, but just want to see everyone
And maybe
see it at
we
the same
can
time.
flesh the language.
Yeah, it's very
I'm happy to talk offline now that
Yeah,
everybody's seen this.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, so final point, Ms. Thomas, and we need to move on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman, and also Ms. Kramer, because that was my question. So this is, you're really trying to solve two things here. One is the fact that we had that if you have an F, it takes you out of the ability for the next school year. It's giving us the eligibility to regain eligibility through a summer class if you failed the course, because you only taking a course again if you failed it.
Correct.
And it's also saying if you had an F in the quarter, we're no longer binding students to a quarter F. We're binding students to failure of an entire course.
Only the last quarter. Only if you got an F in the last quarter.
So really, it's not last quarter, it's final grade, right? You're
Correct.
really saying final grade.
Here right now, it does say final grade.
Yeah. Okay, I'm
Correct.
just for clarity, and we can again talk offline.
Yeah,
I don't want
yeah.
to.
But that is what it
Yeah.
says currently. It does say
Yeah,
final grade.
and there's,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
Again, I think, well, we can reserve discussion if the board wants to move forward in the
Yes.
interest of time.
Well, yeah, I was going to
Yeah.
ask, is there enough interest to move forward? Yes. Okay.
Thanks,
All
everybody.
right, thank you, everyone. Okay, any other, oh, wow, okay. Oh, you had a question, Mr. Hancock?
No, I
Oh, you
had
have a
an
new business,
agenda
new
item.
agenda. Sure.
Thank you. And so this kind of goes back to when we were having a discussion on the budget earlier. I know that we typically hold a legislative breakfast in November, which is not that far away.
Right.
And with the budget that we are receiving, I wonder if it's a good idea to start planning for that early, and perhaps the board may want to put something together even before November to kind of showcase to our commissioners. We communicate very well with our commissioners. I do believe that. I believe we have a good working relationship with them. But I think that we, in my opinion, can take it a step further and do a better job of perhaps not just coming to them with a budget, not just saying this is what we would like, but maybe show them this is what we do here. This is what works really well for us. And of course, Chris Miller does a wonderful job of advocating for the blueprint. Just I think we need to collectively work a little harder to bring the commissioners along, to explain to them as this blueprint is growing and consuming more of our budget, and next year is going to be even more. If it's the will of the board, if we can start now formulating a plan on how to approach going into the next budget and how to bring the commissioners along, showcasing what we have here, what we could possibly lose this next go round of budget funding, and what we have to fund. Does that make sense, what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I just think if there's a way that we can just be proactive and start moving forward in a positive way with our commissioners.
I appreciate that, Mr. Hancock. Did you want to add something to that, Mr.
Well,
Lewis?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Mr. Collins sent an email that the superintendent forwarded to us about wanting to get together to do that. So I think that dovetails nicely. And per our previous discussion, and again, it's not to be adversarial. It's what by law they're obligated to fund, and if by doing that, if other revenue streams aren't found, this is what falls off the table.
Yeah, that's a good point. We kind of already have that in the works. Okay, Ms. Smith and Ms. Butler, did you all want to speak to Mr. Hancock's suggestion, or you had another agenda item?
Well, I had something.
Okay, you want to say something to?
Yeah, I was going to say to Mr. Hancock is that's a great suggestion, and I think we need to point out what is required for the blueprint and what is required for the school. It's essentially two budgets that we need to combine together and let them understand, because I think they're thinking that we're just paying this money for the blueprint, but we have other programs locally that we do and we're trying to do. So that needs to be broken out to them and said, by the way, we do these things and we want to keep doing these things because these are the things that help our children. So I don't think that they are thinking on that granular. So they need to have it spelled out. So when we do our presentation, we need to spell out what we're currently doing. Plus, by the way, we got the blueprint that we must do too. So then they will put the coalition together and say, oh, well, we might have to push it up to 48% instead of 41%. So it's up to us to make sure that they understand that.
I agree.
Thank you.
And then,
Oh, well, let me finish Mr. Hancock's point. Ms. Smith, you wanted to speak to it as well?
No, I had something different.
Okay, Ms. Thomas.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Hancock, for raising that, because I think I talked that a little bit earlier, like in the like federal government budget cycles, like there's a big tail to it. You do it a little earlier. So to that point, I would like us to joint, come up with, working with Ms. Acton, working with the blueprint, come up with a way that we can help them see not just what we will need next year, but some projections, and while they can't hold us to them, projections for the out years, so that everybody can be planning the business of Charles County and how they can incorporate the needs of the school system.
Thank you. So, one second. To clarify, Mr. Hancock, are you proposing that this is in preparation for the November meeting, or is this in preparation for the meeting that Commissioner Collins?
I think
or possibly both.
I think possibly both. I think the meeting with Commissioner Collins may be a good way to start this whole thing.
Okay.
I think he's reaching out to us, which is amazing. And again, as Mr. Lucas stated, certainly not to be adversarial at all. I want to view this as a working partnership.
Okay.
And we do have a good relationship with our commissioners, and I would like to continue that. I think that meeting with the commissioner president may be a good way to start this process, and then perhaps from that point into November, maybe continually keeping the chain of conversation open. And then when we have our legislative breakfast, have a nice presentation of all the wonderful things that the Blueprint is funding. Miss Vice Chair Kramer actually sent out a really nice article last week that I thought was interesting. How Mr. Kerwin kind of stated, no, it's not an unfunded
that was me.
Oh, it was you? I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's okay.
I'm sorry. Well, I
Talked
apologize.
about there
Well,
no unfunded mandates.
Chairperson Morley sent out a really nice article where it said it's not an unfunded mandate, it's a restructuring of the funding, which I found that to be a little bit scary to a degree because it leaves things out. And that's kind of what got my mind thinking about this is, my goodness, we're going to let this blueprint drive the entire budget, which, again, the blueprint's great, but it does need to be separate from MOE, as Ms. Acton has said several times. And to make a long story short, I'd like to start the conversation with the commissioner president, and then just by the time, personally, what I'd like to see anyway, if it's the will of the board, when we have that legislative breakfast in November, that we have a presentation, perhaps with all the wonderful things that are being funded under the blueprint this year. But hey, that's great. Here's all the things we had to strike out because we were $17.3 million short.
Yeah, it's an excellent suggestion,
So,
Mr. Hancock.
thank you.
Did you want to speak to Mr. Hancock's suggestion, or?
I didn't initially, but I did want to double down on the latter point that you made in terms of all the things that we will be unable to fund.
Yeah.
Love the idea of all the wonderful and creative things that we're doing as a system, but this is a direction that we cannot take, a step we cannot go in because of being underfunded.
And there are quite a few.
So-
And also, some point over the summer, myself, our vice chair, superintendent, Ms. Mackey, will be getting together to look at putting together a calendar for the board of all the things that we routinely must do. And this, I would agree, Mr. Hancock would be at the top of that, not just thinking about it in October, November, but candidly, maybe we do a little bit every month. Yes, exactly, that we always keep it going. So it sounds like the unanimous consent to, okay, thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Butler-Washington, you had another item?
I wanted to ask for the board support on to, can we get a presentation on the process on how students are sent to student from the schools? Because I mentioned it earlier, and Mr. Schwartz, I should say in the public. So I wanted to get a presentation just to see who, do all the schools follow the same process of when kids are sent from their school to go to Stedham? Is there a rubrics? Is there anything that everybody have to follow? Or is it up to just the principal how they send the child over there? And the reason I ask that because I visited Stedham before, and it's predominantly black, just to be honest. And I'm just, I know all kids get in trouble. So, and I'm just asking what kind of process they use to make sure that says the child has to go there. And, you know, that, I've been wondering that question forever. So I just want to know, how, is it a process, or is it something that you just leave up to the principal to go over there? So this is a process.
Okay, any questions around that?
I do have one question. Is this specifically, you want to know the whole discipline? So the whole, so you want to understand that,
Stedham in particular.
or just Stedham?
Just Stedham, how the students are to go into Stedham.
But it starts somewhere, right? There's an escalation of discipline that ends you.
That's what I'm asking for, the whole process,
So
from
you-
the school to go there, the whole process.
The end result being Stedham and the 45 days
Exactly.
detention. Okay, all right. Interest on behalf of the board?
I think it would be a good
Sure.
presentation.
Okay, yes, okay. All right, Ms. Smith?
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Morley. Just a few things. in relation to public forum, some things that I'd like to ask the board's support in asking Dr. Navarro to follow up on. I was definitely moved by Mr. Spivey's comments in relation to his child going through the Cisco program and essentially leaving high school with no certification. Also concerns around missing a course or two and essentially the child having to find that course versus the school counselors being able to catch it. Would definitely like someone to look more closely into his specific issue, but also globally, what are we doing with that CTE program? I absolutely wholeheartedly support his statements that children should be leaving our CTE programs with some sort of worldly certifications. That's essentially why we have the CTE program, is to open up opportunity to ensure that they are employable beyond high school, whether it's they're employable right out of high school or they're able to use that employment while they're in college to be able to fund college. But either way, and that's the intent of our CTE programs. So would ask the board's support in one, asking Dr. Navarro to look more closely into that certification program to see what can be done there. That was my first ask. My second ask was in relation.
Let me make sure. Is
Go ahead.
there, you have a question about it?
Well,
Oh.
Can I just respond?
Oh, sure, sure.
So, we're coming with to you in June to do a presentation of the CTE programs moving forward. What I will say is that we had difficulties with the Cisco program. I'm happy to provide a detailed explanation of the concerns. I do not negate that there were a lot of concerns in terms of finding staff. And we will talk to you even how we're working, we're even thinking about working with higher ed to try to get people who in the field make a lot more money to want to come and teach for us in the technology piece. So I can provide a more detailed explanation of that program, what supports we put in place. He mentioned the assessments the kids took as seniors, so I can explain in detail because I'm very familiar with his concerns, and I took some notes tonight around what it means for the graduating seniors that we're in that pathway for this year, because we had some concerns.
I know this is near and dear to your heart. It's part of your platform, college and career readiness. Yes, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As a member of the North Point CTE program and just a student of North Point, I can sympathize with his concerns, and I want to say that that's not something that is confined to just that parent and child, and not also confined to just that program, because as I spoke to one of you about earlier, I forgot who, but similar programs. I spoke to Ms. Smith about similar programs with the engineering department, and I'm actually sad to say that I'm leaving that program next year because of the hit that it was taking to my education. And this year I walked into a certain class, and then it was very apparent to me that my education was not being valued. And one of the earliest things we were told in that class is for MATLAB is, which is a programming software for engineering. We'll try to get you guys to take the exam, but you guys aren't really going to pass. Maybe like 2 or 3 of you. We haven't heard about the examination even since then. But there are certain individuals that the entirety of the student body has huge problems with. However, I don't mean to point fingers, and I don't mean to criticize anyone as wrong, but there is also a considerable reluctance by the staff and the hiring administration of North Point High School to remove such people that take down the value of learning from the staff, because they don't want to make the school look bad. Because if you have a teacher that starts out and you're firing them the next year, then it makes it very apparent that that your school has problems. However, it's not like people aren't noticing. As we saw today, people are noticing. People are noticing the drop in the value of education in certain places. And engineering has this capstone project. And I talked to one of my senior friends about taking the program, how it's going to impact my college decisions if I don't have that capstone project. He says, just work on it yourself, because in that class, you're going to have more impediments to your capstone project because of how much he talks, rather than actually it helping your class. So even though on surface level, providing students with career and technical education sounds like a great step, if you don't have the teachers at school to back it up, because at the end of the day, it's just a class, right? We may epitomize it, and we may put it on a pedestal as we have special programs, we have selective programs at our school, but at the end of the day, it's just a class, just like the other classes that we have for school, the required ones, the elective ones. And when you do not have the facility that is required to teach a high level of education, we cannot have that high level of education. And that it's not like people aren't leaving either. Right. And all these problems are being caused because it's common for staff to leave because they see this as well. It creates a ripple effect. And I just want to highlight the importance of tackling these problems. And I believe they are solvable if we're able to face them instead of.
Certainly.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your candor,
thank you.
Mr. Burke, and your bravery, because my daughter did a year at North Point in the CTE program and did many of the same things. And our student representative, Amira Bujima, also, as you know, was in North Point in the engineering program and had similar concerns. So you're absolutely right. There is support there to do a deeper dive. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms.
I
sorry.
wasn't done, but I think
I'm sorry.
No, I'm certainly not done. But no, I think you had a point about my point.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Your point.
A point about my point.
I was just going to say, Dr. Navarro, at some point, we talked about coming up with an alternatives to staffing some of these more difficult positions. We talked about possibly an adjunct professor model, where we borrow people from industry that have experience. There's a ton of people in the consultant firms that are close to us that work at Oracle that will come and teach, things, and talked about how we can do some model. I think this is, highlights the possibility to be able to find professionals, because, to your point, it is really difficult to teach some of these highly technical classes if you do not have the expertise. My daughter was in the Cisco CTE program, and she didn't want to finish because I was literally having my developer friends teach her stuff because the teacher did not have the experience or expertise. They really may have wanted to do it, but some of these things are so heavily technical and very dense material. If you read a book and you can instruct, that's different than having industry experience. Right. And so let us try to find ways to find people with industry experience to help, because it's difficult. It's a difficult challenge, and it's a personnel issue with hiring and staffing. So I do, to Ms. Smith's point, I think it may be time for us to look at a model that may be effective in working with Ms. Majors.
Thank you. So it sounds like your request is already being incorporated, so you'll go with that.
I'm fine with that. We have a June presentation already upcoming. Okay, that works for me. Yeah, well, two other points. The first was I did not realize, I appreciate Chief Swan coming out and speaking about the concern around graduating students not being able to display their cultural regalia during graduation.
Yes.
Would absolutely like to explore what exactly that's all about. Because I know that we have students who decorate their caps with, various cultural things, islands they may have come from, communities they may have come from, things that are near and dear to them. Yes. So I'm just curious why we wouldn't allow our indigenous Native students to be able to display their regalia as well. Come on to the floor,
I'm inviting Dr. Jones up.
Come on down.
So I will share a little bit there that he has some information that's not quite accurate. So we don't disallow students to wear something of their native garb with graduation. The only things that we have said is that if there are things that are disruptive and not necessarily related to their culture, we have concerns about. Okay. What they're talking about, we wouldn't have concerns about. We just don't. There was a time when there was, and I'm not sure, I will go back and check sort of what the messages that are being sent in our schools, but there was a time some years ago where we had some really strict guidelines on what could or couldn't be worn, so that the there wasn't a disturbance, I guess, in the classiness or whatever it is, but and not that we will just allow anything. No, that's not the case. But if it's related to their culture, that's a conversation with the school administration. And
so Dr. Navarro, Dr. Jones, with graduation next week, if it's possible to have Ms. Royster reach out to like our Title VI families who will have graduating students, just to ensure they understand that this is not in fact a barrier.
And we will follow up with, you know, we have a staff member that leads graduation at every school and talks to all the seniors. So we'll follow up on that, because if you recall last year, we even had some students that put their flag of nationalities and so forth. So we may have a little bit of miscommunication, and it's good when it comes up because we're not aware that maybe there is a miscommunication, so we'll follow
But
up
we can
on
just
that.
address it post-haste. It's Tuesday night and graduation starts next week.
Yeah, we need to contact them. Okay.
I still
Okay.
have another point, but if someone has a point on my point,
Yeah, okay. We're gonna have to start kind of winding this down, guys.
well, I can speak to my last point,
well-
since Dr. Navarro doesn't have to, there's no action.
Okay, well, did you all have a point to
I
that?
just
Oh,
wanted to
there's
make
something
an
else
additional
completely.
comment about what she said about the regalia. So just also would request that, you know, because he just came here and his whole family was kind of under the same impression. I know we're going to have Title VI reach out to the families that are graduating, but I think he deserves to be
Directly.
reached out to directly, to let him know that that's not, because he can share that too amongst the
Yes.
community.
Yes, and clear that up.
That's all I
Yep,
And,
got
and
it.
quickly, while you're here in the hot seat, Dr. Jones, I'm still hearing that the board is not allowing promotion ceremonies, and the board is not allowing, you know, celebrations. Can you please, and I know I saw the email back in March, you had the mark the moment, but there's still candidly, I don't know if it's coming, where it's coming from, if it's parents not understanding, if it's principals, I don't know for a fact, so I don't want to point fingers. But if you could please, sir, on your things to do, reiterate again that the board is not prohibiting these celebrations.
Yes, we will absolutely reiterate that the board is not
Okay.
putting information out that schools can't have a mark-the-moment type of event.
Yes.
We, as a staff, have said, and again, not against it, but what we've said is mark the moment. What we don't want is for schools to have what they have traditionally had, which really resemble high school graduations. So there were schools that were doing the march across the stage, the little kids, they had on the caps and gowns. We don't do any of that anymore. So that's a conversation I think we can have, but a mark the moment. And so they have, and the schools have given us all of the things that they are planning to do now, because what we heard in years past was that the students wanted something more for them and something more that they were really interested in. And so the things that are fun, yes, they'll get their awards and their certificates and all of those things, but the things that particular time, they wanted something that would be more for them as opposed to the family's day. For that particular, for the 5th grade and for the 8th grade, obviously the graduation is different. And so making something for them, it's the picnics, the kickball games, the whatever, they had the music out, the dances, the field, all of those things that are fun for them and still get their awards, you know, the photo booths, the parades through the buildings, the other kids that clap them out of the building, and all of those things. We support all those things.
Your only restriction, such as it were, is not to have a graduation ceremony. Am I
Correct.
understanding you correctly?
Correct.
And was there a particular rationale behind that, other than you felt like it might make high school graduation
Well,
anticlimactic, or is it more
I mean,
so
this-
cost, or what was the?
So there were a number of things, but this came up a couple of years ago, and we talked to the principals about it. And so we asked the principals to poll your people about it. Let us know what it is that makes sense if it's not going to look just like the graduations. That's what they were used to spending 2 and 3 days practicing for this event, whatever it might be, just like we did with high school graduations. We said, okay, and they came to us with, this is really a lot. So what if we had something that we could do for the kids that the kids really want, that would be fun for them? And we said, absolutely, we're all about that. They were calling them graduations. So first we said, okay, let's stop calling them graduations. Let's call them promotion programs or promotion ceremonies or whatever it was. And so, okay, then we did that. They still looked the same. But they were getting around to changing the name of it. But the more and more we heard from them, it was that, okay, we'd like something that these kids would like. Yes, we want to have opportunities to give them their certificates and all of that. So some schools, put all of them in an envelope and give them on their way out after they've had the big party or whatever it is for that particular grade level. And some do something outside where they do come up and they give them their certificates, and then they off to take the pictures with their parents are there by the photo setup or backdrop or whatever they have. Lots of those kinds of things are, the schools are coming to us with really creative ideas now based on us saying, mark the moment, don't make it a graduation. So,
Okay. Any comments around that, Ms. Butler Washington?
and invite families is what we said, that families
Invite
needed to be
families.
included in some way, shape, or form in whatever it is that they're doing.
There's
and
still a
invite
lot
the
of
family
misinformation.
participation.
Kindergarten promotion, 5th grade promotion, and 8th grade promotion.
Yes,
That's traditional.
it is.
So I don't understand why it was changed, because we hear every year, oh my God, my child is not gonna have a promotion, they're not gonna do this. So what makes it the school to say that they can't have one? Because you didn't ask the parents. The parents this is for the parents. But believe it or not, it is. When they have their kids, it's for them. Everybody wants to see their child in those 3 things before the big one is with the graduation. So why can't we start that back? Because technically the parents buy the gowns for the students. The school didn't buy it. I bought my kids gowns, and they just had, just practice, and you go up when I call your name, shake, and you go sit down. That's it. So why can't we give that moment back to the parents? Because for now that some schools don't do nothing. I know you know. No celebration, no nothing.
I understand there was a time, and I understand that message has been said loud and clear that that's not an option, to not do anything.
Well, they still saying it on Facebook.
I
That my
still
school ain't
hearing-
doing nothing.
And so,
Yeah,
so
still
I know
hearing
that
that.
none of those dates have come yet. That we collected the information from them. We wanted to know exactly what they are doing and when. So we do
So did you
have a
receive
list.
something from every school that
Every
they
school.
that they
From
intend
every-
to do something?
every elementary and
Not
middle
commu-
school.
Maybe they're not communicating it then, because we're still hearing that they're not doing something.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Kramer, let's finish.
Yeah, just real quick, because this has been a serious point of contention, and I brought this up, a couple months ago to Dr. Navarro because I started hearing buzz about it already, like in March, and that's when I think we received the email from you. I'm telling you, at the school where my child attends, they did not talk to the 8th grade parents. Okay, my child's not in 8th grade, right? So I'm advocating for these 8th grade parents, because when I get there, I will be the one making noise about it. But they didn't talk to the 8th grade parents. It was announced in the PTO meeting that they weren't having a promotion ceremony. All they're doing is a field day, which is for the kids, parents not invited, and the 8th grade formal, again, for the students only. So I get it, have something for the students to have fun and all that stuff, but you also have to offer something for the parents too. Now, alternatively, we talked last year about the expectation that the school leadership would poll their parents. If they poll the parents and the parents like, yeah, I'm fine with you doing a carnival like they did at Summers or whatever, and maybe we come and see them get their certificates or something, whatever. If they say they don't want it or they're okay with not having it, I'm okay with that. But what I'm not okay with is I'm constantly seeing that they're being told when parents come to me with that, I say, talk to your school principal, right? When they say, I haven't heard anything, don't know what's going on, I don't think my school's having this or that, talk to your school principal. My principal said that the Board of Education said we're not allowed to have anything. That's what we get back. And that's not true. It's not true.
I don't know.
So we will follow up, because I think we all want to make sure that the communication is clear, and the variability in communities for some communities, this is not an issue, but for some communities, it continues to be an issue. So we will need to follow up, because these, the good thing is, we're not at the end of June. We're talking about it now, again. And I know everybody's frustrated, but we really want to have a clear message, and we want to have a clear message for families. And I think if anybody experiences it, then we need to look into those specific schools and look at what's happening. So we'll continue to work through it. We'll provide the board the information that everybody's saying. Dr. Jones mentioned that one of the guidance we gave to schools is that somehow you must incorporate families, because they all want to take a picture. Most of them do. Or maybe they don't, and you already know that, as Ms. Kramer said. So we'll provide that information. We'll circle back with our administrators and make sure that we have the communication that they have sent out. And if we need to look deeper at certain places, we will do so, because we just want to make sure there's clear rollout for this.
Okay.
And I can be brief in my last
Yes,
point.
go ahead.
Thank you. So I think I already saw Mr. Lowndes connect with Ms. Kelly in relation to the idea that she proposed for special education, just ensuring that our community understands, the community at large, but also those parents who are a part of the IEP 504 special education community, just having opportunities for them to meet outside of the process, to understand the process more deeply. So I don't think there's any action on the board on that part. Just wanted to say I recognize the connection and I support it. What I thought may be something that does need board discussion is around Native American history and the fact that we're not necessarily calling out the history that we have right here in the county. And I'm not certain how true that is.
So I would not agree with that, because I think it's just important. I am happy if the board wants to. Jack Tuttle has been working with a society of that includes several groups of underrepresented historical groups in Southern Maryland. So I'm happy to provide the board. I don't know if it needs to be a presentation. It's up to the board to decide for a future presentation, or if they would like in writing what has been the work. And I think I have provided previous updates that we have done, including field trips, people coming to speak to our grade classes, and the professional development that's happening this summer, and the additional courses. Because I get that maybe Chief Swan hasn't been properly updated, and that's on us. But that doesn't necessarily, I don't want to negate the work that the social studies team has been doing, including our classroom teachers for the past 2 and 3 years, to incorporate local history into our curriculum, including Native Americans, African Americans, Latino Americans. There's been a lot of really solid work, especially because this is a rich historical location.
Absolutely.
For so many reasons, and we need to incorporate that. So I'm happy to provide a written update if the board wants something sooner rather than later. And then if the board wants a full presentation, we are happy to come back and do it.
So Dr. Navarro, I would ask that it be a full presentation. And just to restate what I mentioned earlier, Jessica Swan did say that this occurred when she was in school. So not to say that it's happening currently, but I think it would be helpful for the community to understand the work that you and your team are doing relative to bringing some of those voices that haven't necessarily had a seat at the table or aren't necessarily accurately or represented in history, who can come and share the work that's already going on.
Yeah, and I will say that Ms. Tiara Thomas shared with the board a lot of the work that they're currently doing. Ms. Kramer and I met with her, and it's absolutely phenomenal. All of the things that are in place that are coming down the pike. So I think that, to your point, we need to do a better job of promoting. I know some of it is still, relatively new and being formed, but we clearly need to do more outreach with this particular community. So thank you for that.
So is that a 6 vote, remember, just following our handbook?
Yes.
Is this a 6 thumbs up? Okay, awesome, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
All right, thank you, board members.
Okay.
One thing I don't know if it's for new business, but after going through the policy presentations, it is apparent to me that we have a timeline that may not fit our ability to be able to implement some of these policies that we're going. Like when we were in the meeting, Mr. Schwartz, he was like, we're walking back from December. And then we were in a meeting talking, and we talked about how soon or the timeline for putting things on the website, getting things out and communicated, making sure that everything is right for us to be able to then change a grading policy or even like the eligibility policy, just the tail that goes along with making the policy changes. At some point, I really want us to have a really good sense of, do we have to work with haste to get these policies through and ready? And is December enough time to have things ready for the next school year? Some policies, it may not be time bound, because we just can change it and it doesn't really have like a ripple effect everywhere. But some things, for example, grading will have a ripple effect in the systems that we have to update, educating the teachers. I just want to make sure that we really truly understand what that impact is for the preparation for the policy changes that we're going to make. I don't feel very comfortable right now that I have a good sense of if we have things approved by December, if we really have enough time to get everything ready for the following school year. But I just want us to, talk about that.
I would say the short answer is it depends, because we are, for example, in, group 4? They're all running together, Mr. Schwartz. We've been requested, particular to start with grading.
Yeah.
So they're not necessarily going to be in order, to your point. So, but the order and the way in which they come before the board, as we're just now beginning this, we don't know. Just to be very candid with you, I know the plan is to work through the summer. And so as some naturally kind of rise to the surface and are more pending and more urgent, to your point, I would propose we bring those first. And we're going to do this in stages rather than waiting and getting all of, yeah.
So I just want us to make sure that we have that lens as we're doing that.
Absolutely.
Because I don't want to burden or overwork or really getting some like Oracle, everybody's now having to do stuff and to pivot, and people are uncomfortable in the change management at all. Because we're doing this policy, I just want us to keep change management and making sure that everybody has what they need to be able to successfully implement this, parents, students, and teachers. And I don't know that we truly have looked at that completely yet, and I don't want us to be in the midst of it, no one wants to fly an airplane while we're building it, right? I mean, we don't, so.
Okay.
I just wanted to raise that. I don't know what's the best way for us to do it, but I do want all of us collectively as a group to just be paying attention.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Schwartz has done a good job of kind of keeping that in the forefront of our minds as well. Final new business or future agenda item?
No, I was
You
going
want to comment on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say that Mr. Swart did, we did something really great. We're going to go, he told us to do the next 8. So Ms. Kramer, timed it up and said we got to do 3 to get to the December to make sure that we meet our deadline. So maybe she can explain how she did that, but it was great for us. So we're working ahead. We having a meeting before the meeting, pretty much. And
coming prepared, having reviewed them already with our
exactly,
suggestions.
Exactly.
Yeah, which will be a huge time saver.
So I think everybody, just as long as we keep that in the forefront. It was concerning to me, and I wanted to raise it in this forum.
Okay. And you have a new agenda item?
Yes, just
okay.
one real quick. I know, Ms. Smith, you said you saw Mr. Lowndes connect with Ms. Price. I don't know can you answer, Dr. Navarro, if we do currently do something that she suggested? Because I thought it was a great idea, and I'm not aware that we actually do something to the level that she suggested in terms of a meet and greet. I thought that the way she laid it out was an incredible idea for the special education community. So can you speak about that a little bit?
So we will follow up with her. I thought her idea was really good, a really good one. Dr. McKinnon does an event every single year. It's a special ed parent summer.
Yeah.
And it's more informational, but it does bring in the connections. I think what we heard tonight is a little bit different. It's like, let's not meet to learn, which is what Dr. McKinnon says, like supports and everything.
Yeah.
But let's meet to, and I took some notes on it, so let's meet at a place where we get to know each other, not in an IEP meeting. So we'll follow up. It was a very important sort of, that brings the tension down, that makes it not so scary
Great
as
points.
a parent.
Yeah.
So yes,
And you get
it's on my
familiar with
follow-up.
the staff at the school. I thought that was a really good point, because I've attended the special education day, which is great that Dr. McKinnon puts on, but it's a full day of presentations, and
it's
so you don't really, and I don't know that everybody is there from like all the schools, where she suggested like down to the details of a table for each school. So you say, hey, I'm the IEP facilitator or coordinator at this school, maybe it's a new parent or something. So I just would like to explore that, if that's something that we're not currently doing. I would definitely like to explore that.
I don't think we have such a structure, and I took notes, and I was going to follow up with Kevin and Dr. McKinnon because I like the concept a lot.
Yeah, I thought it was great.
Thank you. I just had one thing. We do not have any town hall schedule going forward, so I want to put that back as we prepare the calendar for going forward for the remainder of this year and into next year. I would say the number one thing I continue to hear from parents is concerns about student discipline. I know that we did a town hall on that. I would propose that we do another one and perhaps go through the Code of Student Conduct in greater detail and specifically address that, because there is huge disconnect, and I feel parents' frustration when you're limited by law in terms of what you can do. And you're limited by law in terms of the information you can share when someone is, is punished in whatever capacity. And I completely hear them when they say that it's very frustrating to feel, as the most recent example, my kindergarten student is getting hit every day, and I don't know how my child is going to be protected, or how that's going to be stopped going forward, and why is that other child allowed to remain in the classroom? And I know that there's certain things that we cannot share. I respect that, but if we could maybe just flush out that code of conduct and really explain to parents in detail, take their questions. I don't think we can ever do enough around student discipline. And I also had a thought, if we could perhaps, and I don't know, as Dr. Navarro said, this might be spicy, but just looking at all aspects of it, perhaps we could invite Sheriff Berry and our youth engagement advocates so they get the full picture, of what student discipline truly looks like in Charles County, because there's a lot of misconceptions. So I wanted to propose that. I think Ms. Butler-Washington was first, and then Mr. Lucas.
I love that idea.
Okay.
Because that's something people will come out for. And along with that, I think that the IEP and the special education would be another, two great ones that we can add to
in
it
the
also.
rotation.
Yes,
absolutely.
in the rotation, yes.
Okay, Mr. Lucas.
I agree. It's a good idea. To your point, you said that we're limited by law. I will say that it's not, and it's not a law enforcement issue that is causing a lot of the problems in the school system. I can see that, and we can talk about it at a later point. The discipline matrix was changed. It was a suggested change from MSDE, I think 11 years ago now. And since that time period, we and other school systems across the state have been experiencing the same thing, and it has nothing to do with judicial things or criminal charges or anything like that. And so I welcome a conversation on the Code of Student Conduct, because we control that, and we can make changes to that as we deem fit.
When I say by law, I mean the state already has kind of boundaries in place. So when you're thinking law in terms of from the sheriff?
What are you saying by law? What kind of?
And this is how it was explained to me, to Ms. Butler-Washington's point about CEDM and the 45 days. What we were told is that it's essentially out of our hands. The 45 days is set, and that's what we're bound by. So whether the student shows up 2 of those 45 days,
Sure.
or all of those days. So that is one example. And I think that's one of the things that we're just, to me, I'm constantly trying to battle incorrect information.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
so I think it's worth a discussion, because there's
So just using that as, one
Yeah.
example.
That's
but
fair.
I mentioned the sheriff, to your point, because unfortunately, they are a portion of our student discipline. They do factor in at some point. And so I think parents need to understand that is not where we want to start. I think there's a misconception that we want to just lock kids up. Speaking for me, absolutely not. You know what I mean? There are a lot of things that we can do before it ever comes to that point. But again, when things are out in social media, the perception is that either we don't have any discipline at all, depending on who you ask, or we're too strict and all we want to do is lock kids up.
And I will say neither of those is true.
Well,
But I think it warrants a discussion by the board on the Code of Student Conduct, because that's something that each LEA can control and can modify as they see fit.
Okay, thank you. Did I see another hand? No? Okay, no, okay. All right, so we'll circle back on the calendar. All right, I think we've gotten through all of our items. Yes, right. So yeah, we do have, and this isn't necessarily, this is just something we talked about at Ms. Kramer the last meeting, right? As we, or was it just you, just us? Okay, our weekly check-in with the superintendent, where I remember last year Ms. Kramer had put together kind of like the Board of Education's accomplishments at the end of the 22-23 term. So we were talking about, as the board, perhaps we could have a discussion at either the June meeting or the June work session, where every board member would maybe pick one highlight that you think that we accomplished, just to share with the public, just to, again, address any misconceptions, you know what I mean? Just make the public aware that these are the things that have happened, and then we somehow reduce that to either video or writing, or we can flesh that piece out later.
And the year on a positive note,
And
right?
the year on a
Yeah.
positive, absolutely, yes. All right, and in that vein, it is 8:12. Yeah, we have, yeah.
We have thumbs.
We have thumbs, everyone's in agreement? Okay, all right. So, we've gotten through everything, we still have action items. Does anyone have any burning updates that they feel compelled to share? Because if not, I would propose that perhaps, oh boy.
Concur.
That we skip that.
Concur.
Okay, I will give you 1 minute, Miss Smith.
Less than that.
Okay.
Wanted to give the school system kudos, in particular our Office of Equity and Diversity. I recently attended the the Indian Education sort of kickoff meeting, our Title VI meeting, where we invited the director for the Office of Indian Education from the U.S. Department of Education. So even though he set sort of national policy for all of our Indian and indigenous students, he took the time to attend this meeting to better understand Charles County, our system, our families, and to hear specifically from our families in terms of the programs they're looking to have run right here in the county. So wanted to give our system kudos for reaching out outside of our system and inviting speakers in, especially on the national level. So, and that was it. That was my one update.
Thank you. Just take a couple seconds and remind everyone we have a redistricting meeting tomorrow. You have seen the presentations of Plan A, Plan B, and now the superintendent's modified Plan B. So that discussion will be here tomorrow at 6 p.m. We expect to see our millions. Thank you so very much. Quick shout out to Miss Jamila Smith for May birthday and Miss Samisha Thomas, whose daughter graduates next week. Yay. All right. So then action items. Is there a motion to accept the executive session minutes from April 16th of 2024?
I move to accept the.
Thank you, Ms. Butler, and second by Ms. Kramer. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, all in favor? All right, that is unanimous. Thank you. Is there a motion to accept the meeting minutes from April 16th of 2024?
Motion to accept.
Second by Ms. Smith. All right, any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Is there a motion to accept the work session minutes from April 22nd? 2024.
I move to accept the minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Butler Washington. Second by Ms. Kramer. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. That is unanimous. We have a couple of other quick agenda items. Personnel. Is there a motion to accept the personnel recommendations? Ms. Kramer. Second by Ms. Smith. Any discussion? All right, all in favor? Thank you.
And Nikki's just, I think, making a comment. Nikki?
Yes,
I'm
did
sorry.
you wanna
she
add
just-
something?
She was going to publicly just announce the.
Oh, sure. Now there's been yes, now we've approved it. Thank you, Ms. Majors.
Come on, Ms.
I will be
Majors.
very
Beautiful
quick.
sidebar.
I just.
I love it.
Good evening, board member.
Good evening.
I am happy to announce that earlier today we recognized Principal Erica Williams from Benjamin Stoddert Middle School as the 2024 Charles County Public Schools Principal of the Year and the Washington Post Principal of the Year finalist. Well, I am happy to share that Ms. Williams has been selected to fill the position of Executive Director in Dr. Jones's Office of School Administration and Leadership.
Yes.
And she would be here for her second recognition, but she is out celebrating with her family. And Dr. Jones did a lovely job of telling you all about her background. So you are aware that she has spent 13 years in teaching and 9 years as an administrator and holds a bachelor's degree in interdisciplinary studies from Old Dominion as well as a Master of Education from the same university. So we are excited to have her come on board, and we will continue to congratulate her on her many, many accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. And then the final action item was on the intercategory budget change request. Is there a motion to accept?
I move to accept the budget.
Thank you. Is there a second? Ms. Samisha Thomas, thank you. Is there any discussion? All right. Seeing none. All in favor? I know, right? I don't want to do it, but, all right. So moved. Thank you all. Ms. Brenda Thomas. Is there a second?
I second that.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. All in favor? I don't think we need discussion.
No,
We
no,
are
no.
adjourned. Please
No
take us off the.